Hello everyone, Samia here. We have a very choppy feed coming in from Payson, Arizona, where if you didn't hear the devastating news over the weekend, I'm going to go ahead and recap it. There was some flash flooding there at a creek. Unfortunately, there was a family there in that creek. Children, adults swept up. 9 confirmed dead, 1 person missing. We'll give you more updates in just a couple minutes, but you're looking at pictures coming in courtesy of Skyfox as the search continues for 1 more missing person. Authorities are saying they're looking for a 27-year-old man. We do know that some of the victims were just toddlers who were killed in this flash flood on Saturday. Now, initial reports yesterday suggested that the missing person was a 13-year-old boy, but authorities have since corrected that, and authorities are saying that the person missing from that flash flood in central Arizona is a 27-year-old man. About 40 volunteer search and rescue workers and 4 search dogs resumed the search early this morning. Now, a torrent of water came Saturday as people were cooling off in a creek that suddenly turned treacherous when a rainstorm upstream unleashed floodwaters into the Tonto National Forest. Now, over the weekend, search and rescue crews recovered the bodies of 5 children and 4 adults. Some of those bodies were as far as 2 miles down the river, 2 miles from the scene where they were seen last. As of now, authorities have still not identified the victims. Now, we know that this incident occurred at a popular swimming area inside the Tonto National Forest, which is just outside of Payson, Arizona. According to authorities, more than 100 people were in the Cold Springs swimming hole on Saturday afternoon when a severe thunderstorm pounded down on a nearby remote area that had been burned over by a recent fire. 4 people rescued by helicopter on Saturday were taken to the hospital for hypothermia. This swimming hole is about an hour-and-a-half drive from Phoenix. A woman who was hiking to the swimming hole said she saw people clinging to trees after the water rushed down a normally calm creek near the trail. One bystander shot video shortly after the flood, which showed a man in a tree holding this baby as water rushed around him. His wife was a short ways away from him, also clinging to a tree. That witness said there was no warning before the wall of water hit. All right, everyone. Now you are looking at video of Lake Pleasant storm damage. As I mentioned, there were some severe monsoon storms over the weekend. There was the incident near Payson, but Payson wasn't the only place affected. There was a lot of storm here in the lot of rain and wind, lightning, thunder here in the greater Phoenix area last night, and you're looking at storm damage at Lake Pleasant. These are aerials coming in from Skyfox, and we'll give you more updates momentarily. All right, everyone. Again, you are looking at video courtesy of Skyfox of the damage at Lake Pleasant. Earlier, we showed you some aerials of the search up near Payson, where authorities are still looking for a man who went missing after a flash flood on Saturday afternoon. We will be going live to Marcy Jones at the scene in just a couple minutes. Stay tuned. All right, again, we are looking at pictures from Skyfox of the damage at Lake Pleasant. But just moments ago, we did show you aerials for the search of a missing man. Marcy Jones has been on this story all morning up there near Payson. Marcy, what's the latest?
Well, Samia, as you heard a little bit earlier, we have a lot of Skyfox visuals. They're hovering right over the search. Just about within the last hour or so, we saw about 30 teams of K9 units go out and about 40 people on foot searching for this last remaining person that is still missing. Now, when something this big happens, a tragedy of this magnitude, the first couple of things that come to your mind is how did this happen and why did this happen? And this was really the perfect storm of a few factors. Number one, those wildfires that we were seeing earlier in this month, that left a lot of charred logs and big trees. We saw in that cell phone video, that horrific video of all of that big wood debris coming down in almost a wall. So fast down that riverbed, and that was really caused by all of that leftover charred wood. The other thing was that flash flood had happened so fast, so furiously, so much water at one time, and also this poor family was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. All of that combined, we're hearing, just led up to this disaster. 9 people dead, still one young man, we believe 27 years old, is still missing. Now, I did talk to a Mesa firefighter who is retired. He's lived in this area for a long time. He says the people here are so rattled because this is such a popular swimming hole. The Cold Spring swimming hole is just a staple around these parts. Everybody has been there. They know the area very well. So to know that something so tragic happened in a part that they know so well is just so saddening to them. He also said that he's very familiar at the place that this family was at. Just upstream, he was saying that the river was about 100 yards wide, but where this family was, it narrows down to about 20 feet wide. So as you can imagine, all of that debris, all of that mud, all of that water coming so fast and then get narrowed down to about a quarter of the size, that just made the entire thing rise up to about 6 feet, and it was like a wall, and you just don't stand a chance when all of that is coming at you so fast. And as you heard, one of the youngest victims was 2 years old, a family with young children. I'm sure they were scattered about, having fun, had no idea what was coming at them so fast. Witnesses say there was a crackling sound, and it happened just like that. They didn't stand a chance. Now, as you heard a little bit earlier, the search party is on. They're hoping for the best, but at this point, the family has said that they are expecting a recovery of some kind. Very sad. We have been in contact with them. Fox 10 has talked to a member of the family. They said, thank you for reaching out. Of course, at this time, we're respecting their privacy, but this is just such a tragedy of epic proportions that this area has not seen before. So just to hear the reaction of some of the local people is just absolutely heartbreaking.
Right, and Marcy, you know, News Now reaches a national audience. Some of them might not be familiar with where this is relative to Phoenix. It's about an hour and a half, and it doesn't only affect residents in Payson, because a lot of Phoenix residents will go up to Payson for the day, go up to that area for the weekend. You know, Ron Hoon has a cabin up there. It's a really unfortunate thing to see, and it really, you know, makes you realize that you really have to be careful, especially during monsoon season, because you never know.
This was supposed to be a fun little staycation. It was supposed to be a 26-year-old's celebration. She was actually among the ones that was recovered yesterday, but this was supposed to be something fun, something relaxing, a few day trip, and it just turned, no one could have expected what this would have turned out like. So it's just so heartbreaking, and Linda Williams is on her way out here right now, so we're going to have continuing coverage. Skyfox still in the air, so not a beat will go by that we won't be there.
All right, Marcy, we appreciate you checking in, and viewers, again, we will continue to follow this story. Thanks, Marcy. All right, everyone, now you're looking at video that was shot on Saturday, right after the flash flood occurred. This is video that was shot from that witness, Disa Alexander. Such a crazy scene out there. As you heard from Marcy, it was a tragedy that couldn't be avoided. These floodwaters just come crashing in. Maybe you have a 10-second warning. Unfortunately, not enough time to prevent such a tragedy. You guys are looking at that video that was shot just following the flooding. I do want to take you back now to the Skyfox pictures as the search continues for that missing 27-year-old. All right, for those of you just joining us, perhaps you weren't updated on this unfortunate news that developed over the weekend here in Arizona. 9 people killed, 1 missing after a flash flood hit a popular swimming hole near Payson, Arizona. Looks like our Skyfox feed just went to red. I'm going to go ahead and show you guys some video from earlier until we get our Skyfox feed back. A very unfortunate situation. Skyfox, they're at the scene as authorities continue to search for the one remaining person who was missing, a 27-year-old man. Marcy Jones was live at the scene. We spoke with her just moments ago, and she said she has been in touch with the family, and at this point the family is not expecting a return of this man. They expect that this situation is now a recovery effort. A very sad scene indeed. After this flash flood swept up many people, 4 people were rescued by helicopter. They suffered from hypothermia. Yesterday we were updated that 9 bodies had been recovered. And they are still looking for one more person. Now, many of those killed, unfortunately, were children. In fact, search and rescue crews recovered the bodies of 5 children and 4 adults. It's such a sad story there in the Payson area. We know that those killed were from a family that was visiting from out of town. They were not Payson locals. 9 dead, 5 of whom are children. Another person still missing after floodwaters swept down Ellison Creek at Waterwheel Falls, just north of Payson. Now, according to authorities, a total of 14 people were swept down the river. 4 of them were rescued by helicopter and were taken to the hospital for hypothermia. The children who were victims range in age from 2 to 13 years old. A 2-year-old girl, a 3-year-old girl, 2 7-year-old boys, and a 13-year-old boy, all killed, along with 4 adults in this flood. We also know another adult, a 27-year-old man, still missing. Authorities continuing that search. In fact, we have those pictures coming in from Skyfox as authorities continue to search the area for this missing man. All right, again, this is video of some of that flooding over the weekend. I want to also show you this video of the flash flood debris. The debris following that flash flood that claimed the lives of at least 9 people there in the Payson area on Saturday. All right, everyone. So I do want to continue giving you updates on storm damage here on News Now. Now, in addition to the incident in Payson, there was also a lot of damage done here in the greater Phoenix area. Our library in downtown, the Burton Bar Library, severely damaged because of the rain. In fact, the library itself now closed until further notice. Authorities held a press conference on the closure of the Burton Bar Library yesterday. I'm going to go ahead and play that for you now.
Are we ready? Are you next? Yes, okay. So my name is Rita, R-E-D-A, Bigler, B-I-G-L-E-R, with Captain with Phoenix Fire. And so we're out here to talk about the Burton Bar Library incident. As we all know, there was a microburst approximately 6 p.m. last night here at this building. And at that point, that microburst was so strong that it actually broke some of the roof tiles on the top of this structure. One of our big concerns is that we've got reports that we have monsoons coming in and we've got future weather. So our number one priority and our number one goal at this point is to protect the roof from any future rain. So that's what the on-scene crews are doing right now. The weatherproof membrane was disturbed on the roof. This microburst, like I mentioned, it actually moved these roof tiles, but that's what the roof is designed to do. So it did exactly what it was supposed to do. But because the weatherproof membrane was involved, when it slammed back down, it broke a sprinkler pipe. That caused about 50 to 60 gallons a minute of water start flowing through the building, and it actually happened in the northwest quadrant of the Burton Bar Library. So at that point, water was on the 5th floor, It got into the raised floor, which has a computer access space, which then allowed the water to disperse throughout parts of the building. We're still working to figure out how much and what the extent of damage is, but we estimate that about 50% of the building is involved right now. So at this point, we have about over 300 drying fans in there, 30 to 40 dehumidifiers in there, and now they're working on controlling all the moisture in the building. So restoration crews will be on scene for the rest of the day. So I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to Lee Franklin. She's the PIO for City of Phoenix Libraries.
Lee Franklin, L-E-E-F-R-A-N-K-L-I-N. And first, we would like to extend our profound and heartfelt thanks to Phoenix Fire Department and City of Phoenix leadership and electeds who raced to the scene at first hint of an issue last night and stayed through most of the night to help us assess what was going on and figure out how we could start to get the resources in that we needed so that we could get as much of Burton Bar Central Library back up and operational and available to the community as soon as possible. So Phoenix Public Library is still round the clock available to the community. You can always locate us and resources through phoenixpubliclibrary.org. We have 16 other locations that are open and operational throughout the week. Any materials that was checked out of Burton Bar can come back into us through any one of our 16 locations. And if anybody had checked out stuff and Burton Bar is their only library that they can access, please call us at 602-262-4636 and we will happily make arrangements to keep your access to the library services open and ongoing. And again, our librarians are big lovers of the community, very fierce servants to the public, and we're resilient, and we're very excited. We're very excited actually to be coming together with other city resources to make sure that all that the library has to offer is still open and available and responsive to what the community needs from its library. You know, we're part of an important heart and part of the services that the city offers that meets the needs of communities, the community members. So I'd like to turn it over to Councilman Nowakowski, who will also talk about further aspects of our response.
Thank you so much. And first of all, I just want to thank our staff. It was just incredible. I got here about 9 o'clock last night. It was actually, it looked like it was raining inside the library. But we had from our city manager to all the librarians to our firefighters that were there with vacuum cleaners, just vacuuming the carpet, trying to squeegee out the water as soon as possible and save those books. So I just really want to thank all of our employees of the City of Phoenix, and I call it the Team Phoenix approach. Everyone came together to make sure that we saved these precious books in this library. The other thing too is that we want to guarantee that we're going to open up this library as soon as possible. We've been meeting this morning talking about different ways. They're flying in different individuals that actually were a part of building this beautiful structure, the engineer, and we're making sure that we're doing everything possible to get the right people, to form that right team, and get this library back in running conditions. We understand that it's not just a library. This is more like a community center where people come and they use the computers. The kids come and they learn how to register for college. We have College Depot. We got a teen center in here. We have the Hive in here. So it's much more than just a library. We understand that this is a community center and it's a library and it's a lot of things in one. So we're going to actually try to have this open as soon as possible, but we want to make sure that it's open and safe for everyone. So I just really want to thank you all for coming out and spreading out that message. And once again, if you need to use the library, we understand that people don't have computers at home and they come to our libraries to use the computers. There's libraries throughout the city of Phoenix. The Harlem Library is probably the closest from here. They can jump on the light rail and just walk a couple blocks and be there. We have the Yucca Library that's right there by the old Christown Mall. It's called Spectrum Mall now, that you can actually get off right there on the 19th Avenue Spectrum Mall exit and just walk 3 blocks and you'll be there at the library. So we're going to try to do everything possible to get this library up and open, but we understand that there's other libraries that you can use too. So thank you so much.
And Mr. Nowakowski, so you said that when you were in here yesterday, it looked
Right.
like it was raining.
Right.
What does it look like right now?
You know what? It's just incredible. And what's so incredible is our staff. They were here all night cleaning and making sure that the water was out. Last night it was like a sauna walking in there. Now you walk in there, you can feel the air conditioning. It's beautiful. I mean, it's beautiful compared to last night. I just really want once again to thank our staff for, you know, there's some individuals out here that didn't sleep all night. One of our maintenance guys came and the city manager was joking around with them because he came in with 2 of these little vacuum cleaners to suck up water, and he goes, oh my God, I need a lot more than this, right? So, you know, it's just that dedication of our staff, and a lot of people are gone for the weekend. You know, they're planning camping with their kids or taking them out, but they're here today making sure that our library is up and running. And once again, this dedicated staff, we're going to make sure we open that library as soon as possible. So thank you.
My question is for Rita. When you said that the roof tiles are designated to do exactly that, which is kind of lift and sway as part of the floating roof that it is, but what happened to the membrane? Did it come down too hard that it hit that sprinkler line, or?
Yes, and so they've had the architect on scene. He's been here the entire morning, and they're actually flying in the structural engineers coming in from California to assess the situation. But that's how they describe that this roof is designed to actually move and take such an impact. But because the microburst was so strong that it broke through those concrete, it's like a concrete layer, that it broke through, lifting that weatherproof membrane and then slamming down onto the pipe.
Just how powerful it was? Did it come like at a rate of 60 miles per hour? Anything that we can?
It's hard to say how they describe it to me, that's what it's made to do. They described it as kind of an ocean effect, and that's how it moved. And if you saw the pictures as the tiles are broken, that they describe it kind of an ocean effect, and then the impact was just so significant that it broke that sprinkler line.
And then that sprinkler line then dispersed throughout the entire top floors, bringing down the water to every floor underneath.
Correct, and originally it was in the northwest quadrant of the building. That is that water, when you talk about 50 to 60 gallons a minute, we think of a fire hydrant on the side of the street. That's about 90 gallons a minute. So if you think about the strength and the amount of water that was flowing, that happens very, very quickly.
Can we get an idea as to the damage and the dollar amount that it would cost to get everything back up? And I mean, is there any idea as to what we're talking about here?
No idea yet. It's an ongoing process as they kind of make their way through the building and assess the damage and figure out where the water is actually has made its way. So with all the drying fans and as we make access to the different floors, we can really assess the damage. But they haven't given a number yet.
Could you talk about what was the mostly impacted? Was it the books? Was it the computer system? Was it the floors? Or is it really kind of a little bit of everything?
I think it's a little bit of everything right now, and perhaps Lee might be able to speak about some of the significant impacts on the inside of the building. But that's one of the things, you know, like they said, this was a really, it was a community response. All resources in here. Firefighters, we respond to fires, but we activated a first alarm on this with over 40 firefighters to start the salvage operation and then stop the actual leak itself.
And I've heard it's called like a water call as opposed to a fire call. Is that correct?
Yeah, we get them as water flow indication. So it comes off that a system has been activated because of water flow.
Do you have any sense whether the city's insurance will cover this damage?
I'm not sure. I can't answer that question.
And you talked about the salvage operation. What sorts of things were firefighters doing to save books and equipment?
So we'll move things, especially when you think about the things that are not replaceable. I think one of the unique things about this building is I learned about that there is a historic vault. So things that are very dear to Arizona's heart were actually salvaged in this. It's built like a museum with many layers, and the water was just shedding off the top of this building. So a lot of things were not impacted. But I think as we make our way to the floors, we are learning more about the extent of the damage. And I can let Lee actually answer some of those questions too.
Sure. We were very pleased to see that one of the priorities that the fire department helped us ensure was looked at last night was our rare book room. Phoenix Public Library is one of very few public libraries. We have over 5,000 rare items. We have a temperature-controlled vault which houses those museum quality, and as we were pleased to see last night, it had minimal water. Was able to get anywhere near it. So we're happy to see that. We also have an Arizona room, which we house a lot of Arizona specific historical and artifacts, and that too seems to be in fairly good shape, as much as we've been able to get in and see a lot of the specifics as of this morning. So Our materials, we hold our materials to a very, very high standard. So storm and water damage aside, when materials are rotated or circulated in and out of the library, we constantly make sure that they have not been exposed to water, have not been exposed to being torn or broken before we put them back out, because we understand that these are things that people take into their cars, their children handle them, they have them in their homes. So we do that. We have a standard where we make sure that our materials are in the best presentation stature that they can be. So we are doing that assessment. We're experts in that. We know what we're doing. We do it regularly, so we're able to quickly start assessing how many of our materials will be able to get right back out into circulation. And then those that that don't meet that standard, we will be pulling them out so that we make sure that when people come get stuff from the library, they get the quality that they're expecting to have. So, anything else?
Any other questions? You want to just tell everybody where everyone can go for information and updates, because right now we are, for the time being, closed. And we don't have an estimate yet.
Right. Yeah, Burton Bar Central Library, and we have staff that are incredibly dedicated and focused primarily on getting this resource back up and going and available to the public. But right now we are closed. PhoenixPublicLibrary.org is the best place to go, as well as our Facebook page, to find the most current information regarding as we bring services back up and running at Burton Bar. We have 16 other locations throughout Phoenix, again with library dedicated staff that are there to make sure that the community has access to all that the library has to offer. The details about those hours and locations can be found on our website. All materials that are out there can come back into us through any one of our 16 other locations. So no one needs to worry about Burton Bar being closed for that for right now. And again, our primary focus is to get this cherished resource to the community back up and going and available. We're more than books on shelves, so we know that we're kind of the heart and the spirit of the community in a way. People come to the library, especially during these hot times, to seek refuge, and it is a refuge that they define what that looks like. So we are very aware of that responsibility and that service that we provide to the community, and that is our primary focus in making sure that all the moving parts you see here are getting synced up so that we can get Burton Bar back up and open to the public.
One more question, Julie, real quick. If for some reason that were to not be able to happen quickly, is there a place that you would open up in lieu of opening up this particular building, like another community center where people can congregate and get all the services that they get?
Part of why the library is able to be so successful in the community is that we rely so heavily on our partnerships with other city departments and also with other community services. So we are reaching out and making arrangements with all of them right now to talk about, if this goes on for more than a day or two, what would plan B, C, and D look like? How can we make sure that we have a seamless service provided to our community as much as possible? I also anticipate that we will be able to bring services or two at a time back here to Burton Bar. So we may not be able to open every part of the building back up, but we will have key and crucial services and resources coming on, as we assess that they're safe and that, again, they're at that high quality standard, and we know that it's what we can deliver, what the community expects from us. As Councilman Nowakowski mentioned, our two closest physical locations to Burton Bar is our Harmon branch, which is at 5th Avenue and Buckeye Road, or Yucca, which is at 15th Avenue in Missouri. But then we have, besides those, we have 14 other locations throughout the city of Phoenix. Great. So, and again, we want to say, from our dedicated library hearts to Phoenix Fire, city management, electeds, those that came racing last night when we had our call to help go out, we are so appreciative. We love that our community loves us as much as we love them. So we're there, we're here for you, and we're not shutting down. We're just bringing you what we bring you every day in a little bit of a different way for the next couple of days for sure. So thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Really.
All right, everyone, you are looking at some video of the damaged Burton Bar Library. You just heard that press conference. Authorities held that press conference yesterday following the damage that took place on Saturday. Unfortunately, the library is closed until further notice. This is, I mean, the popular library really here in town. I mean, I think it's the biggest library, that central downtown library. A beautiful building, just an unfortunate situation there. Joining me now, Ron Hoon. What a weekend. What a weekend.
Boy, isn't that the truth. You know, and Saturday we started to see some of that storm activity. I was just thinking as the weekend went on that our local weather guy, Corey McCluskey, had said Sunday, you know, really watch out on Sunday. That's starting to look like that's going to be the day with the greatest potential for rain and storm activity. And boy, I'll tell you, there is moisture in the air all over, not just the Metro Phoenix area, but it's pretty interesting when you look at the state. You know, from way up north, Flagstaff and beyond toward Page, and then down south toward Tucson, out east toward, say, Pinetop Lakeside, or further on toward Safford, Thatcher, all these communities. It's just, everybody is seeing these some of these cloud formations, and a lot of folks are seeing the rain. And last night, here we've got, what, about between 4 and 5 million people that live in our metro area. And either you were awake and saw and heard it all, or you were asleep and you woke up like a bolt, because all of a sudden the lightning, the thunder, the wind was just so intense.
I know. I was part of that latter group where I went to bed at 8:30, and then by 9:45, 9:50,
yep,
I was just out of bed. It was so loud. I was up in that Paradise Valley Mall area, in the North Phoenix, North Scottsdale area. So we got the storm first before it really got down to the Central Phoenix area, and oh my goodness, those winds. Yes. I have never in my, I mean, I've only experienced 3 summers here now, but right. I've never heard winds that loud. And it was just a couple of trees outside my room were knocked down. I mean, the rain was pouring. The lightning was nonstop. It was just flashes, like nonstop flashes. I think someone compared it to a strobe light on Twitter, and that's exactly what it was. It wasn't just periodic flashes of lightning. It was just nonstop flashes. Thunder. You know, I was awake at that point. I had given up on sleep, and I just started tweeting.
Yes.
I was tweeting back and forth with Ty Brennan on Twitter last night, and just tweeting out to the viewers. One of my favorite tweets that I posted was the fact that there was a flash flood warning in effect, and the warning said flash flood warning in effect. Check local media for updates. And I was like, that moment that you get a flash flood warning and it tells you to check local media, but you are the local media. I was like, so do I check myself? Because I don't know what's going on. I'm in bed right now.
Well, that's dedication, Samia.
I know.
You're taking your sleep time and you're busy tweeting with folks.
At that point I was awake, Ron. So it's just like, well, what's the point? This is the video from last night. the I-10 freeway eastbound actually shut down because of this flooding there.
Now, this is really interesting because this is the second day in a row that this spot, which up above this tunnel, this is the main I-10 freeway that goes from LA all the way out east to Texas and then on to Florida. As you come right into the heart of the city, you enter this tunnel, and up above it is a park, a big, beautiful park that it was named after one of our earlier mayors, Margaret T. Hance. And the gem of the park is the public library, which you've been talking about and showing people the pictures of. But that was from Saturday.
Right.
So here you've got Saturday storm activity that does the damage to the library, which is almost exactly up above the area that you're seeing here. And then on Sunday, at a lot of these pictures came in around pretty late last night, 10 p.m., 11 p.m. at night. That's the only reason it wasn't a complete traffic disaster.
Right.
Because 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock on a Sunday night. But you got 1, 2, 3 lanes that were basically closed there. And then you can see you got, you finally got a truck coming through going to basically try to help folks out.
Right.
So,
and, you know, obviously these travelers on the road were affected by the storm, but the people on the road weren't the only ones that were affected by the storm, Ron. And we do hear some background noise there. Not really sure what's going on in the newsroom, guys, but we apologize if there's any audio interference here. But as I was saying, it wasn't just the travelers on the road that were affected by the storm. People who were flying were definitely affected. Our very own Fox 10, Liz Kotelik, affected last night. She was flying back, and I've had the same incident. This happened to me 2 summers ago.
Okay.
Where you're taking a late night flight, and next thing you know, there's such a severe storm in the Phoenix area that you're not able to land. And what happens is they circle for a while above the airport and try to kill time that way, but if the storm doesn't pass, then they divert you. So, you know, I believe Liz had the same sort of experience I had 2 years ago, where you circle for 30 minutes, 45 minutes, and they realize, you know what, we can't land, but we have to land somewhere.
Right.
So then you're diverted to Vegas.
Vegas.
But you're not allowed to get off the plane in Vegas.
Now, I wonder why
you're not
that
allowed to, like, go get a snack or, you know, hit the slot machine at the airport because they don't know when they'll get the all clear for takeoff.
Well, it's interesting because this very same experience happened to me several years ago, and you actually sort of, at least I do, I adjust my flying travel plans during the months of July, August, and really even September to try not to fly back into town any later than around 5 in the afternoon.
It's so interesting you said that because I tweeted Ty that yesterday. Note to self, don't book any late night flights to Phoenix between July and September.
Yeah.
After that incident, now seeing what happened to Liz, hearing your story, it's just either come early in the morning the next day or get in earlier in the evening because, I mean,
you know, especially find yourself in this kind of a jam.
Right, especially for people with our shift. I mean, you and Liz get in even earlier than I do, but I know when I was diverted, not getting back to the airport till like 1 a.m. By the time you get home, it's 2 a.m. You're only getting a couple of hours of sleep before you have to get back into work. And it's just like, that's just the reality. That's what the monsoon does here.
Yeah. Well, in my case, it was several years ago, flying back on a Sunday from Seattle. This is before I learned my lesson. And they were, you know, near the city. And the flight attendant comes on and says, I guess they are having a whale of a storm in Phoenix. So the pilot's been checking, and it looks like we are going to divert to Las Vegas. But they actually pulled up to a gate and let us get off. They said, just stay in the area. You know, if you want to go ahead and put a little coinage in a couple of these one-armed bandits at the Vegas airport, you can get off, go ahead, or grab a bite. So at least from that standpoint. So I feel sorry for people who, when they divert to Vegas and then they just keep you on the plane, because people do want to get off and they do want to grab a bite or hit the restroom or whatever. But anyway, Liz, I believe, was on the ground in Vegas for an hour, and that was about how long the closure lasted. Was about an hour, and then they reopened.
When did Liz get back to Phoenix?
That's a good question.
Wow.
I don't know. We'll have to ask her for her
personalized
story when she gets into the newsroom.
You know what? I was following her tweets last night,
Oh, okay.
So
Well,
that's
here we go.
how I found out about it. I should
Oh,
have
is that
checked her
right?
Snapchat, but I was like half asleep too.
Yeah.
But I was following, you know, the tweets. And she tweeted 10 hours ago that they were taking off from Vegas. So at about 12:10. So
Oh,
imagine.
no. So that was midnight.
Right, and then
they're
she
finally
tweeted,
taking off.
landed alive at 1:30 in the morning. So yeah, I don't think she really got home till about 2:30. There was no time to sleep when you're on the morning show reporter shift.
Man.
Probably
Yeah.
just had to power up, get a lot of coffee, and survive.
By the way, we are showing you out in the West Valley. We know we have this worldwide audience who watches us. So if you go from downtown Phoenix, maybe about 12, 13, 14 miles to the west, we're showing you some of the damage that was done in one area where a palm tree, and you don't realize just how heavy those things are, smashes right through a lady's block wall fence and literally just takes it out.
Right.
In fact, that's where Liz was reporting this
Right,
morning.
the Avondale tree down. I do have this video. I think it is Liz's hit from earlier today. Let's go ahead and listen in and see if
this is something.
this is her hit. Stand by.
Hi, it's Liz. Do we have this? I don't know if you just got my.
So yeah, this is just a video of some of the damage. I do know that in this video clip we also see Liz doing an interview. But this is that tree down in Avondale.
Yeah, there's a second one, by the way. So she gets hit on her side yard, and then another one comes down in the, from the backyard angle, and you just never know, when these storms hit. Oh, here we go. Here.
Ah, oops. You didn't see that. You guys get to see the raw feeds here on News Now. But look, you have, nope, just kidding. There we go. Interview time?
Here we go. That's pretty interesting with this guy.
Maybe not. Maybe I just clipped the wrong video, Ron. I'll just own
I
it.
thought I heard it.
No, it was sped up. It was fast forwarded.
Okay, but look at this. Look at that wall.
I know. And then I do want to pull up some more video. You guys were also live at this scene by Cactus and 40th Street, up in my hood. And this is just, look at another tree. I should have gotten video of my trees that were down too.
So this just shows you the extent, the widespread extent of how vicious this storm was. Because when you go into that area around 40th Street and Cactus, and we were just in Avondale, we're talking 20 miles wide at least.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit more. So, yeah. And so I live further east from here, another maybe 10 miles out into the East Valley. We call it Mesa, Tempe, that area, Gilbert. And I tell you, it was so stormy and just so rainy and windy, and boy, the lightning. So a lot of people, I think, might be surprised to know that it rains so much in the desert. So I think some people have, some people have the misconception that it is just dry here all the time. There's actually a pretty big difference between our part of the desert and say over toward maybe Death Valley, California. Because we sit directly north of the Gulf of California. And so you got Baja California, and you got that big body of water, the Gulf. So what happens is the winds start to shift in the summertime. In fact, our former meteorologist slash anchor here at the TV station, Rick D'Amico, used to talk about it all the time. What is the monsoon? The monsoon is not a storm. The monsoon is a seasonal shift in the winds. And so the winds, which do blow 9 months out of the year, this is just fascinating the way this works. I love it. Because the winds, dry desert winds, blow across from California right here into the Metro Phoenix area most of the year. Then the winds shift at the very time it's getting so ridiculously hot here. We're praying for rain. We want the temps to cool off. All of a sudden the winds start to shift. And it brings all this moisture straight up from the Gulf of California, right across Tucson, right through Phoenix. And usually that storm activity doesn't stop until you get to this massive structure called the Magellan Rim, which is 7,000 feet tall. And when those storms, or when the moisture and the wind, move up against that rim, the clouds, the thunderheads are incredible. And eventually they dump all their moisture. And so people here in the valley, in the Metro Phoenix area, sort of have complained in recent years that we don't get any rain. We get haboob after haboob, or desert dust storm, if you want to call it. These desert dust storms that rumble across the open desert and just literally junk everything up with, you could literally, if you were outside, you could get the grit of the dirt right in your teeth. It's everywhere. It just consumes the city. Well, this is shaping up to be one of those years right now that we get all kinds of moisture. Man, I'll tell you, because that's what we're looking at so far.
Wow. And you're right. A lot of people, if they don't live here, they don't realize the kind of weather we get, because so often, I'll talk about the heat here in Phoenix with different friends, and they're like, well, it's okay, it's not humid, it's just a dry heat. I'm like, no, we actually have humidity because of monsoon. So sure, May and June, April, May and June is that sort of dry heat, that sort of tolerable heat. But come July, once these storms kick, it's really humid when I go outside in the morning. And like you said, one of the nice things about the monsoon is that the temperatures do drop. I think we were down to like 70 degrees last night, and we haven't seen 70s in at least a month.
When we went on the air this morning, now compare this to 2 weeks ago when we were hitting those near record highs of 117, 118, 119 in late June. We would go on the air at 4:30 in the morning with our local news here at Fox 10, and we would see temps in the 90s at 4:30 in the morning.
I know.
Well, when we went on the air this morning, it was 78 degrees. And let me tell you, that 15-degree difference...
Oh, it was everything.
means a lot.
It was everything. I actually took the top off of my car this morning just to enjoy the air.
Oh, yeah,
because,
did you?
I was like, I've been typically driving with the top on in the car. Because when I drive to work, it's already 90, like you said. And the fact that it was 78, I was like, you know what? It's time to enjoy this cool weather. The only perk of last night's monsoon storm.
Okay. Let me just turn and look at you this way, Samia. And who is that? That is Cookies 2050. That shot's for you. But we continue on with our coverage. So the thing about it is, it's somewhat folklore, but it's more than folklore. It actually seems to kind of pan out that when there is a huge storm like we saw last night, Sunday night, generally we have a quieter night the next night because all the moisture and all the energy has been sucked out of the air. So we've got plenty to cover and plenty to talk about today, but we are hopeful that at least for a day we'll get some rest. And then the next thing, we get through Monday, the next thing you know, on Tuesday, it could be coming again.
I know.
And the other thing is, we are living in a metro area, one of the driest in the world. You know, our average rainfall in here in Phoenix is about 7.5 inches a year. We had a measuring station in the West Valley, kind of out around a suburban town here called Litchfield Park. Remember now, 7.5 inches the entire year. We had one measuring station that was over 3 inches.
Just yesterday.
Yeah, well, I think it was 48 hours, so it might have included a little bit of activity on Saturday night, but the vast majority of it came on Sunday night. So, matter of fact, there was an area not far from Bartlett Lake, which is one of the popular lakes north and east of Scottsdale, between Scottsdale and the mountain town of Payson. There was a measuring station there that Corey kept saying, I know you're not going to believe this number, but I got to show it to you. Nobody lives there. This is up in the mountains. 5.1 inches of rain.
Just in one. I mean, it was crazy yesterday.
It
so
was
I definitely believe that. I was wondering how much rain had just fallen in my area.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
such a crazy storm, such an intense storm.
Mm-hmm.
And we're talking about the situation here in the valley, but I do want to go back to a story, an unfortunate story we've been covering a lot this morning and as well as yesterday. The flash flood that happened in Payson.
Mm-hmm.
So this is some video. A really sad
Oh,
situation. We know the search continues for a 27-year-old man who is still missing. 9 people already confirmed dead. 5 of those children up in an area just outside of Payson. And Ron, you are very familiar with the Payson area.
Yeah. I guess it's because I live in Mesa over the years. So here, again, just to give you guys the lay of the land in the Metro Phoenix area, you've got one major freeway from Phoenix that goes due north, and you can be in Flagstaff and 7,000 feet in elevation in 2 hours. Where I live out in Mesa, there's another freeway. It's called the it is a freeway, Beeline Highway, that goes up into the Mogollon Rim country, which is Payson, Pine, Strawberry, Christopher Creek, some beautiful little communities. And it's so easy because you can get up there in just over an hour. That's one of the things about Arizona that I think people find so unique is it doesn't take long for you to get right out of the desert and anywhere from 5,000 to 7,000
I know.
feet.
And 7,000 feet is great in the summer because it's such a cool down.
Oh, it's so wonderful.
Yeah.
I was in Flagstaff,
Love Flagstaff.
just the other day, and I literally, it was about 82 degrees, and I heard people complaining about how hot it was.
Well,
So
Flagstaff's
they're not
always
used to it.
consistently 30 degrees cooler
Yep, right.
than here in the valley.
Yeah. Well, anyway, so you go a little bit north of Payson. It's a big highway junction. You can go to the east and cross over to the rim toward communities you guys may have heard of, like Pinetop Lakeside and Show Low, or you can just stay due north. And if you stay on that road due north toward Pine and Strawberry, you only have to go just about 3-4 miles, and there's a cutoff there on the Verde River, the East Verde River, and the Verde is one of our big rivers here in Arizona. Well, there's a little creek that comes down out of the off of the rim called Ellison Creek, and at about the spot where Ellison Creek dumps into the East Verde is this popular hiking spot. There's some hiking you can do right around that area, and this watering hole. Well, you know, in general, water's at such a premium here in Arizona that people love to go spend a little bit of time there. But in this particular case, the rain had already stopped. My understanding is where this family was, you know, there were flash flood warnings. We do have to point that out this weekend. But the rain had stopped, and so they were in the water. And when this wall of water and mud and debris and big old trees and everything else came down, I was trying to visualize it, Samia, because you would have almost no warning.
Right. 10 seconds maybe at most.
Maybe 10 seconds.
Which is nothing.
Nothing. And especially if you were right at the popular spot, which is this pool, this pooling area.
Is this map time? Should we pull up a map?
Yeah,
Ron?
sure, you bet.
All right. Do you want to? This is your neck of the woods. So I'll let you take over our map coverage.
So we are going to just widen out a little bit so you guys can get the lay of the land here. Here is kind of the whole view of Arizona. So you got Phoenix here.
I have to move it down a little bit because of the lower third.
All
right, there we go.
All right.
There we go. Yeah.
Phoenix here, Flagstaff here, and about in between, but a little bit over to the east, is Payson. So we're going to zoom in there. And here's what I was talking about, where these two highways merge. This is the 260. That takes you off to Show Low. And this is the continuation of Highway 87, which eventually goes to Winslow, that town that everybody remembers from the Eagles song, "Well, I'm standing on a corner in Winslow, Arizona." That's how you get up there. But as we zoom in here, you come to a spot right over here toward Flowing Springs. So you can see some of the, I'm going to actually put my glasses on here.
Should we do satellite view also? Would that be
yeah,
better?
sure. Well, let me first zoom in so I make sure we're in the right spot.
Okay.
And so you've got the Flowing Springs right there, and then over here you've got the Houston Mesa Road. So if you come across Houston Mesa Road going this way is Whispering Pines. Can you see it right there?
Yeah.
Okay. And then eventually you actually see a spot here called Washington Park. So we're going to be between Flowing Springs, Freedom Acres, and Whispering Pines. So let me just go ahead and show you. We're going to go ahead and bring it in. Everybody says wagon wheel, but it's water wheel. And it is a really popular camping area, hiking area, and all the rest. And here we go. We're zooming right in. So, I mean, I took you there, but now I want to go in a little bit tighter, and now we can go ahead and show people on the satellite view.
I see.
So, you have water wheel day parking. Look, they even show right there. You can see. Yeah, that's it on a beautiful day.
Right.
And then right next to it, just north, is the Water Wheel Campground. Gets really great reviews. People love this particular part. But all through here, you can see how it gets rocky. And again, here's Ellison Creek that comes in like this. Here's the East Verde that comes across, and they meet right in this area. And you can see what happens. It just gets very rocky.
So this was the area.
This was the very area where it all happened.
Wow.
And so, really popular spot, hiking area. People just absolutely love it because you get a chance to. We actually, believe it or not, we have a state park several miles from here, which basically is incredibly popular, and people just go for the water. For the pools that they can jump into. It's called Slide Rock State Park. That's maybe 50 miles away. But this is this other part of the state's version, I guess you could say, of Slide Rock. I might be zoomed in as far as we can go. I think I am.
Looks like
yeah.
it.
And so, what with all the rockiness right through this area, and then you get the pooling, it's not going to take much at all for... Yeah.
We've seen that video, the aftermath, the muddy debris.
Yeah, do you want to show them that now?
Yeah, we can show them that.
Okay.
Here, let me just...
Yeah. So that's the whole area. You do have to go on a little bit of a hike to get there. There's the parking area, but it doesn't. It just takes a few minutes, and you're there. Again, just to widen out and show you, here's the problem. Right here. Now, let me go a little bit further north. This is this incredible monolithic structure called the Mogollon Rim. It gets up nearly to 8,000 feet in elevation. And when the rain came, it just happened to come down the river right in the area where we had a burn earlier this year. It was called the Highline Fire.
Right.
And so what that does is it just, all of the vegetation that would normally slow the water down, the trees, etc., are burned. It was not a huge fire. I mean, we've had fires in Arizona that are in excess of 400,000 acres, two of them. One called the Wallow Fire, one called the Rodeo Chetasky. This was a fire, it was not 400,000, it was about 20,000 acres. But it burned in the exact wrong spot, up against the rim for, for an area then to see the downstream flow like we saw.
Wow.
Oh, tell you, it's just, well, it's heartbreaking. We're talking about a family of 14, and no doubt, I would bet by the end of the day we'll know more about them and know more of their story.
Right. Their identity's not released at this point, but you see Phoenix is here. That is the location where this incident, this unfortunate incident took place. I do want to go ahead and show some of the video of the debris and the aftermath, the flash flood debris.
Yeah.
So here is that debris video.
Look at this. Look how quickly it comes in, and you can imagine that. How could you, especially because it's you're at a waterfall. Up above, you can't really see it coming.
So crazy.
You probably would hear the noise, like you said, who knows, 10 seconds?
10 seconds?
Ahead of time?
And at
maybe
that point,
15 seconds, but you could mistake that kind of noise for thunder.
Right, and kids wouldn't even know how to react. And if parents even knew what was happening, their first reaction is probably, let me grab my kids, not let me get out of here. So, I mean, it's a sad situation.
And look how it then becomes a river of mud. And just the power of the water is something that I think sometimes people... you really have to get a grasp on it. So, I mean, even these folks are actually pretty close. You never know quite where it's going to come. It almost takes out that tree. It does take out that tree. Could you see that just to the left?
Wow.
And I'm sure it probably takes down that other tree there too. Yeah, that one right there. Again, this is terrain, very forested, beautiful forest lands, a little bit north of the Metro Phoenix area that is just so different from what most people have conjured up in their mind as what the image of Arizona looks like. But we actually have some of the most beautiful forest land anywhere in the United States. Samia, it is a good reminder and frankly a sort of a word of warning for all of us in our state that when storm activity starts to brew, you, especially if you're anywhere around where there, especially downstream from an area where there had been a burn, because we did have a fire that did create a real burn outside of Prescott, another mountain town that we have here, and Mayer. There's a lot of concern about that burn and what it did to the vegetation in that area. And these are the kinds of things that as at first responders and those who work with the Forest Service and those who are in emergency management, local sheriffs, etc., worry about is the burn areas more than anything else.
Minneapolis, Minnesota, where we are awaiting a press conference regarding the fatal shooting of a 40-year-old Australian woman who was shot by a police officer. Source of the shot is KSTP, most color CKSTP, if taken alive. The shot is embargoed to KM.
Wow. Just a crazy weekend, Ron.
So crazy, and it's just the start. This is part of why I think it's so ominous. We've had some summers where all through July and even deep into August, people are like, well, where's the rain?
Right.
All we're getting is a bunch of wind and some of these desert dust storms. Well, I mean, here we are just at the middle of July.
Right.
And really the monsoon does not end until September 30th.
That is true.
We could see a lot more moisture, a lot more storm activity, and honestly, as destructive as it can be, we need the moisture. We are in the desert. And Phoenix was built long ago.
Right.
At the confluence, basically, of the three main rivers of our state, except for the Colorado. You have the Gila River, the Verde River,
right,
and this is obviously tributaries of the Verde, and you have the Salt River. So, you know, we're at the confluence of all these rivers.
Right, and we can't avoid the storms. We can't avoid the rain. All we can do as, you know, people who live in the valley is to pay attention to the warnings.
Yeah.
Stay inside. If you're driving, don't drive into flooded waters. I mean, that's all you can really do.
Yeah.
To stay safe.
People often misjudge how deep these waters are.
Right.
And we see it time and time again. We actually have a thing they call the stupid motorist law, where if you cross a barricade, and like for example, in that situation, what we were showing,
it's called the stupid motorist law.
Yeah, there were no barricades set up on the I-10 freeway last night, but there are some areas where we do see barricades. And if you go around the barricades and you get stranded, and you then have to pay for your rescue, which can be in the thousands of dollars.
All right, Ron. Well, this will wrap up some of our monsoon coverage for the morning. I appreciate you joining me.
Happy to do so, Samia.
And we'll have more monsoon updates later today.
Okay.
We do have a breaking news update, though. You may have heard this story. An Australian woman shot by police in Minnesota. 40-year-old woman who had just called authorities because she saw something suspicious. We're now going to get an update from Minnesota in just a moment. A live press conference coming in soon.
Oh, there you go. Sexier. There we go. Take up a little more space, and then you just pour it over the vegetables like that. And this could be just leftover cooked like carrots or leftover potatoes. strew it with a little cilantro leaves.
This
Make it
would
a
even be
little
good over, like,
chillier.
some grilled fish, maybe.
My God.
I'm
Hello,
gonna steal another
leftovers.
cucumber.
Taste it. What do you think, everybody? First of all, there isn't anybody that doesn't like a cucumber with a little dressing, huh? Boom!
That's delicious.
Our next condiment conundrum came from from HU Viewer. Check it out.
Hey, Chew Crew. Whenever I go to take out, I'm always left with a bunch of these hot mustard packets. I don't want to throw them out, but I can't quite figure out what to do with them. How can I put all of this hot mustard to good use so that it doesn't have to go to waste? Thanks.
Jillian, fear not, I know exactly how to master your mustard situation. I'm going to turn those packets into a perfect sandwich spread. So we have the mustard packets. Carla, can you open a couple?
Yes.
Squeeze them right into the jar like this. Now, there's probably
Billions.
5,000 of these at my house. Because, like, we almost never put it on our General Tso's chicken. I'm not sure why they send it with our General Tso's chicken.
See, I love it because it's spicy. I could eat this on almost anything.
Really?
Yeah, you could send some my way.
Like a waffle?
I would love it on a waffle.
Fantastic. So what you do is you take a couple of them out, and then you take some standard other condiments. This could be ketchup. This could be sriracha. Then you take some mayonnaise. This could easily be yogurt, Greek yogurt. And then we take some pickles that we have left over at the bottom of last year's Christmas present. Throw it down there. And
Mario
stir it around.
Batali, I think you've just unearthed the McDonald's secret sauce.
Is that the...
I know.
2 all-beef baguettes, special ham, triple sessions, somebody's session, and a move it to my hat. All right, so now you just take over any...
He wants it on the bread?
On the bread, Carla. First of all, when you're putting your condiments on the sandwiches, you always put it on the bread, don't you?
Yeah.
America?
Yep.
I learned that
in Minnesota.
I learned that in Minnesota. All right, so you have this delicious, almost like Russian dressing kind of. Oh yeah, you put it on top of any old humdrum sandwich like that.
It is so good.
Oh, come on, Carla, get in there and taste the sandwich.
Ooh,
Simon, I know you are.
Oh, come on. This is so my kind of sandwich.
How could anybody not like this? Well, because that spicy mustard has a punch and the pickles pack a little
right up.
Ooh. Carla, what do you think?
It's so good. It's so good. The spice?
Jillian, I hope you find the sandwich spread as satisfactory as we do. Clinton. Oh, I've got a feeling your sad face has something to do with the small amount of salsa you have left in your refrigerator. Well, I've got just the thing that turned that frown upside down. I'm gonna take this spicy condiment and make it into a cocktail. For real? Yes, sir. So you take the salsa and you put it in your blender like so. You take a little bit of cool beer.
You're putting the beer in the blender?
Beer in the blender. Then you take a lime and you squeeze the thing right in.
This is exciting.
Oh, yes, it is, Clinton. I'm excited, too. Go ahead and give it. Hold on.
Oh, no, I don't like it too spicy.
Boop.
Okay, got it.
All right. Because your happiness is my main concern, Clinton.
How smooth do you want it?
I want it pretty smooth.
Pretty smooth, okay.
Well, because I got a chunky cocktail. Kind of reminds you of the bad days of cocktails when you were learning how to drink them, right?
Yeah.
Not so good. All right?
That's good.
So then what you do is you make a michelada, which is how the Latinos enjoy their beer by spicing it up.
Oh,
yeah,
yes. Oh.
baby.
What?
All right, everyone. So it looks like our feed from Minnesota has cut out momentarily. Here is a quick look at the White House. I am going to work to get that feed back from Minnesota. It looks like we got it back. Again, stay with us. We are waiting for this press conference to start. This is a story that is spreading on social media. I saw it this morning as well. An Australian woman fatally shot by cops in Minnesota.
My psoriatic arthritis caused joint pain.
Just like my moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis.
And I was worried about
Joint damage. My doctor said joint pain from RA can be a sign of existing joint damage that can only get worse. He prescribed Enbrel to help relieve pain and help stop further damage.
Enbrel may lower your ability to fight identified infections. Serious, sometimes fatal events including infections, tuberculosis, lymphoma, other cancers, nervous system and blood disorders, and allergic reactions have occurred. Tell your doctor if you've been someplace where fungal infections are common, or if you're prone to infections, have cuts or sores, have had hepatitis B, have been treated for heart failure, or if you have persistent fever, bruising, bleeding, or paleness. Don't start Enbrel if you have an infection like the flu.
Joint pain and damage
Can go side by side.
Ask how Enbrel can help relieve joint pain and help stop joint damage.
Enbrel.
FDA approved for 18 years.
Attention homeowners. Quicken Loans has some very important information regarding the U.S. government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. We've told you about HARP in the past, and we're happy to report that nearly 3.5 million homeowners have already taken advantage of this fantastic money-saving program. But there are so many more of you who could be saving hundreds of dollars every month on your mortgage. Quicken Loans is here to help you save your money. Why Quicken Loans? The home loan experts at Quicken Loans fully understand the HARP guidelines. We'll work with you to understand your specific circumstances and strive to find the financial solution that's best for you. Then we'll guide you through each step of the mortgage refinance process to make sure that it's both simple and easy. And for 7 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction for primary mortgage origination. And for the 3rd year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in the nation for mortgage servicing. If you're not familiar with HARP, it's a U.S. government program designed specifically for homeowners.
then in the state of Alabama as the Attorney General, and then as a United States Senator. A United States Senator that helped us and supported us on public safety issues. Then I got to know our Attorney General a little better on March 18th. Some of us in this group went to visit him.
All right, everyone, it looks like they've cut away from the Australian woman shot press conference and instead taken us to a live event featuring Jeff Sessions. You're looking at the audience there, so why not look at the speaker instead? Stand by.
Fitz will tell you we were high-fiving each other because it's about time. It's been years since we had the United States Attorney General here at our conference for NDAA. So with that, please help me welcome the 84th Attorney General of the United States of America, the Honorable Jeff Sessions.
Thank you all. Thank you. It's great to be with you so much. I appreciate that. And Mike, thank you for your leadership and friendship I know how important this organization is, and you can be sure we'll have you'll have a friend in the Capitol. I was United States Attorney 12 years. My deputy, Rod Rosenstein, he served 12 years. He said probably less than 3% of U.S. attorneys ever served 12 years, but it was a great job. And I got to work with great local prosecutors. And I know the caseloads you carry, the frustrations you have, the funding, tight funding that you have to deal with. And I just want you to know how much I appreciate your work. Rachel Brand is with me. Where's Rachel? Rachel back over here. She's our number 3 in the Department of Justice. Rachel's an Iowa girl and University of Minnesota graduate, so I know you're glad to get back in the neighborhood, Rachel. She was well raised, I got to tell you. She's a fabulous person on our team. So Mike, you are great to host me today, and I want to congratulate, or Mike Freeman, let me say. I want to congratulate, where's Mike Freeman? There he is. There's Mike. Great to see you.
All right, everyone, we are recording this Jeff Sessions event, so we will make sure to show it to you a little bit later on today, but we do want to take you back to another event also happening in Minneapolis, Minnesota. We are waiting for authorities to give us an update on the Australian woman who was fatally shot by cops over the weekend in Minnesota. What we know, she called authorities for help. Unfortunately, she did not survive. We will get an update from officials. This is a story that's starting to trend on social media. The headline on Fox News, Australian woman shot dead by Minneapolis police after calling to report a possible crime. An Australian woman engaged to marry an American next month was shot and killed by a Minneapolis cop Saturday night after calling police to report an incident, leading her family and investigators to question what caused the deadly shooting. The woman, identified as 40-year-old Justin Damond, was killed in the late-night shooting in the city's Fulton neighborhood. She reportedly had called police to report an assault. Now, officials issued a news release saying 2 Minneapolis officers responded to a 911 call of a possible assault just north of the 5100 block of Washburn Avenue South just before 11:30 p.m. Saturday. At one point, an officer fired their weapon, fatally striking a woman. Now, police were trying to determine whether any video of the incident exists. At this point, the body cameras of the officers involved were not activated, according to police. Now, there is no word of any possible surveillance cameras or dashboard cameras at this moment. We just know that the body cameras the officers were wearing were not activated. There were no weapons found at the scene. Now, the victim was an Australian national and an instructor with the Lake Harriet Spiritual Community. She was engaged to be married in August and has a son. Her fiance was reportedly on his way home from a business trip. Now, the woman, whose maiden name was Resik, but went by her fiance's last name, Damond, called police after hearing a sound in a nearby alley. This is according to her 22-year-old son, Zach. Zach spoke with the local media in Minnesota and said, "Basically, my mom's dead because a police officer shot her for reasons I don't know. I demand answers. If anybody can help, just call police and demand answers. I'm so done with all of this violence." Now, the mayor of Minneapolis, Betsy Hodges, held a press conference yesterday calling the shooting tragic. She released a lengthy statement urging people to be patient as the information on the shooting is being released. The mayor said, quote, "You can rest assured that I will share any official updates I receive with city officials, community stakeholders, and with you." Now, Michelle Gross from Communities United Against Police Brutality also released a statement following Damond's death. She said, "Sadly, we now mourn the life of Justine, a white woman living in southwest Minneapolis who simply notified the police about an assault she was concerned about. She was being a good neighbor, and she lost her life being a good neighbor." Now, both officers involved in this incident have been placed on administrative leave. The medical examiner's office is conducting an autopsy. Now, this shooting comes just a year after a Minnesota officer shot Philando Castile, an elementary school cafeteria worker, several times during a traffic stop. The deadly police-involved shooting sparked a nationwide outcry. The officer, Geronimo Yanez, was acquitted and received $48,500 to leave the police department. Now, some of you may be wondering what this Australian woman looked like, what the victim looked like. There is a photo from her Instagram that I can provide for you. That is the photo of Justine Daymont, the 40-year-old Australian woman. We will be getting an update from officials soon. Let's go ahead and pull up her Instagram page in the meantime. A very sad thing there. There she was. All right, guys, back to the scene of the press conference. We should be getting an update any moment. Stay tuned. All right, for those of you just joining us on Facebook Live, I do want to give you an update on what we know so far regarding this story. Now, we are getting updates from Minneapolis media. We are learning that 2 Minneapolis police officers responded to a 911 call made by this 40-year-old Australian woman. She called to report a possible assault in the alley just behind her home. Now, 3 sources with knowledge of the incident said that the 2 officers that were in one squad car pulled into the alley, and the woman, who was in her pajamas, went to the driver's side door and was talking to the driver of the police unit. The officer in the passenger seat pulled his gun and shot her through the driver's side door. Officials say no weapon was found at the scene. The woman died from her injuries. Those two officers are now on paid administrative leave. Yesterday, the mayor of Minneapolis held a press conference and called the shooting tragic. She said, "I am heartsick and deeply disturbed by the fatal officer-involved shooting that happened last night." She said, "I know the neighborhood well. We have few facts at this point. I want to know more. I call on the BCA to share as much information with all of us as quickly as they can." The mayor wanted to know why the body cams that the officers were wearing weren't turned on. Officials are wondering whether there was any video of this incident. Now, the victim's son, Zach, was to Zach spoke with local authorities and said, "Basically, my mom's dead because a police officer shot her for reasons I don't know. I demand answers. If anybody can help, just call police and demand answers. I'm so done with all of this violence." Zach Damon is 22 years old. His father, Don, a 50-year-old, was to marry Justine this August. He arrived at the scene with a close family friend at about 11:30 in the morning the next day. Now, the woman, Justine Damon, had heard a sound in the alley, and that's when she called police. From her home in the middle of the block, she would have had to walk a little more than 100 yards to get to the end of the alley. This is a photo of the woman, the 40-year-old woman who was fatally shot. We are now awaiting an update from officials in Minnesota regarding this shooting. Again, guys, we are just waiting for this press conference to start in Minnesota. I know a lot of people waiting for an update on this story. A lot of people intrigued by this story, not sure why the woman was shot. There was no weapon recovered at the scene. The woman had called to report a possible assault. Both officers on paid administrative leave. Both officers with body cams that weren't turned on. Again, we are waiting for this press conference to start. This wraps up my shift, but Mike Page will be joining you in just a couple minutes. Stay tuned. And it looks like we have some technical difficulties. Stand by, guys. In the meantime, here is a live look at our radar. Hopefully we get that press conference shot back up. And there it is. There it is once again. Sorry for the technical difficulties this morning, but we do appreciate everyone who's been patient with us as we work to sort out all the technical issues this morning.
Welcome everyone to the Fox 10 News Now stream. Go to fox10phoenix.com and all our viewers right now on Facebook Live as well. We're getting a press conference here shortly after an Australian woman was shot by the cops on Saturday after calling to report a possible crime. The woman, identified as Justine Damon, 40 years old, was killed in the late-night shooting in the city's Fulton neighborhood. She reportedly had called to report an assault. 2 Minneapolis police officers responded to a 911 call of a possible assault just north of the 5100 block of Washburn Avenue, just before 11:30 in the evening on Saturday. That's from the State Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, said in a news release. At one point, an officer fired their weapon, fatally striking a woman. Police were trying to determine whether any video of the incident exists. The body cameras of the officers involved were not activated. According to police, no weapon was found at the scene. The woman, an Australian national instructor with the Lake Harriet Spiritual Community, was engaged to be married in August and has a son, according to Fox 9. Her fiance, identified by the Minneapolis Star-Tribune as Don Damond, was reportedly on his way home from a business trip. Now, right now, both officers are placed on administrative leave. The medical examiner's office will be conducting an autopsy. So we're hoping to learn some more details here in this press conference. You're all watching the Fox 10 News Now stream for all our viewers, also on Facebook Live. Let us know where you are watching from. The Minneapolis mayor, at a press conference yesterday, called the shooting, quote, tragic. She released a lengthy statement urging people to be patient as information on the shooting is being released. And you can see they have a lot of press here waiting for this press conference.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's as far as I can go. Only got 10 fingers. Everyone happy? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Do you reckon it matters if I put my phone there? That's one. If it goes against that? Is it going to hurt someone's sound? I'm just not going to be able to hear it.
Maybe if you...
Like that? I'm just touching the blue?
Yeah, that should...
Thank you.
You shouldn't... Yeah, that way you're just resting on my...
Right, while we do await everyone, we're going to show you that press conference yesterday from the Minnesota mayor talking about the shooting.
I am heartsick and deeply disturbed by the fatal officer-involved shooting last night that happened in southwest Minneapolis. I know the neighborhood well. For 8 years, I was the city council member there, and I know what a tight-knit community is, a tight-knit neighborhood where people know each other and know each other well. But tonight, we will not be sharing the name of the deceased. The medical examiner will be doing that after the ME has had a chance to contact the family. So it's not our place to do that here today. From the very start, the BCA has been the lead investigative agency. It is now the policy of the Minneapolis Police Department that it not investigate itself in serious officer-involved cases like this. The MPD does not investigate itself in cases like this. Assistant Chief Arredondo called the BCA immediately, and they were and have been on the ground very, very quickly in this investigation. I've also learned that it's important that people know what it is that I have been doing and that what we as a city have been doing since the shooting happened last night. I have spent my time throughout the night and today in 3 key ways. First, getting and sharing as much information as I can and sharing it as quickly and transparently as possible. Because the BCA has been the investigator from the start, I have to let you know that Assistant Chief Arredondo and I won't have much information to share beyond what you already have, because the BCA is the lead investigative agency. Second, I've also been calling stakeholders. The team here at the city, my team, we have been calling stakeholders, neighbors, interested parties, elected officials, other people, doing that communication all day long, that including and especially with council members, including Councilmember Lene Palmisano, who is here today, other people doing that communication where the shooting happened. We're not done with that communication, but as I said, we've been doing it all day. We will be doing it into the night and for the next, and for the foreseeable future, to keep those lines of communication open. We know that it's important to keep those lines.
No, I just need to turn my thing on. As soon as I come, I'm going to jump out of shot.
Hey, Raul, this is Brant. Hey, I'm trying to feed something back to you guys on,
Welcome everyone to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of FoxNPhoenix.com. We are awaiting this press conference here in Minnesota as a woman was shot dead by police on Saturday evening after she made a call to on a suspicion of assault for someone. Now, a memorial for the woman is growing near the spot where she was shot and killed by a police officer Saturday night, though information about what exactly happened in that southwest Minneapolis alleyway remains scarce. Officials confirmed in a release yesterday and later at a press conference that a woman died as the result of an officer-involved shooting and that the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension is investigating the incident. Beyond that, they ask for patience from the public as investigators continue to probe the incident. According to the BCA, 2 Minneapolis police officers responded to a call of a possible assault around 11:30 Saturday evening in the Fulton neighborhood. At one point, an officer fired their weapon, killing the woman community members later identified as the original 911 caller. Sunday evening, activists and neighborhood residents gathered near the scene of the shooting for a vigil, identifying the victim as Justine Damond, an Australian national instructor with the Lake Harriet Spiritual Community. She lived in the area with her fiance and son, teaching meditation classes that her students say never failed to bring a little bit of joy into their day.
All right, can you let the newsroom know where it is? All right, thanks, sir. All right, bye.
All right, we are continuing to wait here for this press conference. You can see a lot of media members there in Minneapolis, Minnesota. This is a story that happened late Saturday night going into Sunday morning, and it's been the talk of the town there all day Sunday and into Monday as well. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream from fox10phoenix.com. Casting much confusion at the gathering yesterday and in the community at large was an admission from police that the officers' body cameras were not turned on at the time, nor did the squad car cameras capture any video of the incident. Investigators are attempting to determine whether any video of the incident exists, according to a release. Both officers right now are on standard administrative leave. City officials say the investigation is in its early stages and more information will be available in the coming days. Right now, a medical examiner is conducting an autopsy and will release more information once that process is completed. So this was a press conference that was supposed to start about 1 p.m. their local time. You can see it's 18 minutes past the hour. So we're still waiting. Media is out there. They have tons of cameras. And we'll see if we could get some more information here The Minneapolis mayor said on multiple platforms that she was, quote, deeply disturbed and heartsick over the incident, working through the night to get and share as much information as she could with the public. The son of the woman said, quote, basically my mom's dead because a police officer shot her for reasons I don't know. I demand answers. If anybody can help, just call police and demand answers. I'm so done with all this violence. That was from the son of the victim, Zach Damon. He's 22. The mayor says, you can rest assured that I will share any official updates I receive with city officials, community stakeholders, and with you. Michelle Gross from Communities United Against Police Brutality released a statement on the woman's deaths, saying, sadly, we now mourn the life of Justine, a white woman living in southwest Minneapolis who simply notified the police about an assault she was concerned about. She was being a good neighbor, and she lost her life being a good neighbor.
Where the shooting happened. We're not done with that communication, but as I said, we've been doing it all day. We will be doing it into the night and for the next, and for the foreseeable future to keep those lines of communication open. We know that it's important to keep those lines of communication open. Third, I've also been working with Assistant Chief Arredondo and the MPD team, City Attorney Susan Siegel, City Coordinator Spencer Cronk, and others to make sure that we are sharing information internally, that we know, that we all have the information that everybody else has. We're on the same page so we can be as responsive as possible to the media and to the community. Nevertheless, we have few facts at this point. It is difficult and challenging to have few facts at this point. We all want to know more. I want to know more. And I do call on the BCA to share as much information with all of us, with the city, with the community, as much information as they can, as quickly as they possibly can, while maintaining the integrity of their investigation. And like you, I also have a lot of questions. I have a lot of questions about why the body cameras weren't on, questions that I hope and anticipate will be answered in the next few days, and I share those questions with the community. So I will end where I began. This is not a situation that not a situation that our community ever wants to face. This is an awful situation. My heart goes out to everybody involved, including and especially the family of the woman who was shot. We care deeply, and we will be doing what we can to communicate moving forward. That said, I would like to turn it over to Assistant Chief Arredondo.
Focus.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm Assistant Chief Madera Arredondo of the Minneapolis Police Department, and as Mayor Hodges...
That's all I could do. Come on. Happy.
To comment on any of those questions. Saturday, July 15th at approximately 11:30 p.m., a 911 call was received. And Minneapolis squad was dispatched to an unknown trouble to the 5100 block of Washburn Avenue South. As the officers arrived at that location, this call of an unknown trouble turned into an officer-involved shooting. Once that information was relayed to me, I immediately activated our BCA critical incident protocol, and BCA investigators responded to this scene. Again, at this time, that is the information I can tell you. As a result of the officer-involved shooting, a woman did die as a result of this incident. The BCA, again, is in charge of this investigation, and that, once again, that is the general public safety statement that I can make at this time. Thank you.
Assistant Chief Arredondo, under the city's body camera policy, are officers supposed to activate their body cameras when they're en route to an unknown trouble call?
At this time, again, any aspects of this case as it relates to policies related to this incident, again, I refer those questions to the BCA.
Can you tell us if the body camera program is fully rolled out and if it's in its final form at this point?
Yes, our body camera usage in our equipment, every officer out there in patrol is equipped with the body cameras. So, yes, they are fully activated with the body cameras in terms of their usage, yeah.
Mayor Hodges, this is the first time in recent memory, and forgive me if I'm wrong, that I recall you coming forward after an officer-involved shooting saying that you're heartsick. What makes this different from other officer-involved shootings, from what you can gather right now?
My feelings about it aren't different. I've been heartsick every time there's been an officer-involved shooting, but it has been made clear to me by the people I represent that they want to make sure that they want to know for certain that that's how I feel, and that is, I assure you, how I feel.
It's general practice that officers are put on administrative leave after this happens. Is that the case here?
Yes, sir. The officers are on administrative leave at this time.
Are you able to tell us, like, their years of service or anything like that?
Because the BCA is in charge of this investigation now, so at a certain point in time, they will provide that information.
I would imagine that would go the same for if you've ever been called to that phone before. Would that be part of the BCA investigation as well?
Yes, any aspects related to this call, absolutely, that would be part of what they would ultimately be responsible to release if they choose to do so.
And what precinct is that?
5th Precinct, yes.
Are you able to confirm if it was the person who called 911 was the one who was shot?
At this point, that would be a question that the BCA would have to respond to.
Is there anything you can say about dash cam footage, whether that exists?
Yeah, so once again, any aspects, any elements related to this case, the BCA is investigating this, so they are the ones who would have to respond to that question.
How about the last time there's been a shooting in the shooting in the state?
But before we go on, to your question, the BCA has released information themselves in a statement saying that that they don't have body cam footage and that there isn't dash cam footage that shows the event.
Mayor, what is that like hearing that with the current climate that we're all dealing with across the country, and to hear of a shooting like this and we don't possibly have any video of the incident?
Any shooting in the city of Minneapolis is awful. I share the same questions other people have about why we don't have body cam footage of it, and I hope to get answers to that in the days coming. I know that body camera footage already has been useful to this department in myriad ways, and will be again in the future. And, I'm deeply disturbed by the whole incident.
Assistant Chief, do officers wear microphones that the audio gets recorded on the dash camera in the squad car, in addition to body cameras?
So officers do have a lapel mic. Is that what you're indicating? Yes.
Do you know if that recorded any audio from the incident?
Again, because it's related to this incident, the BCA would have to respond to that.
Any further questions? Thank you so much.
And deeply disturbed by the fatal officer-involved shooting last night that happened in southwest Minneapolis. I know the neighborhood well. For 8 years, I was the city council member there, and I know what a tight-knit community is, a tight-knit neighborhood where people know each other and know each other well. But tonight, we will not be sharing the name of the deceased. The medical examiner will be doing that after the ME has had a chance to contact the family. So it's not our place to do that here today. From the very start, the BCA has been the lead investigative agency. It is now the policy of the Minneapolis Police Department that it not investigate itself in serious officer-involved cases like this. The MPD does not investigate itself in cases like this. Assistant Chief Arredondo called the BCA immediately, and they were and have been on the ground very, very quickly in this investigation. I've also learned that it's important that people know what it is that I have been doing and that what we as a city have been doing since the shooting happened last night. I have spent my time throughout the night and today in 3 key ways. First, getting and sharing as much information as I can and sharing it as quickly and transparently as possible. Because the BCA has been the investigator from the start, I have to let you know that Assistant Chief Arredondo and I won't have much information to share beyond what you already have, because the BCA is the lead investigative agency. Second, I've also been calling stakeholders. The team here at the city, my team, we have been calling stakeholders, neighbors, interested parties, elected officials, other people, doing that communication all day long, that including and especially with council members, including Councilmember Lene Palmisano, who is here today. This is her ward where the shooting happened. We're not done with that communication, but as I said, we've been doing it all day. We will be doing it into the night and for the next, and for the foreseeable future, to keep those lines of communication open. We know that it's important to keep those lines of communication open. Third, I've also been working with Assistant Chief Arredondo and the MPD team, City Attorney Susan Siegel, City Coordinator Spencer Kronk, and others to make sure that we are sharing information internally, that we know, that we all have the information that everybody else has. We're on the same page, so we can be as responsive as possible to the media and to the community. Nevertheless, we have few facts at this point. It is difficult and challenging to have few facts at this point. We all want to know more. I want to know more. And I do call on the BCA to share as much information with all of us, with the city, with the community, as much information as they can, as quickly as they possibly can, while maintaining the integrity of their investigation. And like you, I also have a lot of questions. I have a lot of questions about why the body cameras weren't on, questions that I hope and anticipate will be answered in the next few days, and I share those questions with the community. So I will end where I began. This is not a situation that our community ever wants to face. This is an awful situation. My heart goes out to everybody involved, including and especially the family of the woman who was shot. This is an awful. We care deeply, and we will be doing what we can to communicate moving forward. That said, I would like to turn it over to Assistant Chief Arredondo.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm Assistant Chief Madera Arredondo of the Minneapolis Police Department, And as Mayor Hodges stated, what I will do is provide a general public safety statement. However, any questions related to any aspects or elements of this investigation, it is in the hands of the BCA, so I will not be able to comment on any of those questions. Saturday, July 15th at approximately 11:30 p.m., a 911 call was received, and Minneapolis squad was dispatched to an unknown trouble to the 5100 block of Washburn Avenue South. As the officers arrived at that location, this call of an unknown trouble turned into an officer-involved shooting. Once that information was relayed to me, I immediately activated our BCA critical incident protocol, and BCA investigators responded to this scene. Again, at this time, that is the information I can tell you. As a result of the officer-involved shooting, a woman did die as a result of this incident. The BCA, again, is in charge of this investigation, and that, once again, that is the general public safety statement that I can make at this time. Thank you.
Question. Assistant Chief Arredondo, under the city's body camera policy, are officers supposed to activate their body cameras when they're en route to an unknown trouble call?
At this time, again, any aspects of this case as it relates to policies related to this incident, again, I would refer those questions to the BCA.
Can you tell us if the body camera program is fully rolled out and if it's in its final form at this point?
Yes, our body camera usage in our equipment, every officer out there in patrol is equipped with the body camera. So yes, they are fully activated with the body cameras in terms of their usage, yeah.
Mayor Hodges, this is the first time in recent memory, and forgive me if I'm wrong, that I recall you coming forward after an officer-involved shooting saying that you're heartsick. What makes this different from other officer-involved shootings, from what you can gather right now?
My feelings about it aren't different. I've been heartsick every time there's been an officer-involved shooting, but it has been made clear to me by the people I represent that they want to make sure that they want to know for certain that that's how I feel, and that is, I assure you, how I feel.
It's general practice that officers are put on administrative leave after this happens. Is that the case here?
Yes, sir. The officers are on administrative leave at this time.
Are you able to tell us, like, their years of service or anything like that?
Because the BCA is in charge of this investigation now, so at a certain point in time, they will provide that information.
I would imagine that would go the same for if you've ever been called to that home before. Would that be part of the BCA investigation as well?
Yes, any aspects related to this call, absolutely, that would be part of what they would ultimately be responsible to release if they choose to do so.
And what precinct is that?
5th Precinct, yes.
Are you able to confirm if it was the person who called 911 was the one who was shot?
At this point, that would be a question that the BCA would have to respond to.
Is there anything you can say about dash cam footage, whether that exists?
Yeah, so once again, any aspects, any elements related to this case, the BCA is investigating this, so they are the ones who would have to respond to that question.
How about the last time there's been a shooting in a fatal shooting in the city?
But before we go on, to your question, the BCA has released information themselves in a statement saying that that they don't have body cam footage and that there isn't dash cam footage that shows the event.
Mayor, what is that like hearing that with the current climate?
Welcome everyone to the Fox 10 News Now stream. Still waiting for this press conference to begin. You can see we've been showing this shot for quite some time as the media is ready. We are just waiting for this press conference to begin. If you're just joining us and want to know what the story is about, a woman was shot dead by cops on Saturday evening just before midnight. Officials confirmed in a release yesterday and later at a press conference that a woman died as the result of an officer-involved shooting and that the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension is investigating the incident. And beyond that, they ask for patience from the public as investigators continue to probe the incident. According to the BCA, 2 Minneapolis police officers responded to a call of a possible assault around 11:30 Saturday evening in the Fulton neighborhood. At one point, an officer fired their weapon, killing the woman community members later identified as the original 911 caller. Sunday evening, activists and neighborhood residents gathered near the scene of the shooting for a vigil identifying the victim as Justine Damon, an Australian national and instructor with the Lake Harriet spiritual community. She lived in the area with her fiance and son, teaching meditation classes that her students say never failed to bring a little bit of joy into their day. Sadly, we now mourn the life of Justine, a white woman living in southwest Minneapolis who simply notified the police about an assault she was concerned about. Michelle Gross of Communities United Against Police Brutality said she was being a good neighbor and she lost her life for being a good neighbor. Causing much confusion at the gathering and in the community at large was admission from police that the officers' body cameras were not turned on at the time, nor did the squad car cameras capture any video of the incident. Investigators are attempting to determine whether any video of the incident does exist. Both officers right now are on standard administrative leave. The Minneapolis mayor, who we just heard, said on multiple platforms that she was deeply disturbed and heartsick over the incident. One of the mayor's opponents in this year's race, an outspoken police reformist, also attended the vigil honoring the woman, making an impassioned plea for justice to those present. For those of you just joining us, everyone, we are continuing to wait for this press conference. Australian woman shot by police Saturday evening. And folks, we also do have video coming in. This was tweeted by a reporter for Fox 9 there in Minneapolis. This is the son, Zach Damon, on what he would like to tell the Minneapolis police officer who shot and killed his mom over the weekend. Let's hear from that audio.
You have no idea the impact that he had on thousands of people. No idea. And I hope that he wakes up every single day and he thinks about it. And then I hope that he thinks about how he can be a better person, because that's what she did every single day. And if you don't do that, then you're not even living either, man.
All right, let's hear that one more time. This is the son speaking.
What would you say to him?
Like, why? Why did you do it, man? You have no idea the impact that he had on thousands of people. No idea. And I hope that he wakes up every single day and he thinks about it. And then I hope that he thinks about how he can be a better person because that's what she did every single day. And if you don't do that, then you're not even living either, man.
All right, so obviously a very, very hard time for the son and the family and friends of this woman. And we are expecting at any moment now a statement from her fiance. But we've been waiting now for more than an hour, so we really don't have a solid time of when this may happen. But again, we are expecting a statement from her fiance at any moment now. We also do have a head-on camera as well, waiting for the statement. All right, folks, we are continuing to wait here. You see the top right corner of your screen, the head-on shot with all the microphones ready for that fiance to make the statement. We're just waiting for that fiance here. Obviously, a very hard time for the family and the friends here. This shooting comes a year after a Minnesota officer shot Philando Castile, an elementary school cafeteria worker, several times during a traffic stop. The deadly police-involved shooting sparked nationwide outcry. The officer was acquitted and received $48,000 to leave the department. So we are awaiting this statement from the victim's fiance. Moments ago, we did hear from the son, 22 years old, who is obviously taking this very hard. And what doesn't help is that there's so much confusion right now in the community as well to why did this all happen. Right now, the city officials say the investigation is still in its early stages and that more information will be available in the coming days.
Heartsick and deeply disturbed by the fatal officer-involved shooting last night that happened in Southwest Minneapolis. Deeply disturbed. I know the neighborhood well. For 8 years, I was the city council member there, and I know what a tight-knit community is, a tight-knit neighborhood where people know each other and know each other well. But tonight, we will not be sharing the name of the deceased. The medical examiner will be doing that after the ME has had a chance to contact the family. So it's not our place to do that here today. From the very start, the BCA has been the lead investigative agency. It is now the policy of the Minneapolis Police Department that it not investigate itself in serious officer-involved cases like this. The MPD does not investigate itself in cases like this. Assistant Chief Arredondo called the BCA immediately, and they were and have been on the ground very, very quickly in this investigation. I've also learned that it's important that people know what it is that I have been doing and that what we as a city have been doing since the shooting happened last night. I have spent my time throughout the night and today in 3 key ways. First, getting and sharing as much information as I can and sharing it as quickly and transparently as possible. Because the BCA has been the investigator from the start, I have to let you know that Assistant Chief Arredondo and I won't have much information to share beyond what you already have, because the BCA is the lead investigative agency. Second, I've also been calling stakeholders. The team here at the city, my team, we have been calling stakeholders, neighbors, interested parties, elected officials, other people, doing that communication all day long, that including and especially with council members, including Councilmember Linnea Palmisano, who is here today. This is her ward where the shooting happened. We're not done with that communication, but as I said, we've been doing it all day. We will be doing it into the night and for the next, and for the foreseeable future, to keep those lines of communication open. We know that it's important to keep those lines of communication open. Third, I've also been working with Assistant Chief Arredondo and the MPD team, City Attorney Susan Siegel, City Coordinator Spencer Cronk, and others to make sure that we are sharing information internally, that we know, that we all have the information that everybody else has. We're on the same page so we can be as responsive as possible to the media and to the community. Nevertheless, we have few facts at this point. It is difficult and challenging to have few facts at this point. We all want to know more. I want to know more. And I do call on the BCA to share as much information with all of us, with the city, with the community, as much information as they can, as quickly as they possibly can, while maintaining the integrity of their investigation. And like you, I also have a lot of questions. I have a lot of questions about why the body cameras weren't on, questions that I hope and anticipate will be answered in the next few days, and I share those questions with the community. So I will end where I began. This is not a situation that our community ever wants to face. This is an awful situation. My heart goes out to everybody involved, including and especially the family of the woman who was shot. We care deeply, and we will be doing what we can to communicate moving forward. That said, I would like to turn it over to Deputy Assistant Chief Arredondo.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm Assistant Chief Madera Arredondo of the Minneapolis Police Department, and as Mayor Hodges stated, what I will do is provide a general public safety statement. However, any questions related to any aspects or elements of this investigation, it is in the hands of the BCA, so I will not be able to comment on any of those questions. Saturday, July 15th at approximately 11:30 p.m., a 911 call was received, and Minneapolis squad was dispatched to an unknown trouble to the 5100 block of Washburn Avenue South. As the officers arrived at that location, this call of an unknown trouble turned into an officer-involved shooting. Once that information was relayed to me, I immediately activated our BCA critical incident protocol, and BCA investigators responded to this scene. Again, at this time, that is the information I can tell you. As a result of the officer-involved shooting, a woman did die as a result of this incident. The BCA, again, is in charge of this investigation, and that, once again, that is the general public safety statement that I can make at this time. Thank you.
Questions? Assistant Chief Arredondo, under the city's body camera policy, are officers supposed to activate their body cameras when they're en route to an unknown trouble call?
At this time, again, any aspects of this case as it relates to policies related to this incident, again, I refer those questions to the BCA.
Can you tell us that the body camera program is fully rolled out and if it's in its final form at this point?
Yes, our body camera usage in our equipment, every officer out there in patrol is equipped with the body cameras. So yes, they are fully activated with the body cameras in terms of their usage, yeah.
Mayor Hodges, this is the first time in recent memory, and forgive me if I'm wrong, that I recall you coming forward after an officer-involved shooting saying that you're heartsick. What makes this different from other officer-involved shootings, from what you can gather right now?
My feelings about it aren't different. I've been heartsick every time there's been an officer-involved shooting, but it has been made clear to me by the people I represent that they want to make sure that they want to know for certain that that's how I feel, and that is, I assure you, how I feel.
It's general practice that officers are put on administrative leave after this happens. Is that the case here?
Yes, sir. The officers are on administrative leave at this time.
Are you able to tell us, like, their years of service or anything like that?
Because the BCA is in charge of this investigation now, so at a certain point in time, they will provide that information.
I would imagine that would equal the same for if you've ever been called to that home before. Would that be part of the BCA investigation as well?
Yes, any aspects related to this call, absolutely, that would be part of what they would ultimately be responsible to release if they choose to do so.
And what precinct is that?
5th Precinct, yes.
Are you able to confirm if it was the person who called 911 was the one who was shot?
At this point, that would be a question that the BCA would have to respond to.
Is there anything you can say about dash cam footage, whether that exists?
Yeah, so once again, any aspects, any elements related to this case, the BCA is investigating this, so they are the ones who would have to respond to that question.
How about the last time there's been a shooting in a fatal shooting in
But before we go on, to your question, the BCA has released information themselves in a statement saying that that they don't have body cam footage and that there isn't dash cam footage that shows the event.
Mayor, what is that like hearing that with the current climate that we're all dealing with across the country, and you hear of a shooting like this and we don't possibly have any video of the incident?
Any shooting in the city of Minneapolis is awful. I share the same questions other people have about why we don't have body cam footage of it, and I hope to get answers to that in the days coming. I know that body camera footage already has been useful to this department in myriad ways, and will be again in the future. And you know, I'm deeply disturbed by the whole incident.
Assistant Chief, do officers wear microphones that the audio gets recorded on the dash camera in the squad car, in addition to body cameras?
So officers do have a lapel mic. Is that what you're indicating? Yes.
Do you know if that recorded any audio from the incident?
Again, because it's related to this incident, the BCA would have to respond to that.
Any further questions? Thank you so much.
And you can see the reporters doing their stand-ups right now as we continue to wait for this press conference from the fiance of the victim here. Continuing to watch live here on the Fox 10 and News Downstream, and all our viewers watching worldwide as well on Facebook Live. Well, we've been waiting for more than an hour now, waiting for some kind of statement. Who knows? Will it happen? Oh, we do have some movement here. It looks like this is the sun. That was the sun right there. Let's see if they're going to be walking over. Everybody's trying to get video now. Looks like we could be getting a statement very soon, or is the sun, maybe the sun is not even coming.
You know, gathering their thoughts. There was plans for them to address the media today. That is her son, Zach. He has spoken about the need for answers. You know, this incident has torn apart his family, stolen the life of a woman he described as his best friend. So just an absolute tragedy. That was her son, Zach, just leaving the home, and we're expecting to hear from her fiance, Don, in just a few moments. Absolutely. Justine moved to the United States about 3 years ago. She was working as a spiritual healer, teaching meditation and yoga, a very much loved member of the community. And we heard from some women today who organised a vigil for Justine last night. Let's take a listen to what she had to say.
All right, folks, so we continue to wait. We did see the sun leave leave the home. Right now we are just in a holding pattern for this statement to be read. All right, looks like our shot did go black here. Let's hold on and see if we could reestablish that connection, or we may have the press conference just a little bit later. All right, staying in Minnesota, everybody, we are going to hear, just wrapping up about 20 minutes ago, the Attorney General Jeff Sessions talking in Minnesota about law enforcement and criminal justice.
Our Attorney General, and I can't tell you how good it felt to hear our United States Attorney General talk about public safety, talking about going after the evils, the cartels, the people that are taking advantage regarding human trafficking, and what we've got to do a better job of protecting our peace officers in this country for all the brave work that they do. We had a great feeling. I won't lie to you, when we stepped outside, Fitz will tell you we were high-fiving each other because it's about time. It's been years since we had the United States Attorney General here at our conference for NDAA. So with that, please help me welcome the 84th Attorney General of the United States of America, the Honorable Jeff Sessions.
All right, folks, we are going to, look at that. We are going to show you the Senate floor where we are being told that Mitch McConnell is speaking right now. So we'll take that as soon as we get that shot available for you. Here we go.
Support in order to waste the Senate's time, and presumably with the simultaneous goal of impeding the president's ability to make almost any appointments at all. If this trend continues, it will take us more than 11 years to confirm the remaining presidential appointments. So let me repeat that, Mr. President. More than 11 years. Presidential term lasts 4 years. The level of obstruction exhibited by Senate Democrats on these nominees is simply breathtaking. It's often leaving key departments without the senior leadership needed to guide our country through the various challenges that we face. It needs to stop. The Senate needs to confirm Mr. Shanahan quickly. And we need to do that for the sake of our national security. And our colleagues need to stop this immediately for the sake of the country. Now, one final matter. Obamacare has been hurting the people we represent for many years now. That's why the Senate's been working hard to move beyond its failures. Costs were supposed to go down under Obamacare, but they skyrocketed. Premiums have already increased by an average of more than 100% on the federal exchange. Next year, they could rise by as much as 50% or more in states as diverse as Georgia, New Mexico, and Maryland. Look, we need to tackle this problem. The revised discussion draft we released last week contains many different reforms designed to make insurance more affordable and more flexible, so it's something Americans actually want to buy. It gives Americans more choices for managing their care. It also takes aim at Obamacare's taxes that target the middle class and drive up premiums, taxes on everything from health insurance to over-the-counter medication. Choice was supposed to go up under Obamacare, but of course it plummeted. Americans living in 70% of counties have little or no options for Obamacare insurance today. Next year, nearly 40% fewer insurers have filed to offer plans. Many Americans face the real possibility of having no options at all and could find themselves trapped, forced by law to purchase Obamacare insurance, but left by Obamacare without any means to do so. We need to tackle this problem. The revised discussion draft is designed to stabilize the collapsing insurance markets and encourage more insurers to participate. It will transfer many healthcare decisions away from Washington bureaucrats and politicians and put them back with Americans and their doctors. It will also give Americans the freedom to decide their own health care, allowing them to purchase the insurance they actually want rather than just forcing Americans to buy what Obamacare is selling. Now, there are other health care problems that need to be tackled as well. We need to strengthen Medicaid, for instance, so it can deliver better care at better cost today and remain available for future generations tomorrow. Our legislation contains important reforms to move our country forward in all of these areas. These are the kinds of reforms Americans deserve. Not the status quo of Obamacare, not a multi-million-dollar Band-Aid, not a piling on of even more Obamacare, but real patient-centered reforms that can finally move us beyond the pain of this law. The only way we'll get there is with continued hard work, and that's just what we intend to do. I understand there's a bill at the desk. Do a second reading.
Read the title of the bill for the second time.
H.R. 2430, an act to amend the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, and so forth, and for other purposes.
In order to place the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I would object to further proceedings.
Objection is heard. The bill will be placed on the calendar. Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the Shanahan nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, Department of Defense, Patrick M. Shanahan of Washington to be Deputy Secretary.
All right, folks, we are going to take you, happening right now, President Donald Trump is joined by Vice President Mike Pence as they are participating in a Made in America product showcase on the South Lawn. Let's go there live.
Where's that made? The Hickley yacht. Hello, folks. Hello, President. Forklift out of Mississippi. See you inside. Hold up.
They're going to go this way, but I'm going to give you this way.
Okay. Mr. President, the Senator from Texas. Mr. President, on Thursday, after 2 additional weeks of consultation and input from senators.
You guys will just go here and then take the right stairs.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Stand by.
Hold on.
No wind.
Good. Okay.
Yeah.
Remember, only tight pull turns left at the top of the stairs.
So you can see the reporters and photographers getting ready to go into the White House for this event. We will bring that to you shortly here as soon as we get that feed. Let's go back now to the Senate floor.
Government-approved health insurance or claim some sort of hardship exemption. So while Obamacare was sold under the premise that if you like your policy, you can keep your policy. If you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. And oh, by the way, your premiums are going to go down $2,500. What people have experienced has been the opposite of that, with premiums going up on average $3,000. So we simply believe that we have to act to save the millions of people who are being hurt by the status quo. And that would be true whether Hillary Clinton were president or Donald Trump were president. So our first goal in the Better Care Reconciliation Act is to stabilize the insurance markets, to make sure that people actually have an insurance company that they can buy from. Our second goal is to get premiums down. The reason premiums are down are mainly twofold. One is that you have younger, healthier people simply foregoing insurance, leaving only sicker, older people in the risk pools, and under adverse selection, that means everybody pays higher premiums when younger, healthier people simply don't purchase the product because they can't be part of that risk pool. The second reason why premiums are so high is the mandates. People simply being ordered by their own government to buy coverage that they don't want or need, which drives up premiums, not to mention the fact that young people are subsidizing older people's health insurance premiums the way that Obamacare was constructed. So we're going to do everything we can to get the premiums down. And with the first Congressional Budget Office report, it said that long-term you would see premiums go down as much as 30% by the year 2020. But we want to do even better than that if we can. The fourth thing we said we wanted to do was, the third thing we said we wanted to do is we wanted to protect people with pre-existing conditions. You know, when people are forced to keep a job that they really don't want because they don't want to lose their employer-provided health coverage due to pre-existing conditions, we don't want people to be stuck at a job they don't want or be unable to quit their job and look for something else because they're worried about not being covered due to pre-existing condition exclusions. So we maintain the current status of the law with regard to protecting people from pre-existing conditions. And then the fourth thing that we try to do in this bill is we try to take one of the large entitlement programs, Medicaid, which is an important safety net to low-income Americans, and to put it on a sustainable path. Now, there's some people that think you can spend hundreds of billions of dollars more for Medicaid over time, and we can continue to deliver those services to the poor people in our country, and we don't need to worry about crowding out defense spending or education or some other priority. We simply cannot do it. And so what we've done is put it on a responsible growth rate and delegate more of that authority to the states to come up with innovative programs. So our plan will remove costly mandates. It'll help provide more options and drive down some of the exorbitant costs. We will soon have a chance to rescue the American people from the failures of the Obamacare experiment. This is a critical moment for the Senate. I want to go over a few updates to the discussion draft, perhaps in hopes that some of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle will realize that when faced with the choice of our reform plan or the status quo, that the choice is clear. So after listening to a number of senators, we made some important updates. For example, to combat the opioid epidemic that's ravaging the country, our new draft includes an additional $45 billion for substance abuse and recovery. As this chart indicates, the number of people with HIV has gone down to 6,400 thanks to innovations in drug therapy principally. Car accidents, 37,000 people die a year in the United States as a result of car accidents, but 52,000 and growing number of people lose their lives due to opioid and other drug overdoses. This is an epidemic that has to be dealt with. The abuse of heroin and prescription painkillers is devastating families and communities all across the country, but particularly we hear from our colleagues in Ohio and West Virginia and Kentucky that this is an urgent and unmet need. These additional resources will be critical for providers, for advocates, and for families on the front lines of this crisis. As I said, our colleagues from Ohio and West Virginia and in New Hampshire and other places advocated for something called the Comprehensive Addiction and Recovery Act last year, which we were able to pass to address this crisis. We passed additional legislation called the 21st Century Cures Act in December, which again added additional resources. But this represents the single largest allocation or appropriation of federal dollars to deal with this crisis that's ever occurred before. And I think it's because it's necessary. And I thank our colleagues for bringing this to our attention. This is a shocking statistic when you think about it, that more people die of drug overdoses in America today than die in car accidents. And we're going to do something about that in this legislation. We're also introducing a provision that would, for the first time, allow people to use pre-tax dollars to pay for their insurance premiums. Let's say you pay 25% of your income to taxes. Well, if you can use pre-tax dollars, then basically that effectively lowers your out-of-pocket cost if you can use pre-tax dollars rather than net of tax. And so we expand the use of health savings accounts to give people that ability, which effectively lowers the cost of their premiums again, and provides them more flexibility in terms of determining how to provide for their health care. Some people may decide, and we want to give them the freedom to do so, to say, well, maybe all I need is a hospitalization policy, in addition to a health savings account where I'll put pre-tax dollars in there and save them and use those to pay for doctor's visits. That's the kind of thing that I believe we've seen in states like Indiana and elsewhere that have been used very effectively to provide additional choices for consumers and their physicians on how they address their health care needs and their costs. So as I say, allowing consumers to use pre-tax dollars to pay for their health insurance premiums will help bridge the coverage gap. Both the Congressional Budget Office and the Joint Committee on Taxation have affirmed this will help boost access to health care coverage. Another improvement this latest discussion draft brings forward is more options to buy lower premium plans. Under the Better Care Act, anyone in the individual market is allowed to purchase a lower premium health insurance plan, like the one I mentioned. While those plans have lower monthly costs with a higher deductible, they'll still cover up to 3 primary care visits a year and ultimately limit an individual's out-of-pocket costs. And coupled together with the health savings account, this may well be the most affordable way for people to address their health care. Not everybody's the same. That was part of the problem with Obamacare. It treated us all like we were widgets and not human beings with unique needs, depending on our family circumstances, our health condition, or what part of the country we lived in. This allows people to personalize and individualize their own health care plan. I think this is great news for otherwise healthy adults previously barred from purchasing these plans under Obamacare. Young people who we need in the insurance pool in order to bring down premiums for everybody else. These younger people don't want to have to subsidize older folks' health coverage. They want to pay the freight for their own costs, but this will allow them access to a lower cost plan that will allow them to be covered for an unexpected hospitalization, or other catastrophic event. In addition to this freedom of choice, these plans will now also be eligible for tax credits. In other words, what we provide is a refundable tax credit, which essentially is a check from the federal government to the insurance company to pay your health insurance premium. But under Obamacare, people enrolled in these sort of catastrophic plans were prohibited from receiving tax credits like the ones we're offering, even when they met all other eligibility requirements. That doesn't make any sense, and our legislation fixes that. We've also made several revisions to Medicaid. I might just mention, Mr. President, there's a lot of discussion about whether we are cutting Medicaid. And I've said before, only in Washington, D.C. can you spend more money year after year and be accused of cutting. Honestly, fairly, what we do is reduce the rate of growth for Medicaid, this uncapped entitlement program that's contributed to more than $20 trillion in national debt. We put it on a reasonable budget and a rate of growth. And actually, from the beginning till the end, we'll see Medicaid spending go up by the federal government, $71 billion. But ultimately, for Medicaid to work more efficiently for the people it's intended to serve, primarily the children, the blind, the disabled, the elderly, frail, we need to give the states more flexibility to implement Medicaid spending based upon the unique needs of people in their states. One of the big problems with Obamacare is it expanded Medicaid to otherwise healthy adults. We've got a better way to deal with that using the tax credit, the state innovation and stability funds, and something called the 1332 waivers, where the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services essentially is giving the states the opportunity to innovate and use the money in the tax credit to come up with something that suits the needs of their population. And really what we need to do is get Medicaid back focused on the most vulnerable population, which are the disabled, the blind, the elderly, frail elderly, and children. To improve the management of vulnerable populations such as this, now states can apply for a waiver to utilize existing funds as they see fit to improve community-based services that these folks rely on. Our Medicaid provisions allow the states flexibility to route funds to regions impacted by public health emergencies, which includes disastrous weather events like hurricanes. So instead of being applied as a block grant or based on per capita caps, under our legislation, emergency funding will be applied where and when it's needed. And lastly, under our Medicaid revision, states can add expansion populations under existing block grants if they choose to do so. But Medicaid will always be, as it has been, a federal-state shared expense. But by allowing states to be flexible in their Medicaid application, we can help them fill the gaps that the mandates under Obamacare chose to merely gloss over. So, for example, in Texas, we were not a Medicaid expansion state, so young adults between 100% of poverty and 138% of poverty will now get access to a tax credit, the Innovation and Stability Funds, and these waivers, which will allow them for the first time to get access to private health insurance. That's good for them, and I think represents a vast improvement over the status quo, about 600,000 in Texas alone. Our new draft includes an additional $70 billion to encourage states and help them implement these new reforms. You know, really what I have come to learn is that people don't really trust Washington, D.C., and certainly based on the experience of Obamacare, this failed experiment where people were promised certain things that ended up not being true and creating the problems that now we're having to fix, I think people will have a lot more confidence in a plan that lets the governors and lets state leaders manage this money and address the health care needs of their population in a way for people who are closest to those people rather than here out of Washington, D.C. And our bill does that in a dramatic way. Takes that authority and power grabbed by Obamacare and gives it back to the governors and the states to manage. And based on the polling I've seen, people certainly have greater confidence in the states and their leadership at the local level to deal with this than they do under Obamacare. So if governors want to try to come up with unique health care products to drive down premiums through cost sharing or increase funding for health savings accounts, this legislation gives them greater flexibility, and it gives them additional funding through the Innovation and Stability Fund to do just that. Many of us have quoted Louis Brandeis, who served on the United States Supreme Court, who famously said that the states are the laboratories of democracy. And it's true. You don't see any innovation at the federal level. It's more like dealing with the Politburo. It's all command and control. It's central planning, which we know doesn't work very well. But the states are the laboratories of democracy, and if we give them the freedom to innovate and the resources to do so, I think we can expect our health care system to move forward. Soon we're going to have a critical vote, one that's been 7 years in the making. And while our plan is not perfect, it is certainly better than the status quo, which is why we call it the Better Care Act. This is not the end, as Dr. Tom Price of Health and Human Services points out. This is just the next step. We know we're going to have other opportunities to address health care, and most notably in September when we reauthorize the Children's Health Insurance Program. But this, by any measure, represents an improvement over the status quo, and I think there are some very useful parts of this bill that people will like if they look at it objectively and consider it fairly. But if we don't take up the bill, well, it can't be changed, and millions of Americans will continue to be harmed by the status quo. So that's a decision that all of us are going to have to make when we move to the bill. Do we have enough confidence that we can make it better, or are we simply going to throw our hands up and say, well, I give up before we even start, leaving people with the failure of the status quo? So I'd like to encourage our colleagues to work with us to make this legislation better. It's unfortunate that health care has become such a polarizing and partisan issue. It doesn't need to be that way. But it started off with Obamacare, which was passed with along purely party lines, creating a situation where there's not bipartisan support for health care generally, which is a real tragedy, given the importance this has to all of us and all of our families. But given the hand we've been dealt with, we're going to plow ahead and do the best we can. And Mr. President, I sat down at my computer this morning and I started to write a list of things I like about the Better Care Act that perhaps most people haven't heard much about. Number one, it repeals the individual mandate. This is the fine that's been imposed on people for not buying government-approved health insurance. It repeals the job-killing employer mandate. This bill will lower premiums, repeal burdensome taxes, and restore choices. It will help stabilize insurance markets and protect people from pre-existing conditions. It'll allow people to use pre-tax dollars to pay their health care costs, including insurance premiums. And it provides substantial resources to fight opioid and other substance abuse. It provides better quality coverage to low-income Americans that will improve medical outcomes for low-income Americans. And it puts Medicaid on a sustainable path. So, Mr. President, I'd like to encourage all of our colleagues to work with us to help make this legislation even stronger. Everybody will be able to offer an amendment and get a vote on the amendment when this bill comes to the floor. Because I believe the alternative is a disaster for our country, and we simply can't afford to let it stand. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I note the absence of quorum.
Will the senator hold his request?
Mr. President.
The senator from Florida.
Mr. President, I came to speak on a different subject and will not speak at length about the health care bill because this senator has spoken on a number of occasions about the health care bill. Just suffice it to say, in light of what the majority whip has just said, that if we really did want to seek a bipartisan solution to the health care situation in expanding health care for as many people as we possibly can, then what we do in a bipartisan way is start saying we've got a current law, let's fix what needs fixing. And this senator can say that there are a number of discussions going on between Democratic senators and Republican senators about doing just that, about such items as a reinsurance fund to insure companies against catastrophe, the likes of which, in a proposal that this senator has filed, has been costed out, and in my state of Florida would reduce insurance premiums for health insurance 13% in Florida. It's ideas like that in a bipartisan way that will solve and bring stability to the marketplace. And that's why insurance companies, in fact, are being vigorous in their opposition to the Cruz part of this bill, the Senator Cruz part of the bill, that basically destabilizes the market by taking all of the older and sicker people and putting them in one pot and the younger and healthier people in another pot, which is exactly the opposite of what the principle of insurance is. The principle of insurance is you spread the risk over as many people as you can, and thereby can bring down the per unit cost. Well, if we really wanted to fix it in a bipartisan way, we'd be able to. But still, as you can see, there's not the appetite for that in this highly polarized, highly ideological, and highly partisan atmosphere that we find ourselves on this particular topic. Now, this senator came here to talk about another thing that is equally disturbing, because there is a blatant, coordinated effort by some elected officials to muzzle the scientific community. And when you start muzzling scientists, you don't come up with the facts, you don't come up with the truth, and what is being presented as facts doesn't really match the truth, and certainly the rhetoric doesn't match what's happening. For example, just last month in the state of Florida, the Florida legislature passed and the governor signed into law a bill that allows any resident of the state, regardless of whether or not they have a student in school, any resident can challenge what is being taught in the public schools. So if a single resident objects to a certain subject that students are being taught having to do with science, a subject such as what's happening in the climate and the changes and the fact that the sun's rays come in and reflect off the earth and go back, reflect out, and radiate the heat back out into space. But when you start putting what are known as the greenhouse gases, like carbon dioxide and methane up there, they suddenly act as a ceiling a greenhouse gas ceiling having a greenhouse effect, trapping the heat, causing the earth to heat up. 2/3 of the earth is covered with water, the oceans. Most of that heat is absorbed in the oceans, and what happens to water when it is heated? It expands. And so that is a fact. Sea level rise in South Florida is a fact. It's a measurement over the last 40 years. The seas have risen 8 inches in South Florida. That is a fact. But if there are some who object to that climate scientist, then under this new law just signed by the governor, they're going to be able to object that that subject is being taught in our public schools, and a single hearing officer will determine, Lord only knows who that officer is appointed by, that single person will determine under the new law if the objection is justified, and they can force a local public school to remove the subject from its curriculum. Does that sound a little bit strange? And does that sound a little bit scary? Seems like this is the most brazen attack on science that we've seen in a long time, and it is a blatant attempt to cover up the truth. Instead of accepting the fact that the seas are rising and what is going to be a very real threat, and already is, to a coastline like Florida, they want to literally rip the subject right out of our children's textbooks, while at the same time silencing the teachers and the scientists. I don't think we can sit back and allow our public schools to become political battlegrounds. And we shouldn't allow politicians to silence our teachers and scientists just because they don't happen to like that part of the science. While this bill was just enacted in Florida, it may be one of the most egregious examples of hiding the truth, but unfortunately, I'm sad to report it is not the only one. In fact, in 2015, Florida's governor went so far as to reportedly ban state officials from even using the term climate change in their reports. Doesn't that sound like muzzling? Yet the effect of sea level rise is still painfully evident in South Florida. What about the water washing over the curbs on Miami Beach at the seasonal high tide? What about the water that's coming over the streets in the Las Olas section of Fort Lauderdale at the seasonal high tides? And in just a month, the new head of the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency fired several members of the Board of Scientific Counselors, the very people responsible for overseeing the agency's science and research programs. These were scientists at the top of their fields, working on behalf of the American people. And suddenly, in one fell swoop, the new head of the EPA fired them all and wants them to replace them with, you guessed it, industry representatives, scientists from the very industries that EPA is supposed to monitor and oversee. Now, if this is not
what completes the picture of putting the fox in charge of the hen house, I don't know what is. And the hen house is not just climate science, but includes basic research in all fields, including healthcare, NIH. By the way, thank goodness we got a head of NIH, that's a guy who broke the code on the human genome, Dr. Collins. It includes the fields of astronomy, how about NASA? And it includes the origin of the universe, quantum physics in multiple agencies. This disturbing trend of hiding the truth, if it doesn't match their rhetoric, is a trend that's spreading across all levels of government. If information can't be removed from the public domain altogether, then guess what they try to do? Try to discredit it. So look, for example, what's been done right now in an effort to pass this disastrous Republican health bill. Instead of, as I just made our comments preparatory to this science subject, instead of trying to work together on a bipartisan bill aimed at improving our nation's healthcare system, some on the other side of the aisle have resorted to attacking who? Attacking the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office after it said the bill will take health care coverage away from tens of millions of people. The nonpartisan CBO is just that. It's nonpartisan. It's responsible for eliminating the cost and effects of estimating the cost and effects of nearly every bill that Congress considers. And yet suddenly, when its conclusions in CBO don't match the rhetoric coming from one side, they turn their attacks on the scientists and the mathematicians who release the findings. Listen to this quote. I have a lot of questions about our accuracy of the CBO, one of our Republican colleagues said here in the Senate. CBO's time has, quote, come and gone, end of quote, the White House budget director said earlier this year. Quote, we disagree strenuously with this report, HHS Secretary Price said. Quote, the CBO's report's coverage numbers defy logic. Quote, if you're looking for the CBO for accuracy, you're looking in the wrong place.
So, all right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now Stream. We are going to take you now to the White House, where President Trump is starting his event.
Well, good afternoon. Members of the Cabinet, distinguished members of Congress, and all these incredible representatives of American businesses from all 50 states, and our honored guests, on behalf of the President and the First Family, welcome to the White House. And thanks to the leadership of a president who believes in American manufacturing, welcome to Made in America Week here in our nation's capital. You know, it's the greatest privilege in my life to serve as vice president to a president who always puts America first and puts American manufacturing first. Our president knows that America is a nation of dreamers and doers, a nation of producers and growers and makers. And since the very first day of this administration, we've taken decisive action to promote and protect what he calls those three beautiful words: Made in America. In fact, this president has signed more laws slashing through federal red tape than any president in American history. Under President Trump's leadership, we've been fighting for trade that's both free and fair so that American businesses and American workers can compete and win with companies anywhere in the world. In fact, as we were just talking down the hallway, just last month, thanks to the President's leadership, American beef is now being shipped to China for the first time in 13 years. We've been unleashing American-made energy, rolling back the Clean Power Plan, approving the Keystone and Dakota pipelines, and when he did so, President Trump took executive action to make sure that new pipelines in America would be built by American workers using American steel. Thanks to the President's leadership, American manufacturers haven't been this optimistic in more than 2 decades, and the confidence of American farmers is soaring to near record levels. And we're going to continue to fight every single day to ensure that our country continues to make the best machines, grow the best food, and design the best technology in the world. Because President Donald Trump knows that Made in America will make America great again. So, with gratitude for his leadership and admiration for his unwavering confidence in the boundless capacity of the American people, it is now my high honor and distinct privilege to introduce to all of you the 45th President of the United States of America, President Donald Trump.
Thank you, Mike. And you know, Mike, it is true that as I walked through the halls, we saw so many great companies, but the gentleman who was in charge of Omaha beef, they do beef, he hugged me. He wanted to kiss me so badly because he said, our business is a whole different business now because you got China approved. The other administrations couldn't even come close. And I told him, you know how long it took? 1 sentence. I said, President Xi, we'd love to sell beef back in China again. He said, you can do that. That was the end of that, right? Sonny, the great Sonny Perdue. So we're very happy, but we're here today to celebrate American manufacturing and to showcase the amazing products from all 50 states made in the USA. Remember in the old days, they used to have made in the USA, made in America, but made in the USA. We're going to start doing that again. We're going to put that brand on our product because it means it's the best. In just a few months and moments, I will say what we've done over a short period of time and what we're going to be doing over the next 6 months will be incredible. We've signed more bills, and I'm talking about through the legislature, than any president ever. For a while, Harry Truman had us. And now I think we have everybody, Mike. I better say think, otherwise they'll give me a Pinocchio. And I don't like those. I don't like Pinocchios. In just a few moments, I'll be signing a presidential proclamation to launch Made in America Week and to make today Made in America Day. We are thrilled to be joined today by so many incredible members
of my cabinet. Every member of my administration shares the same goal: to provide a level playing field for American workers and for American industry. And we are providing it much faster than other countries would like. So it's been really a pleasure. We want to build, create, and grow more products in our country using American labor, American goods, and American grit. When we purchase products made in the USA, the profits stay here, the revenue stays here, and the jobs, maybe most importantly of all, they stay right here in the USA. In the audience today, we have skilled workers, we have business leaders whose American-made goods we're proudly displaying all over the White House and outside. I saw fire engines, I saw tractors from Caterpillar, I saw some incredible machinery. Make it right here. We thank you for being here. We're honored to showcase your creations, and I will say they've really taken on, and some of you have built names that I know of for so long, and it's congratulations, right? You in particular. What a great job you've done. Thank you very much. And I saw you on television this morning. You were fantastic. I don't know what you're doing exactly, but you could always have a second career. You did a great job. Thank you very much. American workers, farmers, and innovators are really the best in the world. We know that, and what we're doing that is we're displaying those talents. You construct and harvest the products that fill our homes, feed our families, and defend our nation and enrich our lives. I want to make a pledge to each and every one of you. No longer are we going to allow other countries to break the rules, steal our jobs, and drain our wealth. And it has been drained. It has been drained. You're going to see a lot of things happening over the next 6 months, you know, statutorily and through a lot of different legal, through the legal process. It takes a while to get it set so that you're allowed to do it. You're not allowed to do it, but we've now mostly fulfilled all of that, and over the next short period of time, you're going to see things announced that you won't even believe for our country and for selling product in our country and making product in our country and things that are great for American jobs. You're going to be seeing that happening really quickly because we are totally set up, and the hard part now is done. It is a long, horrible process, but we're going to also get rid of some of that process for the future. But we're going to stand up for our companies and maybe most importantly for our workers. For decades, Washington has allowed other nations to wipe out millions of American jobs through unfair trade practices. Wait till you see what's up for you. You are going to be so happy. This painful exodus of American jobs, and I've been talking about it for years, was also marked by a period of sluggish growth, falling incomes, surging welfare, and shrinking participation in the workforce. Clearly, it's time for a new policy, one defined by two simple rules. We will buy American, and we will hire American. Right, Governor? My administration is removing the burdens and regulations on your companies so that you can compete, thrive, and grow. How many of you have noticed this so far? Because it's a big, big difference, right? That's a big, big difference. The people are coming up to me, they can't even believe it. We took the farmers' land away. We took the home builders' land away. They have their land back now, and they're building homes, and they're farming their farms, and it's a beautiful thing to see, and they're so thankful. So a lot of those regulations have been taken off. The rest are coming off. And by the way, we will have better protection than we've ever had. But we'll also have something where you don't have to wait 15 years for a permit, and then when you go to the board, you lose. And that's a big portion of your life wiped out waiting for a permit. We're not going to let that happen. But for our nation to really prosper, we must lower the tax on business, one of the highest in the world, and we must repeal job-killing Obamacare. We have to do that. And I can tell you, we hope John McCain gets better very soon, because we miss him. He's a crusty voice in Washington. Plus, we need his vote. And he'll be back. And he will be back sooner than somebody else would be back. He'll be back soon. But we need that vote, and we need a number of votes because we do have to repeal Obamacare, and we will end up replacing it with something that is going to be outstanding, far, far better than failing Obamacare, where premiums have gone up in some cases over 200% this year, where every single element of it is bad. And the insurance companies, by the way, are fleeing. So people have, some states you have no insurance companies. And we have some governors here, and we have senators here, and we have congressmen here, and women. And I will tell you, it's a very, very hard time they're having with the Obamacare situation. So we're going to get that done, and I think we're going to surprise a lot of people, but they're pushing very hard. The Republican senators are great people, but they have a lot of different states. Some states need this, some states need that, but we're getting it together, and it's going to happen. Right, Mike? Yes, sir. I think. And when it does happen, that will be a big day in America, believe me, big day in America. But we must also fight the unfair trade practices that have gutted our industry, and that includes cracking down on the predatory online sales of foreign goods, which is absolutely killing our shoppers and our shopping centers. If you look at what's going on with shopping centers and stores and jobs in stores, it's been very, very tough for them. They've had a very hard time closing at numbers and records that have never been seen before. So we have to stop that, the online predatory practices. Since the beginning of the year, we have already created over 50,000 brand new manufacturing jobs, and we're just getting started. We will lift our citizens from welfare to work. We will turn boarded up communities into new outposts of American commerce. And we will once again rediscover our heritage as a manufacturing nation. We used to be a manufacturing nation. Not so much anymore, but I will tell you, you look at Michigan, you look at some states that have really moved. You know, in Pennsylvania, 2 weeks ago, they opened a mine, the first mine that was opened in decades. Opened a mine. And you know all the people that were saying the mining jobs? Well, we picked up 45,000 mining jobs in a very short period of time. And everybody was saying, well, you won't get any mining jobs. Picked up 45,000 mining jobs. And the miners are very happy with Trump and with Pence. And we're very proud of that. But that's just the beginning. We have jobs coming from all over. Restoring American manufacturing will not only restore our wealth, it will restore our pride and pride in ourselves. It will revitalize our independence, and it will rebuild the bonds of kinship between our communities and our citizens, which has been lagging, wouldn't you say? For most of our nation's history, American presidents, and you know, we see this, American presidents have understood that in order to protect our economy and our security, we must protect our industry. And much of that comes at the border. George Washington encouraged Americans to produce their own goods so that our young nation could become truly independent. President James Garfield said of our nation's manufacturers that to them the country owes the splendor of the position it holds before the world, meaning protect us. Theodore Roosevelt declared in his first message to Congress that reciprocity, my favorite word, reciprocity, because we have countries that charge us 100% tax on a product, and when that product is sold by them to us, we brilliantly charge them nothing. And people say, oh, that's free trade. No, that's stupid trade. That's really stupid trade. It's incredible. You'll actually have people who, no, we can't do that. That's free trade. It's just, that's so incredible. But what are you going to do? Oh, what happens in Washington, you just wouldn't believe the things. But reciprocity must be treated as the handmaiden of protection. And William McKinley proclaimed that we ought to take care of our own nation and her industries first. We have to look at our nation first for a change. We've been looking the other way for a long, long time. And if you look at what's going on in the success of other nations, even in Europe, you look at some of those countries, one in particular, it's not fair to the United States. And that's why I'm here. And I believe it's one of the primary reasons you elected me and Mike. I mean, that's why we're here. And I think you're going to see a big, I know you're going to see one of the great differences. And you're already seeing it, but it's going to get more so and more so. And we're going to end up having a level playing field. I don't want to say any more than a level. But if the playing field was slanted like a little bit toward us, I'd accept that also. Okay? So once again, we will celebrate craftsmen, producers, innovators like the incredible men and women in this room today. We will protect our workers, promote our industry, and be proud of our history because we will put America first. America will be first again. We will make America great again. Remember that. And we'll meet in this same room in a year and in 2 years, and you'll see what happened. Thank you all for being here. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Job numbers. You see it with the stock market, which hit an all-time high every day for quite a while now. You see it with so many other things. And most importantly, perhaps, you see it with the manufacturers. The level of enthusiasm is greater now than at any time since they've been taking this type of poll. And I believe it's 28 years old. So people are enthused. Are you all enthused?
From the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of FoxNPhoenix.com. That was President Trump there with the Made in America event live at the White House. All right, folks, now we will be taking you to Dallas, Texas, where there is a press conference going on live right now. This centers around a fired cop who killed a 15-year-old, has now been indicted for murder. Let's go there live.
One at a time, and we hadn't talked about whether or not we're going to look to see if we can stack. But right now we're going to try the murder case, and we'll talk about all the other cases.
This case has already moved at the speed of light compared to other cases in Dallas County.
Absolutely.
Involving officers
Absolutely.
charged in shootings, OISs.
Yes.
Talk about how and why you wanted to move this case so quickly rather than, as some have languished, 2 years before getting to a grand jury.
Well, once we made the decision that we had probable cause for an arrest, then we wanted to move swiftly, because normally, if you can recall, a case is not, a police officer is not arrested before the grand jury. So since we made the move to issue that arrest warrant based on probable cause, we wanted to expeditiously move forward. And we wanted to be able to have healing for this family and to let this family know that we're going to move as quickly as possible.
Are you committed to this being a jury trial, or is it possible there will be some kind of plea bargain negotiation?
We, as you know, Mr. Snipes is going to be the lead on this. I'm going to try not to interfere, and I'm going to yield to him on what he thinks is going to be the best for the case. But I would hope that we're going to proceed with a jury trial.
I think it's a safe bet it'll be a jury trial.
Yes. However, he is the lead. I will have some part in this case. Although I'm the DA, I try to honor my prosecutors. I'll have some role in this case, but he is the lead prosecutor, and a prosecutor along with 3 or 4 other people who will be working on the case.
Judge Snipes, also, you all may have spoken about this earlier, he has 2 other pending felony counts against him, and I'm wondering if any of that can have any kind of impact or an effect on what you see right now with this true bill.
You mean by way of scheduling or what?
No, the suggestion that, again, pleading on those other cases, if you do so in I guess in a concurrent way on the ag assaults, that becomes, in some people's minds, a plea against the murder charge, if you agree to those versus a murder count.
I don't anticipate there being a disposition in any of these cases until the murder trial is tried.
To be clear on bond, so with the 4 additional charges today, it's not going to increase?
No.
Yeah. We're yielding to Judge Birmingham in terms of what he wants to do on those 4 cases.
The murder trial first, and the rest of it come after.
Well, we might try the murder trial and these 4 assault cases all at the same time. That's a strategy decision we'll make down the road.
Yeah. And plus, those cases are all coming out of the same transaction.
Anything else, folks?
What does it say to police officers?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
What type of message does it send to police officers that do bad things?
I believe that police officers, because keep in mind, we have some great police officers. I mean, we have, and you've heard me say this over and over and over again, I support our police officers, but I think our good police officers would stand with us and say, we do not condone bad behavior. The good police officers do not condone bad behavior. So it's not a message we're trying to send to our good police officer. Hopefully it is a message we're sending to bad police officers. And that is, if you do wrong, we will prosecute you. But for the most part, we have a vast, great number of great police officers. And I commend them for the great job they do day in and day out, protecting you and me and everybody else in this county. So kudos to them for the great job they do.
Anything else, folks? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
This is about the fired Balch Springs cop who shot and killed a 15-year-old. Jordan Edwards was indicted today on a murder charge by a Dallas County grand jury. Roy Oliver fired his rifle April 29th into a car of teenagers leaving a party. The police Chief originally said the black Chevrolet Impala was aggressively backing up toward Oliver and Officer Tyler Gross. Then he corrected the information and said the car was driving away at the time Oliver fired. Jordan, who sat in the front passenger seat, was struck in the head. Oliver, 37, is also indicted on 4 counts of aggravated assault for each of the teens in the car with Jordan. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Taking a live look here at the White House. We will be showing you an event from earlier in Minnesota with Attorney General Jeff Sessions.
Of the United States of America, the Honorable Jeff Sessions.
Thank you all. Thank you. Great to be with you so much. I appreciate that. And Mike, thank you for your leadership and friendship. I know how important this organization is, and you can be sure we'll have you'll have a friend in the Capitol. I was United States Attorney 12 years. My deputy, Rod Rosenstein, he served 12 years. He said probably less than 3% of U.S. attorneys ever served 12 years, but it was a great job. And I got to work with great local prosecutors. And I know the caseloads you carry, the frustrations you have, the funding, tight funding that you have to deal with. And I just want you to know how much I appreciate your work. Rachel Brand is with me. Where's Rachel? Rachel back over here. She's our number 3 in the Department of Justice. Rachel's an Iowa girl and University of Minnesota graduate, so I know you're glad to get back in the neighborhood, Rachel. She was well raised, I got to tell you. She's a fabulous person on our team. So Mike, you are great to host me today, and I want to congratulate, well, Mike Freeman, let me say. I want to congratulate, where's Mike Freeman? There he is. There's Mike. Great to see you. So I appreciate you and the new leadership you'll be receiving in a few minutes. So good work to you. NDEA is certainly the voice of America's prosecutors. I understand that, and we will have, I'm confident, a special relationship. So it's essential that we all work together. I understand that, I believe, fully. For common aims, you work together yourselves here to improve your skills, understanding, and performance. This conference is focused on how to reduce violence and exploitation of women is just the kind of professional training we like to see around the country. And it's an honor to be with the 250 prosecutors that are here, I understand. You've dedicated your life to enforcing our laws and to keeping our communities safe, and that is indeed a high calling. Many of you have sacrificed personally. You spend extra time away from your families, weekends and nights, working with agents and preparing cases. So I was a prosecutor 14 years. Nothing I felt more fulfilled in doing than that. Unlike Washington, we actually saw finality in some cases. I got to tell you, one of the things I felt good and bad about When I became Attorney General, I was on the Judiciary Committee 20 years, so had some oversight over the Department of Justice. But I got to tell you, it's the same arguments we had in the 1980s, the same ones, you know, the same problems and challenges so often. I guess that's good and bad news. But we in Mobile were a small prosecutor's office, but I thought we did a lot of good. Our people thought so. We took on public corruption cases and international drug fraud schemes and boatloads of dope coming on the Gulf Coast. And I know that you enjoy that same fulfillment, that same sense of accomplishment. As a prosecutor, you have the opportunity of representing your communities in court. And I'll never forget being able to stand before a judge and say, the United States is ready, Your Honor. The United States, representing the greatest country in the history of the world. Unfortunately, I do believe, my best judgment is that we are facing some especially challenging times. We have a multi-front battle ahead of us right now. An increase in violent crime, a rise in vicious gangs, an opioid epidemic, threats from terrorism that is new to me. When I was United States Attorney, we didn't feel that same threat. Human traffickers, combined with, I'm afraid, a culture that seems less and less able to impart training and discipline and integrity in our generation. The availability of drugs, high purity of drugs, and the relatively low cost of these drugs is a factor, I think, that's out there that will and is now impacting crime in America, including violent crime. Drug offenses are not nonviolent crimes, as most of you all know. So from the early 90s and in some ways mid-80s, this nation took some real strong steps. Crime had been increasing for 2 decades, and we began to get more serious about it. And I believe that started a decline in the crime rate. It went up a little during the crack epidemic in the late 80s, but it started back down. And we now have seen some real progress over the past 30 years. But violent crime seems to be rising again. The murder rate, for example, surged 11% nationwide in 2015, the largest increase since 1968. Per capita homicide rates are up, often significantly, in 27 of our largest cities. And that includes in this great city of Minneapolis. According to the police here, violent crime has increased 6 years in a row, some small increases, some larger increases. Through the first half of this year, the preliminary data shows that violent crime is up 17% and homicides up 40% from this time last year. Hopefully that won't end the year that high, but these are the kind of trends we're seeing around the country. It's especially noticeable, as I indicated, because this is a reversal of the trends of crime in America. The murder rate in 1980 was twice what it was a few years ago. We cut the murder rate in this country by half. In 1980, 81, when I became United States Attorney, over half of high school seniors acknowledged having used an illegal drug that year. That fell by half. These were real progress, gains that we made, and it's my deep feeling that those of us in law enforcement do not need to allow another steady, decade-long increase in crime. I just think that we can do better about it. And my best judgment is that this crime is not a blip, it's not an aberration, and we've got to take the challenge seriously, consider honestly what the problems are out there, and see what we can do about it. And I think we can do something about it. Capitulating to this trend is not an option for America, and it's not an option for us. You know, as prosecutors, you deal with it up close and personal. You know the stories behind these violent crimes all too well. Just last week, a man in north side of St. Paul was holding his infant daughter when he heard gunshots outside. One bullet went through his window, narrowly missed his 10-year-old son. Reports of gunfire are up 62% in St. Paul through the first half of this year. And this past weekend in Chicago, there were 56 people shot. 56. In one, police say a community activist was fatally shot less than a block from the offices of his nonprofit that worked to fight violence in the neighborhood. These tragedies continue to pile up, and we've got to put an end to it, and we can make progress. Let me state what you already understand, and I understand. 85% of all law officers are state and local. Likewise, there are many more district attorneys than federal prosecutors. And while the Department of Justice, and I believe in this department, while the Department of Justice and federal officers play a crucial safety role, public safety role, the backbone of our system is with you and your partners. Daily, you deal with these cases. President made, and it's my deep feeling that those of us in law enforcement do not need to allow another steady, decade-long increase in crime. I just think that we can do better about it. And my best judgment is that this crime is not a blip, it's not an aberration, and we've got to take the challenge seriously, consider honestly what the problems are out there, and see what we can do about it. And I think we can do something about it. Capitulating to this trend is not an option for America, and it's not an option for us. You know, as prosecutors, you deal with it up close and personal. You know the stories behind these violent crimes all too well. Just last week, a man in north side of St. Paul was holding his infant daughter when he heard gunshots outside. One bullet went through his window, narrowly missed his 10-year-old son. Reports of gunfire are up 62% in St. Paul through the first half of this year. And this past weekend in Chicago, there were 56 people shot. 56. In one, police say a community activist was fatally shot less than a block from the offices of his nonprofit that worked to fight violence in the neighborhood. These tragedies continue to pile up, and we've got to put an end to it, and we can make progress. Let me state what you already understand, and I understand. 85% of all law officers are state and local. Likewise, there are many more district attorneys than federal prosecutors. And while the Department of Justice, and I believe in this department, while the Department of Justice and federal officers play a crucial safety role, public safety role, the backbone of our system is with you and your partners. Daily, you deal with these cases. President Trump understands this. He sent my department 3 executive orders. One directs us to be supportive of state and local law enforcement. A second declared that our mission is to reduce crime in America, not preside over its increase, but he directed us to reduce crime. And I take that very seriously. I believe we have an opportunity to make a difference, and I believe we've got to work on that. A third directed us to dismantle transnational criminal organizations, which is a big challenge for us. These organizations are threatening whole nations, and they're pouring in incredible amounts of drugs into our country. Real improvements in public safety can only come from partnerships. I believe that state, local, and federal relations are strong now, and I want to see them get better. Helping you do your jobs, helping the police get better, celebrating the noble, honorable, essential, and challenging work you do will always be a top priority of mine. We will aggressively prosecute federal or state officers who violate civil rights of our citizens. That can never be accepted. But we will take care to never demean or offer unwarranted criticism of the honorable, brave, and professional law enforcement officers who protect us every day. We will have their back. We want high morale and a high sense of purpose and a high public support for the people who protect us every day. So we must encourage proven police techniques. Encourage these techniques like community-based policing, proactive policing, the broken window strategies. These policies have proven to be workable. They've proved to reduce crime, and they've been upheld constitutionally and lawfully. So we want to support that, not reduce that kind of activity. Better training, better morale, professional excellence are your goals, and they should be for all of us in law enforcement. My goal is to help you and your enforcement colleagues to be more effective, to never make your work more difficult than it already is. And I'm asking our United States attorneys to be leaders in this approach. In the long run, I don't think there's anything in Washington we can do that would be more positive and impactful than that. As a Ronald Reagan United States attorney in the early 80s, there was no more important relationship for me, as it turned out, than with my Democratic district attorney. Chris Galanos was a great partner. A simple, quick phone call between us could fix problems and deal with the inevitable conflicts or decisions that had to be made. We trusted each other. We shared common goals. And I wish for you all that same kind of relationship with your United States attorney. It's so important in my view. Stopping crime and reversing the rise, we all know, will not be easy, but with unity, cooperation, determination, smart policies, efficiencies, and enthusiasm and belief that we can do it, we can do it. We will do it. The district attorneys, as district attorneys, you know the important role of the Department of Justice in so many different ways, and you're probably wondering what they're going to do up there. What am I going to see here in my local communities? What kind of changes are in the works? Well, let me just list a few things that I think you may see from our offices, our U.S. Attorney's offices. First, as I've stated, we want to build an even closer partnership with a unified, tough, and effective focus on reducing crime, but there are other priorities too. I want to see a substantial increase in federal gun crime prosecutions. We got a lot of people that want to pass more gun laws, but they're not as enthusiastic, it seems to me, about prosecuting the ones that we've got, which I think is pretty good. So I think if we work together and hammer criminals who carry guns during crimes, that possess firearms after having been convicted of a felony, we will have a positive impact. I was with a professor from Iowa not too long ago, 3 months ago, and he told me that the those two firearm laws represent great utilizations of federal resources. They target criminals who commit crimes, violent crimes, and are consistently dangerous criminals. He had studied the parole backgrounds on these cases, and that was his professional conclusion, and that gels with my philosophy that I developed many years ago. The DEA reports that 80% of heroin addicts started with the abuse of prescription drugs. Chuck Rosenberg, that's too high, Chuck. It can't be 80%. But he insists on it. But whether it's 50% or 60% or whatever the number is, a large amount of heroin addiction is coming from prescription drugs. As you know, more than 50,000 people died in 2015 from drug overdoses. and it looks like the numbers in 2016 will be over 60,000. We've never, ever seen anything like this. We had drug epidemics in the early 80s, and crack came along in the late 80s and early 90s, but we've never seen anything like these deaths. That exceeds automobile accidents. It exceeds the deaths of people during the height of the AIDS epidemic. And this nation, frankly, is just prescribing and consuming too many painkillers. We need to do better about that. Last week, the department announced, along with the Department of Health and Human Services, indictments over 400 defendants as part of the annual health care fraud takedown. 120 of those involved opioid-related drug crimes, and nearly 50 were doctors. Some of these frauds involve massive amounts of drugs. Massive amounts, millions of dollars. But I'm convinced that this is one area we can create battles that will be winnable battles. We can significantly reduce prescription drug abuse, which includes lax procedures and improper actions by some of the big drug companies. DEA is making these cases a priority. They can make visits, as you know, to physicians and pharmacists and do records check in their facilities. They also have the capacity now to do computer data numbers to help identify who may be prescribing drugs at an excessive rate. They're reviewing and identifying physician and pharmacy outliers, which is something that you might want to work with them on, that can help identify the sources of illegal drugs. I'd urge you to examine every case. Something we did a one-page memorandum of understanding with the sheriff and the police chief. We had a prescription drug problem in Mobile, Alabama. Just a little memo. But the essence of it, as I remember, was this. If you catch somebody with illegal prescription drugs, don't plea bargain with them until they tell you where they got them. And things start going back to common sources. Most doctors are not doing improper activities with these drugs. Most pharmacies are strictly illegal. So let's help identify those that we can. And we're also going to place greater emphasis on dismantling gangs, especially most violent gangs like MS-13. We can never cede a single neighborhood or a block or a street corner to gangs and thugs. Poor people, minority citizens deserve the same protection and public safety as everyone else in this country. And much of our rising murder rate is indeed, I am now convinced, a product of violent gang activity, more than I realized. Minneapolis has seen an increase in murders this year, as I mentioned. Police officers in the newspaper recently noted that, quote, a relatively small group of offenders are responsible for this. And they said, quote, at least half of the city's homicides were gang-related, close quote. If that's true, and I think it is, and Rod Rosenstein says he believes it is in Baltimore, then we know how to deal with this, don't we? If we can hammer these gangs and go after them, we can make a difference. While criminal gangs have been growing and are numerous, their numbers are finite. This is not an impossible number to deal with. And the more the leaders and thugs that get in jail, fewer will join these gangs. It becomes less an attractive thing to do. If we target them aggressively, I am convinced we can make our neighborhoods safer. And we can do that, and we will be working with you to do that. In addition, we hope to issue this week a new directive on asset forfeiture, especially forfeiture of ill-gotten gains from drug dealers. With care, we've got to be careful, professionalism, we plan to develop policies to increase forfeitures. No criminal should be allowed to keep the proceeds of their illegal activity. Adoptive forfeitures are appropriate. sharing of assets with our state and local law enforcement colleagues is appropriate. We want forfeitures to increase, the sharing to increase, and we want the sharing to go up, and we'll work to do that. I recently sent out my directive on charging and sentencing. Some of you may have seen that in the paper. Some thought it was unkind and mean. They said he wants to have the maximum penalty in every case. Actually, we just call for charging cases that would carry for the minimum mandatory. It's a minimum mandatory sentence that Congress set. Assistant United States attorneys will be simply expected to charge the most serious, readily approvable offense. That's what Congress contemplated when they set minimum mandatories. Isn't it something make you a bit uneasy if an assistant United States attorney has a case that they can charge and the Congress says if he carried a gun he gets another 60 months in addition, and he says, well, I just don't think I'll charge that gun count. I'll just swallow that gun. I mean, something makes me a little uneasy about that. So I think the right procedure is for our prosecutors to charge the cases as...
All right, everybody, we are going to now take you back out to Minneapolis, Minnesota, where we are expecting that statement from the fiance of the victim that died on Saturday because she was shot by a cop.
Hey, Paul. Here we go. Never mind.
Ladies and gentlemen, our family's been devastated by this horrible tragedy. Today, my brother would like to give a brief statement. He will not be taking questions at this time, and we thank you in advance for respecting the privacy of our family.
Thank you for being here. First of all, I want to thank our family here and Australia, friends from all over the world, our colleagues and our neighbors for the amazing outpouring of love and support that we received. Our hearts are broken and we are utterly devastated by the loss of Justine. As you know, it was Justine who called 9/11 on Saturday evening, reporting what she believed was an active sexual assault occurring nearby. Sadly, her family and I have been provided with almost no additional information from law enforcement regarding what happened after police arrived. We've lost the dearest of people, and we are desperate for information. Piecing together Justine's last moments before the homicide would be a small comfort as we grieve this tragedy. The death of Justine is a loss to everyone who knew her. She touched so many people with her loving and generous heart. She was a teacher to so many in living a life of openness, love, and kindness. Our lives are forever changed as a result of knowing her. She was so kind and so darn funny. She made us all laugh with her great wit and her humor. It is difficult to fathom how to go forward without her in my life. We ask that you respect our privacy as we grieve the loss of our dear Justine. We will provide more statements as information comes to light. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so that was the brief statement read by the fiance of the woman that was shot and killed by police Saturday evening around 11:30. As he told members of the press that he has had very little contact with the police and doesn't have the information that he wants. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We're going to show that to you one more time for those of you maybe just came onto the stream, maybe midway through.
Ladies and gentlemen, our family's been devastated by this horrible tragedy. Today, my brother would like to give a brief statement. He will not be taking questions at this time, and we thank you in advance for respecting the privacy of our family.
Thank you for being here. First of all, I want to thank our family here and Australia, friends from all over the world, our colleagues and our neighbors for the amazing outpouring of love and support that we received. Our hearts are broken and we are utterly devastated by the loss of Justine. As you know, it was Justine who called 911 on Saturday evening, reporting what she believed was an active sexual assault occurring nearby. Sadly, her family and I have been provided with almost no additional information from law enforcement regarding what happened after police arrived. We've lost the dearest of people, and we're desperate for information. Piecing together Justine's last moments before the homicide would be a small comfort as we grieve this tragedy. The death of Justine is a loss to everyone who knew her. She touched so many people with her loving and generous heart. She was a teacher to so many in living a life of openness, love, and kindness. Our lives are forever changed as a result of knowing her. She was so kind and so darn funny. She made us all laugh with her great wit and her humor. It is difficult to fathom how to go forward without her in my life. We ask that you respect our privacy as we grieve the loss of our dear Justine. We will provide more statements as information comes to light. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so that was the...
Ladies and gentlemen, our family's been devastated by this horrible tragedy. Today, my brother would like to give a brief statement. He will not be taking questions at this time, and we thank you in advance for respecting the privacy of our family.
Thank you for being here. First of all, I want to thank our family here and friends from all over the world, our colleagues and our neighbors for the amazing outpouring of love and support that we received. Our hearts are broken and we are utterly devastated by the loss of Justine. As you know, it was Justine who called 911 on Saturday evening, reporting what she believed was an active sexual assault occurring nearby. Sadly, her family and I have been provided with almost no additional information from law enforcement regarding what happened after police arrived. We've lost the dearest of people, and we are desperate for information. Piecing together Justine's last moments before the homicide would be a small comfort as we grieve this tragedy. The death of Justine is a loss to everyone who knew her. She touched so many people with her loving and generous heart. She was a teacher to so many in living a life of openness, love, and kindness. Our lives are forever changed as a result of knowing her. She was so kind and so darn funny. She made us all laugh with her great wit and her humor. It is difficult to fathom how to go forward without her in my life. We ask that you respect our privacy as we grieve the loss of our dear Justine. We will provide more statements as information comes to light. Thank you. Thank you. First of all, I want to thank our family here and friends from all over the world, our colleagues and our neighbors for the amazing outpouring of love and support that we received. Our hearts are broken and we are utterly devastated by the loss of Justine. As you know, it was Justine who called 911 on Saturday evening, reporting what she believed was an active sexual assault occurring nearby. Sadly, her family and I have been provided with almost no additional information from law enforcement regarding what happened after police arrived. We've lost the dearest of people, and we are desperate for information. Piecing together Justine's last moments before the homicide, dearest of people, would be a small comfort, and we're desperate as we grieve this tragedy. The death of Justine is a loss to everyone who knew her. She touched so many people with her loving and generous heart. She was a teacher to so many in living a life of openness, love, and kindness. Our lives are forever changed as a result of knowing her. She was so kind and so darn funny. She made us all laugh with her great wit and her humor. It is difficult to fathom how to go forward without her in my life. We ask that you respect our privacy as we grieve the loss of our dear Justine. We will provide more statements as information comes to light. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so that was the brief statement read by the fiance of the woman that was shot and killed by police Saturday evening around 11:30. As he told members of the press that he has had very little contact with the police and doesn't have the information that he wants. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com.
All right, everybody, hello and welcome to the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kate. I'll be taking you to the next few hours of the show here today. Thanks for joining me, and happy Monday, everybody. We have a lot of events to take you guys to, and a lot of crazy weather news as well. You know, just here locally, we had a very big storm last night. Lots of trees down, a lot of lightning, a lot of thunder. Crazy stuff going on, so hopefully we'll be able to give you some weather coverage a little bit later in the show. But I know a lot of you are watching from all over the United States, so we do want to cover the national news for you right now. We do have a hearing on the Senate floor starting pretty soon, but in the meantime, while we're waiting for that to get started, I do want to pull up for you the next top story for you here in the show. Let me get this up and going for you guys. This press conference coming out of Tampa. Let me make sure that this is all correct. And I'll keep my eye on the Senate floor. So as soon as they begin, I will take you there live. But in the meantime, let's keep you updated on what's going on in Tampa Bay, Florida, where they're giving an update on this massive sinkhole. The Pasco County officials there are giving this update about this sinkhole here. So let me make sure that this is correct and make sure that the volume is good to go for you guys. All right, so let's hear what they had to say earlier today at this press conference in Florida.
For Pasco County, this morning I'm joined by Commissioner Catherine Starkey, by School Board member Allison Crumley, and followed by Alice Delgado from the United Way of Pasco. That's the order they're going to speak this morning. We'll provide you correct spellings of their names and such in a media release after, or a media alert after this. But I will start with those three, then I'll come back up, and then Jared Hill will finish this off, and then we'll take questions at one time. So please do not take questions from any of the commissioners or the elected officials until we get completely done. Commissioner Starkey.
Good morning, and I have to say, seeing it on TV is very different than seeing it live, and this is just devastating for our community. And I'm just very thankful we had no loss of life. I want to thank our first responders and my emergency staff that have been doing a yeoman's job out here in these difficult circumstances. And I wanted our residents and our citizens to know that the Pasco County Commission is here for them. And we are going to do whatever we can to help our citizens be safe and secure in their homes. Florida, as we all know, sinkholes are fairly common here, but something like this is not common, and it's just a tragedy. And yesterday, I called United Way and asked them if they could start a fund to help the victims of this sinkhole. And I'm very proud to say they have stepped up, and in a little bit you'll hear about how people can help these folks who've lost everything. And I want to say that we have our first donation. Scott Fink from the Hyundai on U.S. 19 has donated $10,000. So thank you, Scott, for kicking off our fund to help these people. And I'm now going to pass it over to my good friend, School Board member Allison Crumley.
Okay, thank you. I'm confident to say that the school district will do all we can to help our students and their families through this crisis situation, and to make sure that we can get everybody back on their feet and transition.
Okay, everybody, so as promised, I'm going to take you live to the Senate floor. I can take you back to that update a little bit later, but that was from earlier today. I do want to take you live to this hearing right now. Let me make sure that this is correct first before I take you to it here. Let me update this. So this is the Rules Committee hearing. Let's hear what they have to say right now.
Economic damage that EPA's complicated regulations would inflict. The Act will facilitate more efficient implementation of existing ozone standards and other National Ambient Air Quality Standards, or NAAQS. For the existing ozone standards, the Act would phase in implementation of the 2008 and the 2015 ozone standards, extending the date for the final designations from the 2015 standards to the 2025. And it will also align permitting requirements with the phased implementation schedule. For NAAQS process reforms, the Act would change the mandatory review of the National Ambient Air Quality Standards from 5 to 10 years, while allowing the EPA administrator discretion to issue revised standards earlier. It would authorize the EPA administrator to consider technical feasibility as a secondary consideration when revising the National Ambient Air Quality Standards. I hate acronyms, that's why I keep saying that. Ensure that the EPA administrator, prior to revising the National Ambient Air Quality Standards, obtains advice from the agency's independent scientific advisory committee regarding potential adverse effects relating to the implementation. Ensure that the EPA administrator ensures timely implementation regulations, guidance when revising the NAAQS. Ensure that for certain ozone and particulate matter non-attainment area, states are not required to include economically infeasible measures in their plan. Ensure that states may seek relief with respect to certain exceptional events, including droughts, and direct the EPA to submit reports to Congress regarding the impacts of foreign emissions on NAAQS compliance and related matters, including the agency's current petition process under Section 179B of the Clean Air Act and the ozone formation and effective control strategies. Finally, reforms limit the applicability of particular sanctions and fees on certain ozone and particulate matter attainment areas if states demonstrate the reason for non-attainment is for emissions beyond the state's regulatory control. This provision, which we developed based on testimony from state regulators, helps areas that are doing the most work to clean their air and avoid the unnecessary and burdensome sanctions which harm their ability to achieve economic growth. The Act also clarifies that no additional funds are authorized by this legislation. The Congressional Budget Office has estimated costs associated with the bill to be $2 million. These relate to required analysis that will assist EPA and state regulators in better understanding background ozone and cost-effective implementation strategies. This Act streamlining reforms, however, reduce agency resources needed to implement the air quality standards. The Act ensures that we can continue to improve air quality and reduce burdens on our economy. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 806, Ozone Standards Implementation Act. And before I yield back, I just want to, Pete Olson is the primary sponsor of that, so he's here to help me when we have some questions. Yield back my time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chair, and to you, Mr. Chair, and to the ranker and the entire membership of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to testify today on H.R. 806. I wish I was here under different circumstances. This year, the Environment Subcommittee has built a sound and good track record of bipartisanship, and I'm thankful for that. We reported a bipartisan bill out of the full committee to reauthorize EPA's Brownfields program on a voice vote. On an issue near and dear to Chair Shimkus's heart, we reported a nuclear waste bill by a vote of 49-4. And last week, we voice voted my top priority out of the subcommittee to reauthorize the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund and invest in our nation's drinking water infrastructure, which is on the path to being another bipartisan success story. So grateful for that news. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said about H.R. 806, the Ozone Standards Implementation Act of 2017, which was not supported by a single Democratic member of the committee. The Clean Air Act has driven important progress in improving our nation's air quality and public health. Under the law, EPA is required to set, as we know, National Ambient Air Quality Standards, or NAAQS, for certain pollutants that endanger public health and the environment, including ozone. These health-based standards are the cornerstone of the Clean Air Act. EPA sets NAAQS at levels sufficient to protect the public health, essentially the level of ambient air pollution that is safe to breathe. While costs are not considered in establishing these standards, costs can be and are considered in developing plans to achieve the necessary pollution reductions to meet the standards. Under the statute, EPA must review each NAAQS every 5 years and make revisions as appropriate. As I've stated before, H.R. 806 takes an everything but the kitchen sink approach to weakening the Clean Air Act. The bill would delay implementation of 2015 ozone NAAQS by up to 8 years. It would extend the review period for all criteria air pollutant NAAQS, not just ozone, from every 5 years to every 10 years. And it would change the long-standing criteria for establishing an air quality standard from one that is based solely on protecting public health to one that includes consideration of the technological feasibility of that standard. I know a number of amendments have been submitted to address some of these concerns. When I was growing up, the public did not have a great awareness about air pollution. We just simply called it smog. But today, there is robust scientific and medical evidence that ozone, particulate matter, and other pollutants can have very serious health effects, particularly on vulnerable populations, like our children and our elderly. Delaying or weakening those standards goes against the growing body of scientific evidence that demonstrates that we need to continue to strengthen the standards if we want to truly protect public health. Protecting public health and growing the economy are not mutually exclusive. In fact, just the opposite is true. Healthier people will allow our economy to thrive. That is why our economy has tripled, while we have reduced major air pollutants by 70% since the enactment of the Clean Air Act. Healthier people means fewer sick days, hospital visits, and premature deaths, all which lead to a more productive society. History has shown that meeting these health protective standards is achievable, so I cannot support the bill before us today. It would undermine the goals of the Clean Air Act and slow down, if not roll back, the progress our nation has made on improving air quality. Short of reporting an open rule, I urge the committee to make all amendments submitted in order. I have submitted an amendment to remove the technological feasibility section to ensure that EPA continues to consider only health-based factors when determining what level of pollution is safe. Ms. Castor has submitted an amendment to halt implementation of the bill if EPA's independent advisory panel, the Clean Air Scientific Advisory Committee, finds that it would increase health risks to vulnerable populations, including children, seniors, and pregnant women. And Mr. McNerney has offered a couple of amendments that get to the real issue that is constraining state and local governments from meeting today's standards, and that would be a lack of resources. Section 6 of the bill actually blocks any additional funds from being used to implement this act. State and local governments rely upon federal assistance to achieve healthy air quality for their residents. Unfortunately, this prohibition, coupled with drastic proposed cuts to EPA's budget, will only further undermine the efforts by regions with the poorest air quality as they work to meet these standards. These are just a few of the amendments that have been submitted, and I thank you again for letting me appear before the committee today. Once again, I would encourage you to make all Democratic amendments in order, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee might have. With that, Mr. Chair, I thank you and yield back.
Gentleman yields back, Chair. Thanks, the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Olson, Vice Chairman of the Energy Committee and the author of the bill. As I understand, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the members of the Rules Committee for having me here to talk about my bill, H.R. 806. I'd like to express some gratitude, first of all, to some of my original co-sponsors. Whip Steve Scalise is a co-sponsor, as is Leader Kevin McCarthy. It's a bipartisan bill. On the Democrat side, we have Henry Cuellar from Texas and Sanford Bishop from Georgia. When I first moved to Houston in 1972, I couldn't see downtown but for a few days. My home down there by NASA, about 25 miles southeast of downtown Houston, Texas. I now live in Sugar Land, about 25 miles southwest, and I can see downtown almost every single day of the year now. The year before was horrible. It was smoggy. Now it's much, much cleaner. We've improved our air dramatically with explosive growth. Raising my kids in the heart of America's energy and petrochemical epicenter, I don't want to go backward. I want cleaner air. I want healthier air. So let me be clear. H.R. 806 is about cleaning up our air. It's not about going backwards. It's about charting the best path forward. This bill moves forward by creating a path to have higher air quality and more new infrastructure and more jobs. It provides long overdue reforms to the process by which EPA sets and implements the ozone standards. Ozone standards are important, but they have to be achievable when we implement them. Without that, it adds burdens to state and local governments and kills economic growth in our communities. It even hurts highway construction because there may be a loss of highway funds being a non-attainment for ozone. As we've seen, EPA has a terrible track record of providing late and sloppy tools that hinder a smooth process for local officials. Thanks to lower standards, we have improved America's air quality, which means right now we're close to a point where lower standards are hard to achieve and maybe out of our control. Naturally occurring ozone, exceptional events like forest fires, add challenges to compliance. My ozone bill will help the approximately 350 counties in America that are currently non-attainment by allowing them to fully implement the 2008 standards before imposing new paperwork and plan requirements, most recent 15 standard. Ozone has declined by about 1/3 since 1980. And the 2008 standards and other regulations already in place will ensure continued improvements for the next 8 years until new standard can be implemented. This bill also takes the first step to making sure we're penalized for ozone we can't control. EPA admits that half the ozone in America comes from what's called uncontrolled sources. It's ozone that occurs naturally, ozone that crosses the oceans from Asia, ozone that comes from our neighbors to South Mexico when they burn their crops. This bill makes sure EPA looks at that and takes that into account. This bill makes some long overdue reforms to the 46-year-old process for setting the next standards. When it was written, there was a lot of room to make changes to clean up our air. The progress we've made means we have to work harder and smarter to improve our quality in a meaningful way. This bill improves this process, and I humbly ask this committee to bring this bill to the floor for a vote. Thank you. I yield back.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair thanks all of our witnesses. Chair observes that he's going to have ample opportunity to talk about this on the floor tomorrow. So recognize Mr. Cole from Oklahoma for his questions.
Well, I thank the gentleman, but actually I have no questions. Just want to say hi to my good friends. Good to have all of you here. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts.
Well, thank you very much. And I think many of us actually feel that this is a step backwards, and so we're very, very concerned about it. But let me ask a question about process. I'd ask you if you favor an open rule, but we don't believe in those on this committee anymore, so you're probably not going to, it probably is a hopeless cause to think that we might. But there's some interesting amendments that have been offered here. Would you have any objection if they were all made in order?
I'll leave that up to the Rules Committee to make the decision of which amendments are meritorious or not.
Well,
I mean, we've debated our own amendments, very minimum or similar that came through the committee.
You don't have an opinion based on principle as to whether or not we ought to deliberate?
If I was on the Rules Committee, I may have a position, but I'm not.
I have a position about things that come out of your committee.
I know, that's the problem. That's the problem.
I think it's a lot, you know. So, yeah, I hope that they're made in order because, again, I think that there's some deep concern over the content of these legislation, as Mr. Tonko pointed out, and I think we ought to have an opportunity to have these individuals who have brought thoughtful amendments to the committee make them in order. I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington State. Gentleman does not have any questions. The gentleman from Florida, the gentleman from Oklahoma, the gentleman from, I'm sorry, Colorado, the other gentleman from Colorado. And the gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized. Well, thank you, gentlemen. You've obviously done a very good job of presenting the data. We will, right. But we can excuse this panel, right? Okay, so this panel can be excused, and we will hear from witnesses wanting to offer their amendments. Thank you.
Chair, thank you.
Mr. Cooper, and any members wishing to be heard on their amendments. Chair welcomes you to the Rules Committee. Anything you have in writing, if you would make it available to the clerk. And yes, it pains me, but yes. Whatever your preference is, Mr. Willis, I was prepared to recognize you from the dais, or so no one is more senior than Mr. Cooper. So, Mr. Cooper, without objection, you're recognized. We heard on your amendment.
Thank you, Dr. Burgess and members of the committee. I have an amendment to H.R. 806. I think it would improve the bill. It's basically a states' rights amendment. It would allow states at their option to include consideration of local land use controls in their state implementation plan. This also would, I think, give a chance to improve state and municipal and urban relations. The principle here is one I discovered representing the city of Nashville, Tennessee, and this would do nothing for Nashville. It's too late to help us. But what we encountered was that even the capital city in a state has almost no input when it comes to the state implementation plan. So I think our amendment would clarify an ambiguity that's currently in the law. Today, the Clean Air Act only limits EPA's authority to require land use controls as part of the SIP, or the State Implementation Plan. But some have taken that principle further and said that the Clean Air Act prohibits including land use controls. And in an area like Nashville, where we are in a natural bowl, it's very tricky when it comes to regulating air quality. We get concerned about an individual company coming in on kind of a first-come, first-grab basis, and then they pollute enough so that we become a non-attainment area. That limits all future growth possibilities in our area. And we're a state capital, and how is this fair? So I think it would help the bill immensely if we could allow states to voice their legitimate priorities, including local priorities with land use planning. Otherwise, land use doctrine all over the country is completely overridden. So to me, this is a way of improving the Clean Air Act and helping states have more of a voice in the process. So I would urge inclusion of my amendment as H.R. 806 is considered.
Chair, thanks. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And since this bill is about enhancing the Clean Air Act, I've offered an amendment to close a very glaring loophole that harms the air in my state and many other states with significant extraction industries across the country. My amendment is based off legislation that I introduced with several of my colleagues called the BREATHE Act, which would close the oil and gas industry's loophole to the Clean Air Act's aggregation requirement. Currently, oil and gas operators are exempt from the aggregation requirement under the Clean Air Act. Under the aggregation requirement, small air pollution sources that cumulatively release as much air as major polluters instead aren't even counted. They're not counted as major sources. Oil and gas is exempt, and even though the aggregation requirement is intended to protect the public from small air pollution sources that might individually seem harmless, but when you have 20,000 operating wells in a limited area, the profile of that is the equivalent to several large source polluters, which doesn't mean it's banned or anything like that, but means you can't round it down to zero. It's significant in the aggregate, so we need to remove this exemption. The oil and gas industry doesn't currently have to aggregate its small air pollution sources, even though the production, processing, and storage can release even larger amounts of natural gas in the aggregate, larger amounts of air pollutants in the aggregate than a large site. So my amendment would also add hydrogen sulfide to the Clean Air Act's federal list of hazardous air pollutants. It was originally on the list. The Clean Air Act completely exempts hydrogen sulfide currently. We would add that back. The amendment ensures that the industry takes measures to avoid the release of hydrogen sulfide by adding it to the list of hazardous air pollutants and by listing oil and gas wells as potential sources. So my amendment would simply ensure that oil and gas operators operate in the same way as any other land use that affects our air. And we have to make sure that, particularly when in the aggregate, they can have a very profound effect, that we look at them through the Clean Air Act, and that's what my amendment to this bill would do.
Chair, thanks both the witnesses. Just recognize myself for questions. Mr. Cooper, do you have is there like a practical application that you have in mind with your amendment? Is there a specific instance that has occurred?
Well, as I say, it's too late to help Tennessee at this point. But for all 50 states, I think it's important to respect state rights. And if you read the text of my amendment, it's very simple. It's one sentence. It says that states may choose to incorporate local land use policies into state implementation plans. Because we have to state this affirmatively, because today states apparently feel that they're banned from including local land use concerns. And I think that is gross federal overreach to tell a state they cannot consider local land use priorities, especially when you have geographical unusual circumstances like we have in the Central Basin in Middle Tennessee, which is largely surrounded by hills which tend to contain especially summer smog. So this creates a situation when we're not allowed to consider local land use priorities where one or two companies can come in and grab all the potential that we have in our area to create industrial jobs. And that doesn't seem to us to be fair. So it's really gross federal overreach I'm trying to stop here by enabling more states' rights and consideration of local priorities. What could be wrong with that?
Well, I thank both of you for your testimony. Gentleman from Oklahoma.
Thank you. It's good to see both my friends. One I get to see quite a bit up here anyway, but no questions, Mr. Chairman. Yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I thank you for being here, and I certainly support making your amendments in order. Yield back.
Does any other member seek recognition on the amendments to H.R. 806?
Only to echo Mr. McGovern's sentiments and share the belief that both these amendments are excellent and should be made in order, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Chair thanks the gentleman. That concludes our this panel. Mr. Flores, did you wish to offer an amendment? Okay. So this concludes the hearing portion of H.R. 806. The committee will reconvene right before votes, subject to the call of the chair. That likely will be at 6:20 p.m. Till then, the committee stands in recess.
Okay, everybody, that was that hearing on the ozone standards. Taking you to the next top story here in the show. Thanks for watching with me live here on the Fox News Now stream. Let me update that lower third so you guys know we are, in fact, streaming live right now. I'm going to pull up the next top story for you here in the show, and hopefully we'll get another live event here in the show for you guys for me to take you to. But in the meantime, let me give you a live look of the White House right now while I pull up the next top story. So taking you back now to Tampa, Florida, where they were discussing the massive sinkhole there. Let's hear what they had to say.
Thankful we had no loss of life. I want to thank our first responders and my emergency staff that have been doing a yeoman's job out here in these difficult circumstances. And I wanted our residents and our citizens to know that the Pasco County Commission is here for them. And we are going to do whatever we can to help our citizens be safe and secure in their homes. Florida, as we all know, sinkholes are fairly common here, but something like this is not common, and it's just a tragedy. And yesterday, I called United Way and asked them if they could start a fund to help the victims of this sinkhole. And I'm very proud to say they have stepped up, and in a little bit you'll hear about how people can help these folks who've lost everything. And I want to say that we have our first donation. Scott Fink from the Hyundai on U.S. 19 has donated $10,000. So thank you, Scott, for kicking off our fund to help these people. And I'm now going to pass it over to my good friend, School Board Member Allison Crumbley.
Okay, thank you. I'm confident to say that the school district will do all we can to help our students and their families through this crisis situation, and to make sure that we can get everybody back on their feet and transition so that they'll have a successful school year, which is basically starting right around the corner. Thank you.
Good morning and thank you. My thanks to Commissioner Starkey and the Board of County Commissioners. We are working together with the county to help the citizens who are impacted by this tragedy. Our Board of Directors and our team at the United Way of Pasco County has set up a fund where people who want to do something can give monies. They can donate via our website at unitedwaypasco.org. There is a sinkhole relief fund where you can donate. You can also text to give. Text sinkhole to 41444. People can also mail the donation to the United Way of Pasco County, and that address will be made available to you. That should indicate Sinkhole Relief Fund. And also SunTrust Bank is setting up a fund where people can donate at the bank. We are all working together to help our neighbors. For us at United Way, it's Live United. When we all work together in common purpose, we're living united. And we're hoping to work along again with Pasco County, our commissioners, and all to help those individuals who are impacted by this sinkhole. Thank you.
All right, so again, I want to reiterate the importance of what Alex Delgado and the United Way of Pasco is doing for us, because we did get asked yesterday as far as questions about the GoFundMe accounts that are starting to spring up. Are they legitimate or not? And what we want to do is protect our citizens and our donators to know that they can actually go to an actual legit website and work with the United Way of Pasco to ensure that those funds that they're donating go to the actual victims that are from this particular neighborhood. I will say that in Alice's press release, it does state that 100% of all funds donated, with no admin fees or anything like that, 100% of items donated, or I shouldn't say items, cash donated, will go to the victims of this disaster. Just a few things to update you on. This is about the most that you're going to see here today. We are still in that additional 48-hour waiting period that the Department of Environmental Protection has asked us to do. The Department of Environmental Protection will be back again today to do, again, another water level check, assessment, make sure that things are not growing, and we do know that that's the case, that the sinkhole is indeed dormant right now. We're going into about hour number 50-ish or so of no activity, and those are all good things. Water quality sampling will begin immediately after this press conference. We are going to allow some of you guys, or all of you guys, whoever will, around these three houses that are right here where we're staged. As we take that those water samples, you'll be more than happy to tag along for that. But we will not take you to other homes out in the neighborhood where we're going to be doing that. We want to be cognizant of the individuals and the homeowners in the community. Again, as I've been saying for the last day and a half now, we are going to test all 9 of the homes that are affected and have been evacuated. In addition to that, we're going to test an additional 11 or so homes, bringing up the total number of sample tests to 20. I was informed just before we went on camera, there were some questions about how fast will those results be turned around. The environmental lab with Pasco County Board of County Commission has assured me that we will have those results by 3 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. So again, look for a press release from Doug Tobin in reference to that. I'll take your questions in just a second. The only other information that we're going to have for you today is starting Wednesday morning at 8 o'clock. There will be some minor activity with Duke Energy. Here they are going to reset 2 poles so that they can clear the overhead obstructions for any heavy equipment that we may have coming in. So that'll occur Wednesday morning around 8 o'clock. You may have noticed that we do have 1 insurance adjuster on site, and we are working towards fulfilling those things that I've been saying over the last 2 days, and that is reaching out to the insurance companies for these 3 homes, and we're starting to coordinate and work with them. So again, I would venture to say that probably by Wednesday afternoon, we will have a coordinated and collaborative approach to the cleanup and resolving this issue with all 3 insurance companies in the county represented. I'm going to turn it over now to Emergency Operations Director Jared Hill with the Sheriff's Office, and then I'll come back up and lead the questions.
So the Sheriff's Office is going to rapidly downgrade our footprint out here right after this press conference. We plan on closing these gates. This will be a no trespassing area. As Kevin has said, we're in a recovery effort, so we want to make sure that we have ample access to anybody with that recovery effort. The Duke Energy guys, that's dangerous. We don't want anybody up here inside this fenced-in area when Duke Energy's here as well, and any homeowners that need to get in. So this will be a no trespassing area. The gates will be closed. We're going to downgrade our footprint.
All right, with that being said, I'm going to work again from my right, your left, around, and I will start with any questions. Laker, anything? Bay News 9, Channel 8, 13, networks.
I'm curious, can you explain how many of these homeowners have the proper insurance and the difference between homeowners insurance and if there's a specific insurance for fire or
Right.
this kind of anomaly and what's something else?
So Kerry, what I do know is that all 3 homeowners, landowners, had insurance. I have not actually been advised by their policy if they had catastrophic loss, if they had sinkhole, if they had exactly the details of their actual insurance policies. So all 3 do have some type of homeowners insurance. They also, what I know for sure is in the 2 destroyed homes, there were actually renters inside of those homeowners' homes. Those renters, neither one of them had any type of renter's insurance. So the contents that are the renters are not covered at all. So that's a total catastrophic loss for the renters. Behind you.
Just real quick, for the 5 houses that are still evacuated, you're doing the water testing today. When will those people likely be able to return home?
Right, and I apologize in advance. I did not repeat Kerry's question, but the question here is of the 5 individuals that have been evacuated, when are we going to allow them to return home? So those 5 homes are actually inside this footprint right here. Back to what Jared said, we are going to have the chain link fence up, and we don't believe that it's safe. Engineers are telling us it's not safe as we move that heavy equipment in and out of here with the sinkhole. We don't know exactly where that safe edge is at. So we're going to be working with building engineers, with civil engineers to let us know where that's going to be. We're going to do everything in our power to get those folks back in their homes just as quickly as we possibly can. But I do know that the Board of County Commission and Human Services, as well as United Way of Pasco, Salvation Army, and the Red Cross are all standing by to assist those families with any type of needed assistance, living assistance, and so on. Kerry?
One last question from me anyway. Is this now a dead end or are you going to try to rebuild the road?
All right, so the question is this now a dead end or are we going to try to rebuild a road? There's going to be there's already been several recommendations made for how to move forward with this. That's going to be one of those conversations we start with the insurance companies and with the county stakeholders. What does this look like in the future? We're going to look at we will look at cost effectiveness with taxpayer dollars, but we're also going to work with the insurance companies. There is no legal remedy that the county has to stop one of the homeowners from rebuilding their home back on this site. We can't stop that as long as they build a code and they follow the regulations for the rebuilding, then they, in essence, could be allowed to rebuild. Now, is there perhaps something else that we can do? There was a suggestion, and again, this was a suggestion. This is not rumor, so I'll go ahead and confirm it. One of our educational institutions, University of South Florida, scientist said he believes that the most cost-effective remedy to this would be actually to look at possibly acquiring the property from the homeowners and then connecting Lake Padgett back to this sinkhole. And then therefore we would never have to worry about this particular sinkhole again in the future. That's an option. It's one of many options. But what we will do is we will sit down with the 3 insurance companies. We will sit down with the county. We'll probably end up having a workshop with the Board of County Commission here in the very near future to talk about all of those potential options, and then we'll come up with the best option that works for the community, the homeowners, and everybody that's involved. Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me with the sinkhole if the water flows in a particular direction underground and do homes that are downstream need to be concerned?
So the question is, the water underground, does it flow in a particular direction, and if so, are homes downstream affected? That is a question that I do not have the answer to. I know that this Florida aquifer, I do not know which direction the Florida aquifer flows, or if it's a dormant type of water body underneath the Earth's crust here. I don't have those answers.
What were you saying about the potential danger or risk that could be posed by putting that heavy equipment in this area too soon, and the significance of waiting a couple of days?
Right. So, for instance, the homeowner for the home just over my shoulder here came back in yesterday, and she's, they were saying there's nothing wrong with the garage. There's nothing wrong with the garage. I said, and I told the young lady, I said, look, I can't let you in there because we're being told by structural engineers 25, 50 pounds of weight in any direction could cause the rest of that to collapse because of the washouts underneath. So to that end, we have to be very careful because, again, we already know that right behind us, if you see the orange paint on the road, it's marked there. Those are washouts that we already know exist. That's the ones we know exist. We don't know how much farther underneath the pavement that goes. So we're going to be working very slowly, very deliberately, very methodically as we bring that heavy equipment in so that we don't do any more damage to the situation than what's already occurred. All right? Any other questions? Yes.
Compared to other sinkholes in terms of size, is this the largest we've had in the county? Or do you know?
Yes, I will say, and Commissioner Starkey's been here a little bit longer than I have, but we did have a captain that said in 30 years, this is the biggest sinkhole that he's ever responded to. I did tell some of the news media previously that I believe that this is the largest one in the state of Florida in recent history. I know that Ms. Starkey's been here a long time. To your knowledge?
No, and Mrs. Conway's been here longer than me, but I don't recall any sinkhole of this size, nor one that had water in it like this one does. It's unusual.
Right.
And the final dimensions?
The final dimensions, the question was asked, we're still holding at 225 feet by 50 feet deep.
If you could say something directly to the people impacted by this, what would you want them to hear right now? I understand it could take months to completely repair the sinkhole.
So I have personally talked to every homeowner of the 11 that have been evacuated and some of the other homeowners in the area. And what I'm telling them, the message I'm telling them is, we're going to communicate with you regularly. I'm getting email addresses from all of them, phone numbers from all of them. We're going to communicate with them every step of the way. We're going to walk this road hand in hand. We're going to keep them informed, but do not fear. We are not going to turn our back on you. We're not going to let you down. We're going to be here with you every step of the way. All of the full strength of the Board of County Commission, the Pasco Sheriff's Office, the United Way, the Red Cross, Salvation Army,
and our
community is all standing here with them, and we're going to work it together.
Can you repeat the donation website address, please?
Yes, Alice, do you want to come up? The question is, repeat the donation website address.
The website address is unitedwaypasco.org. That's unitedwaypasco.org. Once you get to that page, you will see the banner for the relief fund. Click on the banner. It will bring you to the donation page.
Alice, can you do the text as well?
Oh, yes. And also the text to give, you will text Sinkhole 41444. Again, Sinkhole 41444.
I want to say that it's so sad that these renters did not have renter's insurance, and many people, I think, don't know they can get renter's insurance, and it is really quite affordable. And I would suggest to folks to take a look, and if you don't have it, I think it's a wise decision to go ahead and reach out and get some renter's insurance. So if something happens, you don't lose everything in a few minutes like these families did.
Right, Telemundo?
Something along that line. Obviously, this is something that we cannot prevent, but a lot of people are asking, how can they know, who could they ask to know if their property is on top of terrain that in the past, when a sinkhole opened up or...
All right, so the question is, how does a property owner, how does a renter, how does anyone know if there's if a property is subject to sinkholes? If they will go to the property appraiser's website, they have a very interactive tool that has different shades that tells you if there's been sinkhole activity in the past, sinkhole repaired activity in the past, or a sinkhole with nothing done to it in the past. All of that is available at Gary Joyner's website at the property appraiser's office for Pasco County.
I have a question to you. This kind of piggybacks off of that. There are some old historic photos that show that there used to be lakes right here on this place. Do we know if this property was built on a built-in sinkhole?
The question was, on some historic photos, they showed that there was potentially a lake here in the past. I have not seen that. I do not know that information, and we did pull all the permitting information for the last, 10, 15 years for this location, and it was noted that there were 2 sinkholes at these 2 addresses, one at each address in the past, that were remediated to a certain degree, but that's as far as the information that we had. All right? Any last minute questions? Going back around. All right, so this will conclude this press conference. We will move within about 10 minutes to doing some of those water tests at these 3 homes behind you. As far as our next press conference, if I'm not mistaken, this is going to be it for the day because there is going to be really no activity going on here. We won't have any new information until about 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon when we get those water tests back. So this will do it for today. At some point in time, as the Sheriff's Office mentioned, we will be closing up this fence and bringing it back down to a much smaller opening, if any opening at all.
If we have anything new,
if we had,
alerts and 2 hours heads up on the press conference.
If we do have anything new, we will give it out via media alert immediately with a press conference to follow there 2 hours after. I will just, again, let you know that I'm going to ask Doug or Chase, or most likely Doug, to send out a media alert with everybody's names and proper spelling up here for you guys. It's already been done. Thank you. Thank you so much, guys. We couldn't do this without you, so again, from the bottom of my heart, thank you very much for being here.
I want to go back and look at it.
Okay.
All right, everybody. Well, that was an update coming out of Tampa Bay, Florida on that sinkhole. Taking you to the next top story here in the show. We're covering news from all over the United States. This now coming out of Austin, Texas, where the governor there is discussing what we can expect from the Texas legislators' special session. So let's hear what they have to say. Here we go.
About it. If we're going to have a special session, let's have a special session that makes it count. And so I added 19 other items, and these items were selected on purpose in an array of subject areas that would ensure that Texas would remain in the vanguard of conservative principles for the United States of America.
Very good. And at the core of that is been some commentary that it's a little unusual to have a special session. And
okay, everyone, looks like there is a little bit of an audio issue, so let me see if I can fix this really quickly. Let me check on this really quick. Sorry about that, guys. I don't think it looked like the audio was a little bit off, so I'm going to try and fix that issue for you guys, but in the meantime I'll take you to the next top story here in the show while I try to fix out that audio issue. Thanks for watching with me live here today on the Fox News Now stream. Pulling up for you this event here. Let me take you. Let me make sure that this is correct for you guys. So this is NASA celebrating 100 years. They're discussing their legacy and their future. So let's hear what they have to say. Again, NASA celebrating 100 years.
The story of NASA's Langley Research Center is the story of taking what seems impossible and making it reality. It began just 14 years after the Wright brothers achieved the elusive some said preposterous, goal of powered flight, a goal chased by humankind for millennia. Their 120-foot journey at Kitty Hawk, North Carolina in 1903 broke the impossibility barrier, setting the course for the next century and beyond. The United States invented the first successful airplane, but European countries brought aviation to new heights. From the start, a number of European governments funded aeronautics research, which paid off when World War I broke out in 1914. Even before the war, aviation leaders realized the U.S. was falling behind and pressed Washington to do something about it. So in 1915, Congress authorized $5,000 to create the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, the NACA. This little seed, planted in the fertile farmland of Hampton, Virginia in 1917, grew to become NASA Langley, America's first civilian aeronautics research lab and NASA's first center. And it's been reaching for the impossible ever since.
The National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics facility began as administrative offices and a wind tunnel building on rural land that the U.S. Air Service wasn't using. The NACA broke ground for the Langley Memorial Aeronautical Laboratory on July 17, 1917. Topographically, it was a swamp, but geographically, it was ideal.
Hampton was really the perfect area for a facility like Langley. The U.S. Army Air Service was already there, so there was already flying going on. And what the engineers liked was the fact that it was a pretty good distance from Washington. So the suits were up there and the engineers had Langley to themselves.
World War I had shown aircraft's need for more speed, power, and agility. Not just in wartime, but for untapped commercial possibilities. It was for that reason Langley was conceived as a truly national laboratory, to benefit aeronautical exploration. From the start, Langley dedicated itself to building the tools, setting the rules, and solving the problems that kept flight from reaching its potential.
At the time Langley was established, the potential for aeronautics was as big as the sky. There was no place to go literally but up. The United States was really far behind Europe in terms of aeronautical research and progress. The Europeans, after all, had been driven by the fear of war and then an actual war. Lots of money going into the technology. In this country, not so much. And the founders of the NACA recognized just how important those European labs had been in pushing European aeronautics.
Langley came online as America's first civilian aeronautical research lab in 1920. The NACA's first atmospheric wind tunnel was already at work testing aerodynamic forces that affect aircraft. It was a good beginning, but by no means state of the art. The aerodynamicists knew they needed to do better, a lot better. And they did. 2 years later, in 1922, they powered up a new device no one had ever seen before. The world's first pressurized wind tunnel, the Variable Density Tunnel.
One of the things they did with it early on was to run a whole string of airfoil tests, just all kinds of airfoil shapes. And they published the data in kind of a catalog that was really of revolutionary importance for airplane designers. You could go to the NACA catalog, you could pick out an airfoil that had the characteristics you wanted, and there you go.
These reports, still used by aircraft designers today, kicked off Langley's reputation as a preeminent research facility. The value of Langley's wind tunnels came early. In 1928, Langley engineer Fred Wyke used the propeller research tunnel to design a cowling, or cover, for propeller engines that reduced drag, cooled the engine, and increased an aircraft's flight speed.
And it was those sorts of improvements coming out of the NACA that really laid the foundation for the advance of both military and commercial aviation in this country.
Success followed success. Encouraged by the propeller research tunnel, which was big enough for a full-size aircraft minus the wings, Langley built a tunnel to test entire planes, wings and all. In 1931, Langley opened the full-scale tunnel, which could test at speeds up to 118 miles per hour.
You really can't talk about the history of aeronautical research at Langley without talking about those wind tunnels. As you get into the mid and late 1930s, Langley, on the basis of the airfoil research, the cowling, and all of the other work they were doing, had established itself, the engineers had established themselves as a match for anybody else in the world. The Germans, the English, Langley was right there contributing to the body of knowledge.
And when the winds of war began to blow, Langley's tunnels were ready to serve. Many believed we would never beat Germany's superior air power. And based on how things looked at the end of World War I, that would be a reasonable assumption. But a lot had changed in one generation.
During the war, I think the lights never went out at Langley Research Center. The full-scale tunnel, I mean, you could put a full-scale fighter with a 40-foot wingspan in that tunnel and do really important tests with it.
Those tests were possible in part because of women who filled critically important jobs in machine shops, laboratories, and offices, while men were at war.
The Langley Research Center just played an incredibly important role during World War II, as it had in the years leading up to the war.
After the war, the innovations kept coming to increase structural integrity, safety, and speed. But how fast could we go?
Speed was, at that time, one of the things that aeronautics was all about, after all. And Langley, from the days of the NAC cowling and the other advancements, had certainly done its part to build speed. By the late 1930s and during the war, it became clear to engineers, though, there was a real problem on the horizon.
That problem was the sound barrier. During World War II, pilots noted that in steep dives, as aircraft approached the speed of sound, Mach 1, they would behave differently than at slower speeds. Langley's tunnels would again be needed to solve that problem, but first the tunnels themselves had to change.
The 8-foot high-speed wind tunnel could handle speeds of up to 500 miles an hour. When you get air much faster than that flowing through a normal tunnel, it began to create all sorts of problems with the reaction of the air to the wall of the tunnel, and you weren't getting good data anymore.
In the late 1940s, Langley's Ray Wright, with the support of Division Chief John Stack, experimented with ways to relieve these effects so that testing at transonic speeds could be done. They developed what they called the slotted throat wind tunnel.
You'd always been able to test at supersonic speeds and, of course, at subsonic speeds, but it was in the transonic area where the tunnels had a problem until Langley engineers solved it.
This was the dawn of the supersonic age, where research would push flight beyond the speed of sound. It was time to take some of the testing out of the tunnels. the U.S. Army Air Force teamed up with Langley and Bell Aircraft to develop an experimental rocket engine-powered aircraft, the X-1.
One solution was to design an airplane to go out and gather the data, and that's what the X-1 was.
On October 14, 1947, test pilot Chuck Yeager took the X-1 on its 50th flight and became the first person to break the sound barrier. Mach 1 was not only reachable, but thanks to Langley and others' research, just the beginning. The future was suddenly coming at us faster than sound, and Langley was up for the challenge of the new high-speed frontier.
At the time the X-1 flew through the sound barrier, it meant a couple of things for Langley. While the wind tunnels were still incredibly important and engineers were still doing that work, now there were these new tools, research airplanes. And so subtly, the mission of the NACA and Langley began to change a little bit.
One of the most brilliant innovations sprang from the mind of engineer Richard Whitcomb. It's called the area rule.
The design concept provides for an indentation in the fuselage near the wing. This indentation reduces the drag at transonic speeds and thus allows the airplane to fly faster and farther without an increase in power.
By the mid-50s, the supersonic age gave way to the hypersonic era and the race to achieve speed above Mach 5. Langley's researchers worked with the other NACA centers, the Navy, Army, Air Force, and North American Aviation to design, build, and test the experimental hypersonic X-15. The world's first hypersonic research aircraft made its maiden voyage on June 8, 1959.
Mach 5 is hypersonic. And of course, the most famous hypersonic manned vehicle was the X-15. And again, Langley's involved in helping to think about the aerodynamics of that vehicle and in testing it. I mean, it was an NACA, NASA program that really did bridge from the age of the air to the age of space.
The sky was no longer the limit. And whether or not anyone realized it at the time, the space age had begun. As the early X-planes began to scrape the edge of space, Langley aerodynamicists looked even further. The U.S. had much to learn about rockets, and to learn it, Langley turned to one of its up-and-coming engineers.
Well, Robert Gilruth was an engineer, an aerodynamicist, who went to work at the Langley Memorial Aeronautical Laboratory just before World War II. At the end of World War II, he was instrumental in creating the Pilotless Aircraft Research Division. Now, during those early years, they were exploring the flight regime around transonics into supersonic and ultimately hypersonic flight. So it was very much a rocket development organization.
The team's launching of test rockets from Wallops Island, a remote former Navy base on Virginia's eastern shore, was mostly pure research, until the day the mission changed. In October 1957, the Soviets launched the Sputnik spacecraft and stunned the world. The next July, President Eisenhower signed an act to create a space agency. On October 1st, 1958, the 4 NACA research labs, including the newly named Langley Research Center, formed the nucleus of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. NASA now included a human space program. Langley was its birthplace and became home to America's first astronauts, the Mercury 7.
The Pilotless Aircraft Research Division is assigned responsibility as it is transitioned into something called the Space Task Group for Project Mercury, the first human spaceflight activity. So Langley becomes the centerpiece of the human spaceflight program for the United States. The astronauts are selected, they are unveiled, they are operating at Langley for the first period of the program. They work on the design and research necessary to build the Mercury capsule.
Gilruth Group worked through a host of technical issues, like establishing ways to protect astronauts during re-entry and developing simulators to train humans how to work in space.
Okay, everybody, we're going to cut out of that NASA tribute for just a second here because I believe we do have a live event. So I'm going to try and set this up for you guys really quickly because live always takes priority here on the show. So I do want to make sure that I can get this to play for you guys. Let me see here. Does look like we've got it. Okay, we do have it. So this is a committee hearing, the review of the State Department. So let's take you now to this live event.
Happening. What I don't understand is, I know we've talked about it some on the floor, I don't understand why waiting to do an authorization till after the State Department has acted. I don't see how that benefits anybody. I just don't understand that. I mean, we're continuing to build out a State Department authorization each year. We make it larger and larger and larger, and at some point we're going to have the whole thing done. I don't understand how, because they're going through a reorg, us not taking action benefits us. I mean, I know we've talked about that, and again, everybody, any one person can keep it from happening. We got it. I just don't understand how that retains authority to the Senate. So we're having an open discussion. Maybe this is improper, but I just wanted to raise that. Sure.
So as I understand the reauthorization that we're looking at, we don't deal with USAID in that reauthorization. Is that correct?
Which is how we set up the process on the front end in order to, again, accomplish as much as we thought we could under a unanimous consent type Senate. But go ahead.
Well, I guess it feels to me like if there were a reorganization that makes a recommendation for USAID or the Bureau of Consular Affairs or Global Women's Issues, whatever it is, that when that goes into effect, if we've already done our reauthorization, we don't really have a vehicle that we can help to move to raise Congress's concerns about those reorganization policies that we might disagree with. And that's the concern that I have.
Except that we have the authorization again next year.
We do, but
by withholding, we in no way are keeping a vehicle to do it. You understand? I mean,
I do, but I also understand that when something goes into effect, it's harder to undo it than to prevent it from happening.
But we don't have a vehicle at present. I mean, again, I'm just missing the psychology here, and I want to understand it because I'd like for us to continue as a committee to build out to a place where we actually have an NDAA type authorization process. Each year it's getting broader and broader and broader. I just don't understand how withholding has any effect whatsoever on the reorg when they're telling us they're going to come back and consult with us anyway in that process all the way through. But it's a conversation we need to continue to have.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just briefly intercede. I want to get an authorization bill done this year, so I'm with you on that. But I think it is a reality that we have to look at what's being done in the administration. Let me just give you one example. Tonight there was a press report that the Secretary of State's considering the elimination of the Special Coordinator for Global Criminal Justice Issues, which basically deal with atrocities and war crimes. There's great interest in this committee on both sides of the aisle for Syrian war crimes accountability, Iraq war crimes accountability, preventing atrocities, etc. And although I understand the Secretary wants to reorganize, it's being broadcast as downplaying the importance of holding war criminals accountable. In that environment, it's going to be difficult for us not to respond. So I think Senator Shaheen's point, dealing with USAID, yes, we've agreed that this framework would not include USAID, but if the administration is taking fundamental changes, and I understand Secretary Sullivan believes that's not the case, but if they were taking fundamental changes on the organization of USAID and we remain silent, that is a challenge. And if they're going to do major changes in criminal war crimes accountability and we're silent, that's a non-starter for, I think, both Democrats and Republicans on this committee. So I just think it's a reality. We're going to have to respond to some of the things that are done. But I want to get to the finish line.
And each year there's an authorization that comes up, and each year, you know, you can write things in and make them law. And I don't see how remaining silent by not acting in any way causes us to be any lesser remaining silent. But so again, I don't get the psychology, but I obviously need to understand it for us to be able to move ahead. Senator Menendez, and then we'll move to Senator Markey.
Mr. Chairman, thanks for the opportunity. And I understand your question. Let me just give you a few cuts at it.
Okay.
As you may remember, I didn't even want to move forward on the state authorization.
I remember it very well.
And I, out of deference to the chair, I yielded and stopped my objection on the floor.
And I appreciate that.
But and we have worked together on many things, so this is not an ideological issue, but it is, for me, one of the most critical things the committee can do, and how it does it is incredibly important. So, for example, in answer to your question, how does waiting inure to our benefit? If we were actually having legislation that was in creating certain parts of the State Department in a mandatory form versus a permissive form, I would say it does not inure to our benefit to wait. But when we basically create permissive virtually across the board, the second complicating factor, in addition to it, I don't believe it should be permissive across the board, is that the reorganization taking place by the Secretary, such a permissive nature might be seen as as giving it an okay, that what you ended up doing is actually okay. And for some of us, I think some of the things, whether intended or not, and I accept your word since you are engaged far more with the Secretary of the State Department than I have, that the intentions are good. But for example, I know that OMB Director Mulvaney, he has a different view than the Secretary. And so he may be pushing that view from an administration point of view. So it may not even be the Secretary at the end of the day to collapse USAID into state. The point being that when we give it our imprimatur, in a sense, I don't want to be responsible for giving imprimaturs to things that I really fundamentally have a problem with. And the last point is, the question of it'll be far more difficult, in my view, having sat where you've sat and having an administration of my party and standing up to it when I personally believe they were wrong on a policy basis, to challenge in next year's authorization, assuming you do this year's authorization, something that the administration will have done. So they structure the new department as they wish. They pursue their reorganization without any meaningful effort legislatively to construct what that should look like. And now, once having done that, members, not only on this committee but on the Senate as a whole, will be put into a position of, if they believe that that reorganization or elements thereof were not appropriate, of challenging the administration to do that in a new authorization bill. So that may not be a problem for the chair, because I recognize the chair's independence, but I have to be honest with you, I'm not sure that that's everybody's case. So those are my, when you ask me why wait, well, that's my perspective.
I'm glad to have this conversation. We're going to move to you in 1 second, Senator Markey. I would just say we're in that situation either way. You know, if we act in the next 60 days or we don't act in the next 60 days, we're in that same situation, but we haven't built it out further. I understand what you're saying about permissive versus mandatory. That's a point well taken. But by not acting or acting, we find ourselves in the same place when the timing of what they do is going to occur later on. But go ahead, Senator.
I just wanted to make one point to clarify that I support the reauthorization. In fact, I think this committee should have the same kind of process that the Armed Services Committee has, where we do an authorization every year. It's debated. it goes to the floor, and there's an understanding that it's going to be part of what we do annually, because I think what we need to do is to elevate the role of diplomacy and the State Department. And having that kind of a process does that. So I'm totally in agreement with you on that, and we're just disagreeing about timing.
Yep, that's fine. And I moved to Senator Markey by saying each year there seems to always come an issue, and I really appreciate both of you, actually. I think last year on the floor, the two of you were actually somewhat resistant for different reasons. I appreciate you building out and allowing us to continue to build out, and I've shared with each of you and Senator Cardin, I don't come at this with any ideology. I come at this with what you just said exactly. I want this committee to determine the policies that take place at State Department and USAID. And it's more important for me each year that we build that out, whatever direction it takes, just so we continue to build it out. And I thank you both for allowing last year to go forward. I don't know how stopping it this year benefits us, but I'm still listening. Senator Markey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it's like you're going to be in an echo chamber here, so I will just say that if there is going to be an effort by this administration to eliminate special envoys, and this legislation makes it possible for them to eliminate special envoys, we're talking about the special representative for nuclear nonproliferation, the special representative for biological and toxin weapons convention issues, the representative to the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons, the special negotiator for plutonium disposition, the special envoy for climate change, the Office of the Haiti Special Coordinator, the special representative for international labor affairs, the special envoy for human rights of LGBT persons, the coordinator for sanctions policy, the special representative for religion and global affairs, and the representative for Northern Ireland issues. And so I am very concerned that language in this state authorization bill will have the effect of cutting all of these positions unless the administration chooses to fill them. And I think it would be better for us to kind of know what their plan is so that we can then respond to their proposal rather than giving them this authorization to do so without having an idea as to how many of these positions might be eliminated, if not all of them. So can I ask you, Mr. Sullivan, how many of these positions are you contemplating right now eliminating?
Senator Markey, there is no preconceived view on any of those offices. The goal is to, for all of those issues and all of the issues that are represented or addressed by those offices, all are important. Our overriding goal is to make sure that those issues are addressed properly. One concern we have with the special envoys, speaking generally, is that they are delinked from the substantive bureau. So, for example, for the Northern Ireland representative, it's not part of the European Bureau. So it wouldn't be a case, I don't think, without prejudging, but just as an example, for that special envoy, rather than being a special envoy outside of the organizational bureau who reports directly to the senator, excuse me, to the secretary, and therefore is somewhat insulated from this committee because the Assistant Secretary for European Affairs, who can be called before this committee, that special envoy reports to the secretary. It's really a question of how we address those important issues and structure our bureaucracy accordingly.
Right, but as you know, my mother's a Sullivan, Mr. Sullivan, so, it took a long time to get a special envoy to Northern Ireland, right? So that's a special thing, but each one of these other special envoys kind of reflects a priority that was established to, ensure that a little special attention that otherwise the issue might not receive from the department in general was given that special, role. So none of these are incidental. Each one of these areas has, a reason why they have a special envoy. And if they're moved, into kind of larger parts of the agency that don't have any squarely aligned responsibility with a senior person inside of the department, it just would run the risk of slipping through the cracks, of not getting the attention it needed, of not having the focus, which clearly we have tried over the years to ensure that each one of these areas receives. So I just say that to you, Mr. Sullivan, that that's a concern that I have, and I think others have as well. And Northern Ireland's a good example, right? Where maybe now people say, well, who cares? But, it's moved on to a more mature, area. But in the area of Brexit, there's likely to be an exacerbation of tensions that we haven't seen in a long, long time. And to be honest, the formation of the government, the new government in Great Britain is dependent upon this alliance with a Northern Ireland party that may or may not square up with kind of the objectives which the United States has been trying to advance over the years. So I just point that out to you, and I would hope that we might, be able to get the sequencing correct. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Senator Udall.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and thank you, Deputy Secretary Sullivan, for joining us today. Just past week, we learned that the State Department spent approximately $15,000 at a Trump hotel in Vancouver when the President's daughter, Ivanka, stayed there. The Washington Post obtained this information via the Freedom of Information Act. This use of taxpayer dollars at the Trump Hotel empire reminded me of the many questions in an unanswered letter that I sent to the State Department along with several other senators. I'm hoping you can help us answer these questions. There are properties all over the world with the Trump name prominently displayed on them, many in areas that have been targeted by terrorist attacks. On March the 8th, I wrote to Secretary Tillerson along with Senators Whitehouse and Blumenthal asking what, if any, taxpayer resources are being spent to secure Trump Organization commercial real estate around the globe. First, will the State Department respond to this letter soon? It has already been 4 months since we sent the letter.
Yes, Senator, you have my apology that we haven't responded already. It's important for us to be responsive to maintain the trust and confidence of this committee.
Yeah, and so do you have any timeline on how soon you can respond to this?
It's I've heard of it. My apologies. I will, when I return this evening, make sure that it is acted on soonest.
Good, and I know you discussed with me on several occasions how important you thought it was for you to give us information because we have a crucial role to play under the Constitution. Has anyone in the Trump Organization or Trump administration requested assistance from state to help secure a Trump Organization property?
Not to my knowledge, and I can, with respect to the, I've seen the press reports on the hotel in Vancouver. I asked about it. My understanding is that that the State Department, as we frequently do, assists other agencies where we have a consulate in making hotel bookings, and that my understanding is that the bookings that you refer to were for the Secret Service. They weren't for the State Department. We just happened, because we have a consulate there, we didn't seek out that booking, or they weren't our people who were staying there, so it was for another government agency.
Yeah, but so you don't know whether or not anybody in the Trump Organization or administration requested assistance from state to help secure a Trump administration property. But you'll look into that and get us an answer.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, and I'm sure you understand the thrust of these questions. I mean, when I serve on a number of committees, one in addition to this is appropriations, and I really believe that taxpayers are entitled to know how their money's being spent, and then it's a judgment call for them, really more than anything. Has the State Department, the Department of State, rented property or purchased additional goods or services from the Trump Organization to facilitate State Department missions?
Not to my knowledge, but I will undertake to get a response to that, definitive response to your question promptly, Senator.
Okay. And if so, is there an agreement in place for the Trump Organization to reimburse the federal government for those costs? I assume you will also get us an answer to that.
Yes, Senator.
There are further questions in the letter, but I would like a full written response to these and other questions. And since the administration has not responded to our letter, I will submit all of these questions for the record and hope that you give us a prompt response.
You have my word on it, Senator.
A number of recent reports have highlighted a significant morale problem at the State Department, as well as many of the concerns regarding the steep budget cuts being proposed at State. And the top leadership at State is reportedly very isolated from the nation's diplomats. Do you believe that career foreign service and civil service officers serve an important role in our nation's diplomacy?
Unquestionably.
And will you increase efforts to integrate the new political leadership of the department with career staff to best represent America's interests abroad?
I will, and I have. I spoke at the Foreign Service Institute a couple of weeks ago to 700 Foreign Service officers, and I had prepared remarks, and I put them aside, and I picked up a microphone, and I said, open it up for questions, and said, hit me with your best shot, whatever you've got, and because they are. Those men and women are the backbone of the department, and and the Secretary has an enormous amount of respect for them and their views.
Yeah, and I couldn't agree with you more. In my travels around the world, meeting the people that are living in the countries and there as professionals and career people are so dedicated to this country and making sure our country gets it right in terms of the country they're serving in and getting our foreign policy right. And I want to thank you for your talk with them and taking this approach. Mr. Chairman, I want to stress that any state authorization approved by Congress should include significant oversight language to ensure that the Congress has a final say about any proposed reorganization of the State Department.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Senator Cardin.
Secretary Sullivan, I just really want to just underscore our hope about how you and this committee can work together on issues in the State Department. Congress appropriates money. Congress passes statutes. The Trump administration, in some cases, have different views than that, as we've seen in some of the actions that have been taken by the Trump administration. And certainly their FY18 budget is different than what Congress did in the FY17 budget after we had the president's skinny FY18 budget. So we are a co-equal branch of government. We expect the State Department to implement what Congress has done. So when we provide you funds and provide you authority, we expect that to be carried out. The President has the right to veto. The President can do a lot of things. We recognize that. Ultimately, we want to work together. So when the administration imposed a freeze, and we saw what was happening through attrition, it was having some really adverse impact. And we pointed that out with the Pickering and Rangel Fellows, and thank you. It was reversed in allowing the fellows to join the A100 class this year, and we're pleased about that. But as I mentioned in my opening statement, we have a challenge before Mr. Trump was elected President of the United States in diversity in the State Department. It's been a challenge. We've had hearings in Congress on this. We've had numerous opportunities to try to improve diversity because of the importance in the State Department carrying out its mission and its credibility globally for us to show that we do represent the global community. So can you just give us some assurances, A, that when Congress passes appropriations and authorizations, that it should be carried out? Shouldn't be should, it must be carried out by the State Department. And then secondly, how you deal with the diversity issue with the overriding policies of contraction that is currently the pressure that you're under.
Sure. Well, first of all, Senator, as Deputy Secretary and as a lawyer, I can affirm to you that we will comply with the law, execute the law, follow the instructions of Congress. We are a nation of laws, and the department abides by the law. So you have my.
And I know that you will do everything in your power to carry that out, and that's one of the reasons why we were so pleased to support your nomination, and we're pleased that you're there. I think it's going to be more difficult than just those words, so we wish you well.
Well, I will seize on that point, Senator, to address your second point. And I made this, I said this when I spoke to the Foreign Service Institute students. Actions speak louder than words. And I can offer all the platitudes that one can think of on diversity and how important it is. But actions speak louder than words. And what I said to the FSI students was, I expect them and you to hold us accountable for what we commit to do. I commit to doing all we can to have a diverse State Department. Why? It's the right thing to do as Americans because equal opportunity is enshrined in our Constitution. But second, and it's a point you've raised, Senator, it's not merely the face we present to the world, but it's doing our own jobs, getting input from all of the different races, ethnicities, gender. That input makes it easier for us to do our job in interpreting what's going on in foreign countries and interacting with foreign governments. It's important as a policy matter, not just as a moral matter or a legal matter. So you have my commitment on that. And if I don't follow through, you can bring me back up here and tell me where I've fallen down on the job.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. We appreciate the fact that you're there, and we appreciate your commitment to these principles.
I thank you for being here, too, and I know that we're going to keep the record open until the close of business Wednesday, and I know there'll be numbers of questions, and to the extent you can answer those promptly, we'd appreciate it. I do want to balance out, to a degree, the special envoy discussion. The listening tour is complete. I know there was an outside consultant that generated a report from that listening tour, and you know, it confirmed what many of us have been hearing for years, and this is not at any particular special envoy that I direct this, but that they do more harm than good. They do more harm than good. I think they hurt the culture of our professional foreign service officers, candidly, because I think they see them in many cases as a workaround. I mean, all of us have been in organizational situations where XYZ is in a job, they're not doing the job well, so what do? We create a workaround, and it hurts the culture. It hurts, actually, those professionals that are doing their jobs well, and we know that, and they know that, and y'all learned this from this listening tour. So, look, it's kind of like base closings. I hear people talk about their special issue. You know, you got a base in your home state. It's the best state. It's the best base ever, obviously, because you've got people in your own state employed. But that's what we're hearing a lot of. I'm sorry, tonight is a special thing for a special state or a special interest. I hope that we'll do away with all of them that are unnecessary. And I think most of them are unnecessary. Okay? And I think the Foreign Service professionals believe they are unnecessary. We just had one created, unfortunately, for Ukraine. Here we have, you know, the Secretary of State says that most of these things are unnecessary, and then he creates one. Well, this person is going to carry out some important policy for our nation, right? I mean, this Ukraine issue is very important. If we're going to do that, they ought to at least be confirmed. I mean, if we've got somebody carrying out policy relative to Ukraine, which is important, we ought to be able to confirm them. So, look, these positions are duplicative. They waste money. They have huge staffs. We may end up having some special envoys that are important, but just from this one senator, just get one vote like the other 20 people on the committee. I think mostly it's a waste of money, a waste of time. It hurts our culture, and I hope you'll do everything you can to do away with most of them, if not all of them. So anyway, I hope that's balancing out some of the other comments that have been made. I thank you for being here today. I thank you for your great spirit, if you will, and wanting to work with us. I think you're bringing a lot to the department that is needed at this particular time. So thank you for coming. Please answer our questions promptly. The meeting is adjourned.
All right, everybody. Well, that was coming from the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, where they were reviewing the State Department. Taking you back now to the NASA event that we were streaming for you earlier, where they are celebrating 100 years. The NASA's Langley Research Center in Hampton, Virginia, again celebrating their 100th anniversary.
System to maintain contact with spacecraft. And to streamline operations, NASA's first flight director, Langley's Chris Kraft, applied the concept of something now synonymous with spaceflight: mission control.
That was an idea that goes back to the World Wars, in which flight control is a centerpiece. You have to understand the logistics of movement and how things are going to be operating. All of that can be done from a room, if you will, with communication systems coming in and going out, and data coming in and going out. And they modified those ideas from the military and created the modern mission control.
All of these technological advances required mathematical experts. One of the most well-known was Langley's Katherine Johnson. For years, Langley had hired women to operate primitive mechanical calculating machines. Later, those human computers included African Americans, like Johnson, who went on to calculate the trajectory analysis for the first American in space, Alan Shepard. She also verified computer calculations for John Glenn, the first American to orbit the Earth. Her contributions were so great that she was later awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom. In the 1960s, the space age, born at Langley, took its next giant step, with a little nudge from President John F. Kennedy. Just 20 days after Alan Shepard's historic 1961 flight, the president gives his decision to go to the moon speech.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills. Because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one we intend to win, and the others too.
It's a technological miracle in many ways. No one's ever even tried this before in terms of reaching the moon. There were three options that anyone could think of. The first option was, let's build a really big rocket, let's fly it to the moon, and then let's land a piece of it on the surface. And that sort of direct ascent option was very quickly put off the table because it was just too expensive and difficult to do.
The second option was called Earth Orbit Rendezvous.
You send up multiple spacecraft into Earth orbit. You convene a armada, if you will, in Earth orbit. They assemble a set of vehicles to go to the moon. They go to the moon, they do their mission, then they come back.
But then a less expensive dark horse candidate arrived on the scene: Lunar Orbit Rendezvous.
In fact, it did not have a very strong following in the senior leadership at NASA in the early 1960s. And a Langley engineer by the name of John Hobolt did the math on this, worked out how it could be undertaken successfully and more easily than Earth Orbit Rendezvous.
Hobolt envisioned a modular spacecraft, launched as one unit. As the main capsule orbits the moon, a lander with 2/3 of the crew would detach and go to the lunar surface. Hobart's idea won out.
And this is an important decision because this would drive all the technology that would be developed to accomplish the moon program. The Apollo spacecraft, the lunar module landing craft, the big Saturn V rocket were all predicated on that decision.
A couple of years later, Langley trained Gemini and Apollo astronauts how to rendezvous and dock 2 spacecraft while in orbit, setting the stage for the Apollo moon landing. But before anything could land on the moon, we had to know its surface. 5 lunar orbiters took images and beamed them back to Langley.
Well, Lunar Orbiter was an interesting program. How do we get the best imagery that we can possibly get from the lunar surface with a spacecraft that's in lunar orbit, with the intention of, first and foremost, finding good landing sites, ones that are safe to land on, but also geologically interesting, so that astronauts can get out of the spacecraft, collect samples, take imagery, and do all of the things that they're supposed to do.
The astronauts also had to be trained to fly the last 150 feet to the lunar surface and then move safely and comfortably in the moon's reduced gravity. 24 Apollo astronauts, including the first person on the moon, Neil Armstrong, trained for their missions at Langley.
Landing on the moon is not an easy task. It's virtually impossible to simulate it here on Earth. They built a huge gantry at Langley Research Center, the Lunar Landing Research Facility, which had cables and hooks and all kinds of things, and you could put a vehicle that was a model of the lunar module suspended from this thing.
Having conquered the moon, Langley turned to the next great challenge: the Viking program to Mars. A mission to investigate the planet's atmosphere and surface and to look for signs of life. NASA Langley managed the Viking project and was responsible for the Viking lander system and mission operations.
The history that it had with Lunar Orbiter, in which it was very successful, sort of gets transferred into the Viking landing program.
A mission to Mars is infinitely more complex than landing on the moon. The Viking 1 and Viking 2 spacecraft, each with its own orbiter and lander, would take months to make the half-billion-mile journey to a rocky, cratered planet that has very little atmosphere. When Viking 1 touched down on the Martian surface on July 20th, 1976, it became the first spacecraft to land safely on the red planet and keep operating.
Touchdown, we have touchdown. Excellent zone.
Within seconds, it started taking pictures of Mars and itself, what some call the first Martian selfie. Viking was safe on Mars, gathering tantalizing data from another world. The Langley developed technologies that made it possible have continued to shape the robotic exploration of Mars ever since.
It was a very significant coming of age for both NASA and Langley Research Center. Langley was assigned this task and did it beautifully.
By the time Viking 1 blinked out in 1982, the world's first reusable spacecraft, the Space Shuttle Columbia, was starting its 5th mission. It launched on a rocket and returned to Earth like a glider.
Reusable spacecraft goes back to Buck Rogers in the first part of the 20th century. The cartoon strips, the movie serials, the feature films, they all use reusable spacecraft.
Langley's researchers knew about reusable spacecraft from their work in hypersonic gliders and space planes. Beyond testing the preliminary shuttle designs and capturing tens of thousands of hours of wind tunnel data, Langley's engineers also conducted structures and materials tests, evaluated shuttle tire and braking systems, and improved its thermal protection system. From 1981 through 2011, NASA's 5 shuttles flew 135 missions. Its crew transported large cargo to low Earth orbit, launched, repaired, and recovered satellites, and helped build the International Space Station. With astronauts living and working in space since the year 2000, and commercial companies now conducting supply missions to the space station, NASA could focus on deep space travel. With the Red Planet again in our sights, Langley and other NASA centers are working on the Orion crew capsule and heavy lift rocket, the Space Launch System, or SLS.
Mars is sort of the big enchilada of places we'd like to go. And I don't think there's anybody in the space community, and probably a whole lot of people outside the space community, who would like nothing more than to see astronauts set foot on the red planet. It's hard to do. There's radiation hazards, there's the microgravity environment that has to be dealt with. All of those are challenges that need to be overcome to undertake a human mission to Mars.
Langley Research is tackling these challenges and many more. Just like the testing of the Saturn V and shuttle designs, SLS models are being tested in Langley's tunnels and with Langley computer know-how. And Langley engineers have led efforts to build a launch abort system designed to carry the crew away in the event of an emergency during liftoff. Versions of the Orion capsule have gone through testing at the same gantry used to train the Apollo astronauts. Splash tests of Orion mock-ups, outfitted with sensors, and some equipped with crash test dummies, will help us better understand what the spacecraft and astronauts may experience when returning home after deep space missions.
One of the things that you have to do is come down in some sort of target area that is within the bounds of the ships that you've got at sea that are going to recover this vehicle. You do not want to leave the astronauts bobbing in the water for too long.
Langley researchers are using all their tools to make sure everything is on track for our journey to Mars. Even as NASA and NASA Langley turn their attention toward other parts of the solar system, scientists never lost sight of planet Earth. Atmospheric science work at NASA Langley began in the early 1970s as an offshoot of its aeronautics research. Langley applied its expertise in tools, methods, and testing toward a science program that would study the impacts of supersonic flight. To understand changes in the atmosphere, scientists first need to measure it. At Langley, some of the earliest measurements started with the 1975 Apollo-Soyuz mission, when astronaut Deke Slayton operated the Stratospheric Aerosol Measurement, or SAM, sensor.
Aerosols are suspended particles or liquid droplets in the atmosphere. Things like soot, dust, black carbon, pollen, those are all examples of aerosols. And though they're really small, they have a big or large uncertainty in the Earth's climate system. NASA Langley has been instrumental in studying aerosols and the processes related to them and understanding their role in the climate system.
The SAM experiment marked the beginning of Langley's space-based studies of aerosols in Earth's atmosphere. Later, more Langley-developed instruments were sent into space. Many were on satellites, like the first Stratospheric Aerosol and Gas Experiment, or SAGE, launched in 1979, part of the family tree of instruments that grew out of the SAM experiment.
The vantage point of space allows us to look at the Earth's atmosphere, its weather, and its climate, to look at various processes ranging from diagnosing our climate, long-range transport, or even improving prediction from our climate models.
Beginning in the 1980s, the space shuttle served as another tool in the Langley Atmospheric Science Toolbox. NASA's first science payload on a shuttle launched on Columbia's second mission. The Langley-developed measurement of air pollution from space instrument helps scientists build a database of atmospheric carbon monoxide levels. These measurements gave scientists a better understanding of pollution and how far it can spread.
The atmosphere is composed of both natural and anthropogenic pollutants. We talk about aerosols and trace gas pollution. These are critical, and we're seeing increases in places like Asia. Meanwhile, we're seeing decreases in other places around the world. So transport and understanding that transport is important to understand the overall climate system and the composition of these pollutants and gases.
The shuttle also carried a Langley satellite-based experiment that measured the planet's overall warming and cooling. In 1984, Sally Ride, the first American woman in space, deployed the Earth Radiation Budget satellite from the Space Shuttle Challenger.
It's important to study the Earth's radiation budget because it has a critical impact on understanding climate change. The sun's energy comes into the atmosphere. It can be absorbed by greenhouse gases. Some of that energy can be reflected. If we end up with an imbalance in our energy budget, we can see warming in our climate system. And that's why the work that's being done at NASA Langley is critical, particularly some of the satellite-based observations.
The Earth Radiation Budget satellite was also carrying an instrument that would take a closer look at the ozone layer. SAGE-2, another in the family of instruments that grew out of the SAM experiment.
The ozone layer, which is a part of the stratosphere, is critical for life on our planet. The ozone layer protects us from harmful UV radiation. Now, in the past, we used ground-based observations and perhaps balloon measurements, but it really gave us point measurements. It's kind of like seeing a tree, but not necessarily seeing the forest. Satellites allowed us to see the true expansiveness of the ozone hole.
Information from Langley satellite instruments provided the most widely used ozone datasets in the 1990s, helping scientists better understand the hole and how to work across borders to repair it. And in February 2017, Langley extended that ozone monitoring legacy with the launch of SAGE-3 to the International Space Station. Another of Langley's tools for looking at the atmosphere is active remote sensing LIDAR technology. Much like radar uses sound waves to take measurements, LIDAR uses lasers. Launched in 2006, the Calypso satellite, a partnership with the French space agency CNES, uses LIDAR to provide new insight into the role clouds and atmospheric aerosols play in regulating Earth's weather, climate, and air quality.
Two of the biggest uncertainties in climate model projections are aerosols and clouds. Clouds can be a net warmer or a net cooler in our climate system, depending on where they're located in the atmosphere. Another key point with clouds is that clouds form on aerosols. Understanding clouds, their formation, and their distribution will take us a long way in closing the uncertainty in those model projections.
Langley scientists have also used LIDAR instruments on board airplanes. It's part of an airborne science legacy Langley pioneered in the 1980s, when scientists first used instrumented planes to better understand the troposphere, the air we breathe.
The troposphere is the lowest layer of our atmosphere. It's the layer that we live in and will never leave unless we are an astronaut or become an astronaut.
Aircraft and the instruments they carry continue to be important to Langley Earth science, whether it's to measure and track air pollution, help assess Arctic sea ice, or study the movement of greenhouse gases. Even as Langley's Earth monitoring instruments fly around the skies, new Langley satellite instruments are in the works, including a new version of Ceres, the clouds and Earth's radiant energy system. Dating back to the late 90s, Ceres and its follow-on instruments are devoted to understanding Earth's radiation budget. Langley is also managing the development of TEMPO, the first space-based instrument to monitor major air pollutants across North America hourly during daytime.
NASA Langley is critical for studying the Earth's atmosphere, given its observations and capabilities related to things like atmospheric chemistry, aerosols, clouds, and the Earth's radiation budget. It also hosts the Atmospheric Sciences Data Center. The data from these satellites, aircraft missions, and otherwise will be critical for closing the uncertainty in our climate model projections.
Learning as much as we can about where we are today will tell us where we're heading tomorrow. Of course, sometimes emergencies arise that no one could have predicted. And in many of those cases, the researchers at NASA Langley have risen to the challenge with timely solutions. Wartime is the ultimate national emergency. And in World War II, Langley earned its wings once again. By methodically examining individual warplanes, engineers learned how to squeeze maximum aeronautic efficiency out of each one. It was called drag cleanup. The magic happened in the full-scale tunnel, starting with the Navy's Brewster Buffalo prototype fighter plane.
This Brewster Buffalo is the classic example. They bring in a plane that's not working the way it's supposed to. It's not performing the way the engineers designed. It wasn't going to meet the basic contract requirements. The real achievement of the drag cleanup study was this invention of a new process for quickly evaluating the performance of a particular aircraft design.
By the war's end, more than 30 varieties of military aircraft flew faster because of drag cleanup.
And you cannot overstate how important that was to the performance of these vehicles throughout the Second World War, and really helped give the Allies an edge in their air power.
Langley's engineering also made a difference in civil aviation.
It benefited the nation and the industry by producing amazing aircraft right after the Second World War, airplanes that could fly faster and farther and higher than anything that had ever been designed in human history.
Those new advancements came at a cost. Vibrations that are inconsequential at lower speeds can be catastrophic as planes flew faster. The vibrations, called flutter, could literally shake a plane to pieces.
And then suddenly in 1959, an Electra fell out of the sky and another one fell out of the sky, and people lost their lives. And this was a profound crisis for the airline industry.
The Federal Aviation Administration ordered tests to find solutions. Industry turned to NASA Langley and its new transonic dynamics tunnel, designed to study the effects of wind gusts and structural vibration on aircraft.
It was a blockbuster test for that tunnel. But what they did in this work was discover the root of the problems, what caused this vibrations, what caused the flutter to occur, and more importantly, how to fix it.
The Langley testing did more than prevent further accidents and save countless lives. It also set the pace for the aircraft industry.
I think one of the really important contributions that Langley made in this particular moment was that it taught industry how to work together productively, how to identify a research problem, how to solve it, and more importantly, it set up a research agenda for decades to come.
Langley's problem-solving expertise was called on again after the 1985 crash of a Delta airliner at Dallas-Fort Worth Airport that killed 136 people. It went down trying to land in a thunderstorm, doomed by a wind shear downdraft, the second such crash in 3 years. The FAA tapped NASA Langley to lead airborne wind shear and microburst detection research.
A microburst is kind of a mini tornado, but in reverse. And wind shear is when those wind currents suddenly shift unexpectedly. Because of these sudden changes, it makes it extremely hazardous for pilots if they're at the point of a flight when they're trying to land the plane. This is when a number of accidents occurred.
Langley developed a system to better understand and analyze these unusual weather conditions.
Langley researchers come up with a numerical scale they call the F factor to help pilots understand the severity of wind shear. That number, this F factor, if you will, is incorporated into FAA regulations today. But it's a great example how one piece of research can have national impact.
Because of NASA Langley research into sensors that warn pilots a microburst is ahead, wind shear accidents in the U.S. have been virtually eliminated. But it's not just outside agencies that rely on NASA Langley's expertise. After Challenger exploded in 1986, Langley engineers tested the solid rocket booster's failed O-rings. Other Langley researchers focused on the booster joints and came up with a whole new design. After Columbia was lost during re-entry in 2003, Langley wind tunnel and computer-based studies of shuttle aeroheating helped paint a picture of what happened. Langley then focused its technical strengths on shuttle's thermal protection system, what made it fail, how to inspect it, how to repair it in orbit, and determine when it was safe to fly, even with minor damage.
So after the shuttle accidents, one in the mid-1980s, the other in the early 2000s, NASA Langley engineers worked together to find solutions to incredibly complicated.
Okay, everybody, we're going to break out of this to take you to some breaking news here. Let me pull this up for you guys. This is out of Chicago, where there was a shooting in the parking lot of the Marcus movie theater there. Let me pull this up for you guys, and let's take you to the scene.
Wow. Thanks. Right?
So again, this is a shooting in the parking lot of the Marcus movie theater in South Suburban County, Club Hills, out of Chicago. We'll keep you updated with the latest on this situation, but right now, Chopper is above this parking lot where this shooting went down. Give me just a few moments while I update the lower third and get some more information for you guys. So again, those of you who are watching, this did not happen inside the movie theater, but it happened at the parking lot of this movie theater. This is the Marcus movie theater in the South Suburban Country Club Hills of Chicago. Police are responding to the scene right now. We'll keep you updated live here on the Fox News Now stream. We're being told that the suspect is now on the run. Possible pursuit could be happening as we continue to stream this live here out of Chicago, where a shooting happened in the parking lot of the Marcus movie theater here in South Suburban County Club Hills. Keeping you updated live here on the Fox News Now stream. All right, everybody, I have my co-host Mike Page up here with me right now, who's from Chicago, so it's probably the best person to have up here during this breaking news event. Are you familiar with this area, County Club Hills?
This is...
Or... That's what I...
Yeah, so actually, this is Country Club Hills.
So let me update that lower there.
And it's a southwest suburb of Chicago, probably about 15 to 20 minutes away from the actual city there. But it looks like a shooting happened here in this parking lot of this Marcus Theater. Marcus Theater is a big chain there. It's kind of like a Harkins out here.
Yeah.
And, well, some sort of disagreement happened either before or after a movie.
Country Club Hills kind of sounds like a nice area there in Chicago, too.
Yeah, it's a nice little suburb.
I mean, is this normal for
No,
this area?
No, not at all here. So, we are also being told that that suspect now on the run here.
So a possible pursuit could happen, you guys.
Yeah, so stay right here with us. And, yeah, so obviously a big investigation will happen now. We don't have any word yet if anybody was hit or if it was just a shooting.
I can't imagine.
So details very limited.
And again, you know, obviously you hear the words shooting and movie theater, and it makes everyone nervous. Not sure why someone would even have a gun near the movie theater here. I mean, this is where people go to just have a nice time. I'm not sure what could have happened. Maybe some sort of deal was going down in the parking lot. Who knows?
Something,
right?
yeah. Something triggered the shooting. And, I mean, this is happening at what, 6:10 there now? They're 2 hours. And so it happened just moments ago. And you can see they have that all taped off there. And judging by, take a look at, if they zoom in a little bit more, there's a lot of markers there on the ground where there would be like bullet shells.
And it looks like there's a wheelchair there, right in the center.
That's what it looks like. Yeah, wheelchair.
So
right there by that
interesting.
sewer. And tons of police there. A lot of activity here for just a... you can see that they don't get these calls a lot by the amount of police that have come to this scene here.
And you said you could see some bullet shells there on the
Yeah,
ground.
I mean,
That's what it looked like?
Yeah, right over...
Kind of like right here?
Yeah, right on the top of your screen there. Yes.
Oh, wow. And then obviously right here is the wheelchair, which is that's sort of interesting to see just in the middle of this crime scene here. So again, we don't really have a lot of information, but suspect on the run, possible pursuit. Have you ever covered a police chase in Chicago?
No.
So that's interesting.
Yeah. So I'm wondering if the pursuit is maybe over, because why would the chopper still be up here? You know,
You're right.
You'd think they would want to go see what this pursuit's all about.
Right, if the suspect's on the run, I'm wondering where that suspect ran off to. But you don't want to mess with the police in Chicago, right? I mean, you've told me before they're pretty tough over there. They have to deal with a lot every day.
Yeah, they see a lot, and you know, you're dealing now with the local police there, Country Club, as well as, you know, depending, they had Illinois State Police looking for the suspect as well.
Trying to get an idea of what it is they're doing right now. It's hard to see from the chopper, but it looks like they're just probably gathering information. Again, if I'm wondering if the suspect's still on the run.
Yeah, I'm wondering that too there.
Because they look very relaxed for, you know, possibly a suspect on the run. Maybe they've got him already. I don't know.
And for those of you wondering, we don't know if there was actually a victim or there was just a shooting.
Right. Which obviously anyone would be able to hear from miles away.
Yeah.
So it could have been, you know, a movie theater clerk that called the police, heard this shooting. Hopefully we'll get some more details soon.
Yeah, but it looks like there's just a lot of debris there on that ground, right? I mean, in that parking lot in the center there?
Yeah, it really does. I mean, I don't know if maybe a car was hit with... Because look at all of this mess all over here, and then obviously the... was that wheelchair?
You're right. I just don't get the random wheelchair.
Right in the center there. I don't know if that was part of this situation.
Or could it just be left there?
Yeah. Yeah, right here. Mm-hmm.
Kind of like how you see sharpened carts all
Just
over
sort of
the parking lot sometimes.
Yeah, like maybe, I think some movie theaters offer those.
Yeah, like an airport.
Right, so maybe they just left it there after they got in their car and they didn't need it anymore. So that could be possible, but it was inside this taped area, so we didn't know if that was possibly part of the situation.
Sure.
Okay, everybody, we're going to cut out of this to take you to some other breaking news. This here locally in Phoenix, where there is a semi-truck on fire right now. I'm working to get some more information as we stream this live here on the Fox News Now stream. All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox News Now stream as well as Fox and Phoenix Facebook Live. I'm Mary Kate. I have my co-host Mike Pace up here with me right now. We are streaming this live semi-truck on fire. Mike, what do you think about this? This is crazy.
Yeah, this is a lot of smoke coming out of this trailer here, and we're just hoping that the driver is okay. I don't know what led up to this, but, I mean, take a look at this, right? Almost at rush hour here, and at least it's not on the actual highway there.
So that's the exit, right?
It looks like the exit ramp right there.
Okay.
So that's going to back up some stuff for quite some time, too.
And this is coming from our traffic cameras, so we don't have our chopper out at right now. We just happen to see this on the traffic cameras that we have up all day here at Fox. I hope the driver's okay.
Yeah. So hopefully he was able to get out.
Because it looks like the whole front end is smoking.
Yeah, that whole...
Wow.
I mean, it's coming out at a good clip, too.
Yeah, it does look like, I thought I just, okay, is that a fire, that's a fire vehicle right behind him, right? Okay, that's
And
good.
fortunately, look at this, Mary Kate, at least the smoke is not going onto the highway where it would, like, cause problems for the drivers then.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So they kind of got lucky there with the way the wind is right now, where it's blowing it away instead of onto the highway.
Yeah. You know, and it's interesting because, you know, usually with these cars overheating, it's normal to see fires at 111 degrees. It's 98 degrees here now in Phoenix. Not sure how this could happen to this semi-truck. It looks like the whole front end has completely it's totally in smoke. Do you think maybe possibly the front end, you know, when you... I would think overheating, but it's only 98 here today.
Yeah.
I know that doesn't sound like much to people watching from outside the U.S., but...
Wow, now it's getting a little bit darker now, the smoke, too, though.
Yeah.
Before it was just kind of whitish, grayish. Now we're getting dark.
And again, those of you who are watching locally, and this is right before rush hour, I-10 westbound and the 19th Avenue exit is where this is happening. So try to avoid that area. If you take that exit home, this is what's happening there right now.
And also, for the people that are watching locally, you might want to hit that share button and alert anybody that's going to be driving in this area to kind of maybe let them know that maybe they should take a different route, either from home or wherever they're going this evening.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, take a look at that. It looks like that whole exit now blocked off. I don't see any cars coming up behind.
No, they can't.
I really hope that truck driver's okay, because you would think, I mean, if he's in, yeah, he's definitely not in there right now. We'd be seeing a lot of action going on if that were the case.
And here's what they also got to be worried about. Hopefully they could salvage whatever cargo is in that trailer.
Yeah, absolutely. Because,
So they don't want it to spread onto the actual trailer then.
Yeah, I think too, when you're a semi-truck driver, you're carrying thousands of dollars worth of equipment or
Oh,
product
yeah.
for the company. That's a big liability. Hopefully, you know, his job will be okay too after this. I mean, hopefully he's okay physically first.
Yes.
But I can't imagine how this could happen. It looks like the whole front.
And it looks like it's no stop right now. There's no stopping it.
Yeah.
So we're continuing to stream live here for you folks on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Mary Kate and Mike with you. And if you're watching on Facebook Live as well, let us know where you're watching from.
Again, you guys are just seeing this semi-truck on fire at the 19th Avenue exit of I-10 westbound. This is live right now in Phoenix, Arizona, coming from our traffic cameras. We just noticed this on this traffic camera that we have that we see all day here on Fox. So we don't even have our chopper up yet, but we have seen, obviously, fire vehicle already there, emergency officials on the scene.
So
hopefully this will be okay.
Yes. Yeah, you see a lot of personnel there. And I also got to commend the drivers here on the highway because it doesn't look like they're really slowing down to see what the smoke is. So that's a good thing because usually, you know, when you're driving and if there's an accident, it seems like everybody just has to slow down and look. Everyone does it, but I got to commend these drivers here. It doesn't really look like anyone's putting on their brakes there. They're just going right through. So that's good. And look at Mary Kate. It looks like the fire crew doing a great job now in getting that fire out.
Okay, I wasn't able to see. Are those two fire crew members at the
yes,
very,
right.
Okay.
And
in front of the truck.
Yeah, front of the truck, and that smoke has really subsided just within the last 30 seconds.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, we have a great team of fire officials here in Phoenix that we see, I mean, every day, not even just with the brush fires, but just fires here that we stream here on the Fox News Now stream. It looks like they're taking care of this pretty quickly. Again, rush hour is about to begin in about 30 minutes, so it's good they're getting this out of the way so quickly.
Yes, and look at that. I mean, probably in about a couple minutes there won't be any smoke left, so that's a good thing. And it looks like they were able to salvage that trailer as well. Because that's the last thing you want to do is spread it to the trailer, and then you have a lot of issues because you don't know what the product is and if it could be more.
It could be flammable product as well, right? Absolutely. So hopefully they'll be able to at least salvage that and get that truck out of the way for rush hour. And hopefully the driver's okay. We don't have much information on the condition of the driver, but I don't see, is that an ambulance in front of that fire truck? I'm unable to see right now.
Yeah.
Hopefully the driver's going to be okay.
But look at that. That is charred.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's nothing left to it.
Wow, the whole front top of it is just completely sunken in.
Yeah, so it definitely just collapsed on its own there, and that is one charred truck there.
I'm trying to look on the side of the truck.
I couldn't even say that. That's hard to say, charred truck.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's not something you see every day, so not something you would say every day. Again, we thank you for watching with us live here on the Fox News Now stream. Hopefully they'll be able to get this out of the way before rush hour is underway here in Phoenix. It's about 98 degrees here, 422 right now in Phoenix, Arizona. Another fire truck just passed as well. Mike made a good point, though. It looks like traffic's not slowing down on the freeway due to this accident. You know, a lot of people usually slow down to see what's going on, which can usually disrupt traffic. Luckily, no one's doing that today. We're just seeing firefighters trying to put out this blaze of the semi-truck right now, and hopefully they'll be able to get this truck moving off the ramp here. Although I'm unsure, obviously it's not drivable, so I'm unsure what they're going to have to do. Do you think they're going to have to come in and tow
Oh
this
yeah,
ramp?
absolutely. They're going to have to tow it out because this thing is.
It's done for.
Yeah,
I mean,
there's no way now.
So that's a tough job for the tow truck to try and get this.
I mean, can you imagine if you were driving and you just see the front hood of your truck go totally in flames and you're like, oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it was so sudden that he had to stop in the middle of this ramp unless the car just broke down completely.
Yeah, and then he had to run for it.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully he'll be okay. Again, we do see a lot of emergency crew officials there at the scene, so we'll keep an eye on this, you guys. Well, it looks like they've put out most of the smoke here. Now we'll just have to wait and see if this truck is able to get towed off the ramp. You can see the fire crew officials just in front of that truck there if you look closely. So hopefully they'll be able to figure out a way to get this truck off the ramp. It looks like they're still spraying it down with water to make sure they've got every last bit of flames there. Unsure why this truck, went up in flames. We don't know if the engine was overheated or what happened. We're still working on getting more details about that, as well as the details on the condition of the driver. Hopefully the driver's okay, although we have not seen an ambulance take anyone away. So hopefully that driver is okay. We'll continue to stream this live for you here on the Fox News Now stream, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. Again, if you're just joining us here live on the Fox News Now stream, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live, this was a semi-truck on fire at the 19th Avenue exit, I-10 westbound. They were able to put out those flames. There was pretty heavy smoke just moments ago, but those fire crew members were able to put out that smoke. We are still working on getting more information on the condition of the driver and how exactly this semi-truck went up in flames today here in Phoenix, Arizona. It's about 4:27, 98 degrees right now in Phoenix. We're going to see if now they can get this truck off of the exit way here and, towed away to safety. We'll keep you updated live here on the Fox News Now stream, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. So now we are able to see a little bit more action here. We're seeing several emergency crew officials out there, one still in front of the truck there, still spraying it down to make sure they've got all those flames put out here on this semi-truck that was traveling I-10 westbound at 19th Avenue here when it had to stop, or the car simply broke down. We're not sure exactly of those details. All we know is that we were streaming for you a few moments ago, this car, semi-truck really, completely in flames. They were able to put out those flames, and now we are just waiting to see if they're able to get this truck off the exit. We're streaming this live for you here on the Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live page, as well as Fox News Now YouTube stream. All right, everybody, I'm going to pull up the next top story for you here in the show because it does look like they put out the flames on that semi-truck. But in the meantime, while I'm pulling up the next event for you, let me take you to this fire happening right now. Let me pull this up for you guys. Live here, Saratoga, near the Mountain Winery. This fire going on right now. We're going to take you to some more top stories here, but we did just want to alert you to this breaking news event. And now we are going to take you to an interview on e-cigarettes. The public health challenge of e-cigarettes and the growing landscape of electronic nicotine delivering systems that include many different types of products, the effects on young people and the population. Let's take you there.
Today is Dr. Brian King from CDC's Office on Smoking and Health. Thank you for joining us, Brian.
Thanks so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
Our topic today is e-cigarettes. Can you tell us why they're considered a tobacco product?
Yeah, so in the United States, we regulate tobacco products through the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. And the way they describe a tobacco product is any product that's made or derived from tobacco. And we know that the vast majority of nicotine that's used in tobacco products, including e-cigarettes, is indeed derived from tobacco. And so since these products contain nicotine, we consider them a tobacco product in the United States.
And e-cigarettes are a little bit different than regular cigarettes. Can you describe how they work?
Yeah, so e-cigarettes is short for electronic cigarette, but we know them by a lot of different names. And they can be called things like vapor products, hookah pens, vape pens. But the bottom line is they're all really the same product. And they work by containing a liquid that's heated, which the user then inhales into their lungs. And it's important to note that this isn't technically a vapor, which is how people frequently refer to it. It's actually an aerosol that contains small particle as well as various other ingredients that the user inhales. And so there's no combustion, you're not burning anything, but there is a heating of a liquid which turns into an aerosol which the user inhales, and they can also exhale into the air as other bystanders are around them.
And the aerosol is not just water vapor. I mean, that's an important part to understand because I get asked as a physician about e-cigarettes, and the thing from the session that I found very interesting was the idea that we're not really certain about the risks that flavorings add to e-cigarettes. The one that was mentioned was the butter flavoring, diacetyl, that has been associated with bronchiolitis obliterans, or what's called popcorn lung, which is a deadly disease. What more do we know about the risks of e-cigarettes?
So our knowledge about what's contained in both the e-cigarette liquid as well as the aerosol has continued to evolve over time. These products entered the United States marketplace in around 2007. They didn't start to really uptick in use until 2010, 2011. But since that time, we've really increased the amount of research into what these products contain. And what we can say is that the aerosol emitted by these products is not harmless. We do know that the ingredients and the levels are significantly less dangerous than conventional cigarettes, but that doesn't mean that they're completely risk-free. And so some of the ingredients we've found in the e-cigarette aerosol are things like ultrafine particulate that can be inhaled very deep into the lungs, and also heavy metals that are found in the filaments of the device and are emitted in the aerosol, as well as things like volatile organic compounds. But one of the most common ingredients is nicotine. And we know that nicotine is highly addictive, but there's also evidence indicating that it can harm the developing adolescent brain, which really makes it important for youth to avoid these devices. In addition to some of these other harmful ingredients, we also know the flavorings. And so diacetyl is just one, but there are a variety of different flavorings that are used that, although they may be safe to ingest in things like food, we don't know what the risks are for inhaling these devices into the lungs. You know, your gut can handle a lot more than your lungs, and that's really important when we look at the ingredients in these products. And finally, it's also important to remember that people are using a lot of things in e-cigarettes, and that includes other psychoactive substances like marijuana and THC and others. And so when we're talking about youth in particular, the use of both the nicotine-containing varieties as well as other varieties for other types of drugs are really a public health concern.
Okay. But we have had some recent good news about the youth, meaning middle school and high school use of e-cigarettes. Can you tell me about that?
Yes, it's really a commendable public health accomplishment. We started assessing e-cigarette use among youth in this country in 2011, and through 2015, we saw exponential increases in the use of this product. And 2016 was the first time that we actually saw a decline among youth in this country. And that was really a result of the coordinated efforts to not only educate the public about the harms of youth e-cigarette use, but also implementing common sense strategies to not only prevent youth access, but also to protect people from the aerosol in public environments and various other campaigns to educate people about these products. But on balance, the bad news is that we still have over 2 million youth that are using e-cigarettes, and they're now the most commonly used tobacco product used among U.S. youth. So we've made great progress, but we really need to continue that momentum to reduce all forms of tobacco product use among youth.
So it's going down, but not as much as we'd like. So what's driving the use of the e-cigarettes in in teens?
So there's a variety of factors that we believe are contributing to these increased rates of use among youth that we saw through 2015. One of the most notable is the advertising for these products. We know that many of the themes and tactics that have been used to advertise conventional cigarettes are frequently used for e-cigarettes. And we also know that there's some media for which conventional cigarette advertising is banned that is allowed for e-cigarettes, things like television. And so there's really a prominent advertising of these products, and we know that it's reaching kids in particular. About 18 million U.S. youth reported being exposed to e-cigarette ads in 2014. Another factor is flavorings, and we know from the existing science that flavorings can be particularly appealing in terms of enticing youth and young adults to use tobacco products, and a variety of e-cigarettes are flavored. And we know from the existing data that about 2/3 of youth who use e-cigarettes report using flavored varieties, and flavors are the most commonly cited reason for why youth started using these products. And so in the end, we really have a situation where you know, the advertising is bringing the horse to water, the flavorings are getting them to drink, and then the nicotine is keeping them coming back for more. And so it's kind of a perfect storm in terms of the youth rates of this use. But the good news is we know what works to prevent that. And if we implement those common sense public health strategies, we can continue to see the declines that we saw within the past year among our nation's youth.
And the real concern is about nicotine and the teenage brain. Can you just briefly tell me a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so nicotine is found in the vast majority of e-cigarettes that are sold on the U.S. market. And, you know, nicotine we use in things like nicotine replacement therapy among adults, and it can be, you know, an effective drug to help people quit conventional cigarette smoking. But it's important to note that those are in very measured doses, and that it wanes the individual off of conventional cigarettes over time. But nicotine is not necessarily risk-free, particularly for vulnerable populations. We know that nicotine is highly addictive, but there's also a growing body of scientific evidence that was outlined in a recent Surgeon General's report noting that nicotine exposure can harm the developing adolescent brain. And we know that the brain continues to develop into young adulthood up through 25 or 26. And so there's really implications for not only youth use of these products, but also young adult use of any nicotine-containing product.
Yeah.
And another thing to remember with nicotine is it's also been shown to result in adverse health outcomes among pregnant women, and particularly fetal toxicity. So there's also implications about pregnant women using any form of nicotine-containing product. And so it's really important for them to talk with their physician before they use any type of nicotine-containing product, including e-cigarettes.
So is there a place that physicians could go to learn a little bit more about these parts with the e-cigarettes and the nicotine?
So there's many resources that have been developed over the past few years, particularly as the science has begun to grow and we have you know, more concrete evidence about what works effectively to help warn people about these products and also provide them scientific-based information to make informed decisions. And in 2016, the U.S. Surgeon General released a landmark report on e-cigarette use among youth and young adults. And as part of the release of that report, there were several materials, including resources and provider cards to help health professionals really communicate to their both children and adults about these products. And so in the context of youth, it really enforces the importance of warning them about the dangers of these products, particularly with regard to the nicotine content. And among adults, it's a more nuanced conversation about knowing that we do have FDA-approved medications to help people quit, and those should really be the first line of defense to help you quit. And if that doesn't work, you can consider e-cigarettes, but in consultation with your healthcare provider. And right now, based on the evidence we have, there's no conclusive evidence that e-cigarettes are effective for long-term cessation. And so it's really important to use those resources that we know are most effective to help you quit in coordination with your healthcare provider.
And then for youth, where, if parents or other adults wanted to know more about how they could talk to teens and young adults about the risks of e-cigarettes, where would they find some information about that?
So as part of the release of the Surgeon General's report, there's an excellent interactive website that was coordinated with the release of that report, and it is e-cigarettes.surgeongeneral.gov. And it has a variety of information on both the report itself, as well as a public service announcement, as well as informational cards for both parents and clinicians to educate youth and young adults in particular about the dangers and risks of using these products.
That sounds like an excellent place for our viewers to go and see what they can find out. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me.
And thank you for joining us. See you next month on Beyond the Data.
All right, everybody, that interview coming from the Center of Disease Control, where they were just discussing the dangers of e-cigarettes for young people. Still have this fire in Saratoga right now. Keeping an eye on this in case anything comes out of this fire. We're still working on getting more details for you guys live here on the Fox News Now stream. We appreciate you watching with us today. You can see several firefighting aircrafts there up in the sky right now, as well as Fox Chopper in the air. We'll keep you updated on this event. But in the meantime, I'm taking you to the next top story here in the show. Taking you now to the United Nations, where they are discussing the launch of Sustainable Development Goals.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now launching today the Sustainable Development Report 2017. This yearly publication takes the pulse on global implementation of the SDGs. It identifies where we have progressed and underlines the gaps that remain to fulfill the ambitions of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The 2030 Agenda provides a transformative blueprint to end poverty and hunger by 2030, deliver shared prosperity for all people, and protect our planet. It resolves to leave no one behind and to foster a world of peace, security, and justice. In this second year of implementation, time is of essence. Indeed, we can point to the improvements in some areas of...
Okay, everybody, looks like we're seeing a little bit more action from this fire in Saratoga, so I'm going to, let me update this lower third and get some more information, and let's continue to stream this for you live right now on the Fox News Now stream. Again, this is near the popular Mountain Winery in Saratoga Hills right now. Multiple homes and horses are in the area near this brush fire. Still working on getting details of how this fire started, but there are firefighters at the scene right now battling this brush fire in Saratoga. We're working on getting more details for you as we continue to stream this live here on the Fox News Now stream. Pulling up some more information for you guys here. Firefighters this afternoon are at the scene of a 5 to 10 acre vegetation fire on the western edge of Saratoga and Santa Clara County. Pulling up some more details from the fire department here. Okay, so the fire was reported on the Mount Eden Road west of Pierce Road. According to the alert sent out by fire officials around 3:50. This area is near Mountain Winery, which is also a famed concert venue. So a lot of people go to this winery here. Horses and homes are nearby. They are working to put out this blaze, but as you can see, still very heavy smoke as we continue to stream this live for you here on the Fox News Now stream. We're being told that no structures are threatened, but again, this fire is above the Saratoga near Mount Eden Vineyards and the Mountain Winery. A very popular winery there. Again, a lot of horses and homes nearby. But we do know that no structures being threatened right now. You can see there's another aircraft in the air as well. Could possibly be another news chopper as well as a firefighting aircraft. So we'll keep you updated as they continue to put out this smoke. You're watching live here on the Fox News Now stream. Getting more information right now. We do know no homes have been evacuated, so that's always good news to know that no homes have needed to be evacuated during this fire in Saratoga, California, near the Mountain Winery, just near Mount Eden Road, near Pierce Road, if you're familiar with this area. It's about a 5 to 10 acre long fire happening right now. Crews are working to put out this blaze. We'll keep you updated live here on the Fox News Now stream. Again, if you're just joining us here live on Fox News Now, firefighters are battling a 5 to 10 acre brush fire at the western edge of Saratoga in Santa Clara County today. This is in California. The fire was reported on Mount Eden Road west of Pierce Road. That's according to an alert that was set out by fire officials around 3:51 today. And this area is near the Mountain Winery, which is a famed concert venue as well. We do know no homes have needed to be evacuated at this time, but we'll continue to monitor this fire as we're streaming this live for you here on the Fox News Now stream. Looks like Chopper is zooming in here a little bit to give us a better look of this fire in Saratoga right now out of California near Mountain Winery. Looks like firefighting aircrafts are working to put out this blaze right now. 5 to 10 acres on fire. We do know no houses have needed to be evacuated, but we'll continue to stream this live for you here on the Fox News Now stream.
Welcome to the Fox 10 News Downstream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We always do appreciate when you are watching live with us here. Firefighters right now are battling this brush fire. They're at the scene of a 5 to 10 acre vegetation fire on the western edge of Saratoga, Santa Clara. County Fire Department officials say the fire was reported on Mount Eden Road, west of Pierce Road, according to an alert sent out by fire officials at 3:51. Santa Clara fire officials said the fire is burning uphill and away from homes. No structures are threatened and no evacuations have been ordered. All right, and as you can tell, chopper is leaving. You're watching the Fox 10 News Downstream. All right, everybody, welcome to the News Now stream. Taking a live look here at the White House, and we're going to stay in D.C. here. We're going to take you to the Christians United for Israel dinner, and Vice President Mike Pence will be speaking soon.
Number two, not only is it important, but also your giving makes impact. Tonight, we are going to impact CUFI in a crazy, amazing, supernatural way. Your giving changes things. We, as you heard tonight of these college students that have been impacted, have been taught, have been educated, and prepared to go back to their campuses and stand, we are making impact in university classrooms, in the emerging leaders, in new policymakers that are on the way up right now. It's going to be on Capitol Hill. And some of these students who have been standing and they've been hearing anti-Semitic university professors speak to them in a classroom, eventually some of these students will take their place leading that classroom, and they will stand with the right heart, a right mind, and we will not have those issues because CUFI understands the mission. Your giving makes tremendous impact, and tonight your giving is going to drive a stake in the ground and say no more. From here on we make a difference. And number three, your giving, you can give with integrity tonight. The joy of integrity. I have had the joy of being a part of CUFI since the very beginning. I have attended all of the summits, and my joy is this, to watch every year CUFI continue to exponentially grow. When you see hundreds of college students, it is more evidence than any of us need that what CUFI is doing, what they say, They do. They do it with excellence, and they are impacting not just America, but the nations of the world. And that's why we're here. That's why you're here. We believe in a man named Pastor John Hagee. We believe in CUFI. We believe in CUFI on campus, and there's a difference being made. So with integrity, with joy, with confidence, we can connect our heart tonight. The Bible says this in Exodus 35:5, take ye from among you an offering unto the Lord, whosoever is of a willing heart, and let him bring it, an offering of the Lord. Tonight we're going to do that. This is your chance to invest your heart with generosity, and we help to advance this mission and make radical impact for this next year. So when we come back next year, the celebration will only be bigger and better. There are envelopes that are right there at your seat. I encourage you right now, go ahead and take one of those envelopes out. You spell 100, M-I-L-L-I-O-N, in case you're wondering how to do that. If you would like to give online, you can go to cufi.org/donate, whatever's easier there for you. But I want you to prepare right now, and I want to challenge you to do your best. As a pastor of a church, not only am I giving from our congregation, I'm also giving personally, professionally, and personally. If you own a business, I'm challenging you, put your business in a stance where God can honor your business as you invest in the heartbeat, the people that He loves, the land of Israel. Tonight, we're going to do that together. I'm going to pray. I'm going to allow you to give. Heavenly Father, thank you so much for this opportunity of personally involving ourselves, investing ourselves, and honoring you tonight in CUFI. Thank you for what you've done, but we believe that the best is yet to come. And thank you for the opportunity of allowing us to connect our heart to your heartbeat. It's in your wonderful name we pray. Amen. Amen.
Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. While we do wait for the program to begin again, I'm going to get you caught up on some of the latest headlines that we are receiving from across the country here. Former National Security Advisor Susan Rice will speak to staff on the Senate Intelligence Committee this week. The panel, which is investigating Russian interference in U.S. elections, is interviewing several former Obama administration officials. Former National Security Advisor Susan Rice will speak to staff on the Senate Intelligence Committee this week. The panel, which is investigating, that's according to a source familiar with the interviews. The source declined to be named because the interviews are closed. President Donald Trump has argued that Rice may have committed a crime when she asked intelligence analysts to disclose the name of a Trump associate mentioned in an intelligence report. Rice has said she did nothing improper. And a white former police officer has been indicted on a murder charge in the April shooting death of a black teenager who was a passenger in a car that was leaving a party in suburban Dallas, prosecutors said today. The grand jury's indictment of Roy Oliver also charges him with 4 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon by a public official related to the other 4 teens who were in the car with 15-year-old Jordan Edwards, said Dallas County District Attorney Faith Johnson Oliver, who's 37, was fired from the Balch Springs Police Department in May for violating department policies. Body camera footage of the incident showed Oliver shooting his rifle into a car. And here we go with the event.
Great ambassadors to the United States. Take it back to the older days, I think of Abba Iban. Take it back to more current times. I think of Danny Ayalon, I think of Michael Urin, and folks at the top of that list, I would put Israel's current ambassador to the United States, Ron Dermer. Ambassador Dermer is a tireless defender of Israel and the Jewish people. Not only that, he is a true friend of Christians and Christians United for Israel. Please put your hands together for Israel's ambassador to the United States, Ron Dermer.
Wow. It's great to be back at the CUFI summit, and it's especially gratifying to see the torch being passed on to the next generation. How about another round of applause for the nearly 500 students who are here today? For decades, America has been the backbone of Israel's support in the world. Well, the backbone of that backbone is the support of millions of devout Christians across this great country. More than any other Christian organization, CUFI works year after year to make that backbone stronger and straighter than ever. You know, Christian support for Israel in America today is so strong that some may believe it's always been there, but it hasn't. For most of the past 20 centuries, the relationship between Christians and Jews was too often marked by enmity. And for much of American history, ties between Christians and Jews were influenced by that long-standing enmity. So too, in the first decades of Israel's statehood, were attitudes towards the Jewish state. But in recent decades, Christians and Jews have formed deep, deep bonds of friendship, and attitudes towards the Jewish state have undergone a remarkable transformation. This transformation didn't happen on its own. It happened because of the moral clarity and leadership of a precious few who made it happen. And the Hagees are the most precious of all. Pastor Hagee and Diana, the Jewish people and the Jewish state owe you both a profound debt of gratitude. May you and your family be blessed for generations and generations to come. Today, it is also commonplace to see American leaders proudly support Israel and champion the U.S. Israel alliance. But here, too, there were trailblazers who led the way. One of them is another leader of CUFI, Gary Bauer. Thank you, Gary, for your friendship. Because of your efforts and the efforts of others, Israel has been blessed over the years to have many steadfast friends among American leaders. I want to recognize one in particular who is here tonight. When he was a congressman, Israel had no better friend. In every vote and every speech, his support for Israel was unflinching and unequivocal. When he was a governor, Israel had no better friend. He confronted the anti-Semitic BDS movement by signing the toughest anti-BDS legislation in the country. And in his current job, he has said repeatedly that if the world knows one thing, let it know this: America stands with Israel. Now, that would be an impressive statement coming from any American leader, but coming from the sitting Vice President of the United States, it is a statement of support for Israel that is unrivaled in American history. So please join me in applauding and thanking Vice President Mike Pence. Let me also use this opportunity to thank President Trump and his administration for the strong support they have shown Israel over the past 6 months. The impact of that support is felt in so many different places, but perhaps nowhere more than at the United Nations under Ambassador Nikki Haley. Now that is a Wonder Woman. With more and more countries seeking Israel's help in security and technology, and with the strong backing of the Trump administration and Congress, Israel hopes to finally crack the anti-Israel majorities at the United Nations once and for all. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight I'd like to talk about fake news. Now, some people associate fake news with the rise of President Donald Trump. But Israel has been dealing with fake news day after day, month after month, year after year, decade after decade. You all remember the fake news explosion that occurred during the war in Gaza 3 summers ago, when Hamas was committing a double war crime of targeting civilians and hiding behind civilians. You saw how most of the media showed pictures of Palestinians who were killed, but provided little or no context. They didn't explain that Hamas was deliberately putting Palestinian civilians in harm's way. They refused to report that Hamas was storing weapons en masse, firing missiles next to UN schools, and turning hospitals in Gaza into military command centers. Instead, fake news did all it could to cast Israeli soldiers as war criminals and Palestinian terrorists as victims. And it's not just during wartime when fake news surfaces. It happens every day in the war between the war. A few weeks ago, the BBC ran the following headline, quote, 3 Palestinians killed after deadly stabbing in Jerusalem. Now, one reading that headline might think that 3 innocent Palestinians were simply going about their business in Jerusalem when some fanatic stabbed them. Turns out that it was the 3 Palestinians who were the fanatics. They murdered a young Israeli border guard, Hadass Malka, and wounded others in a terror attack right outside the old city walls. The terrorists were killed because other brave Israeli border guards stopped them before they could murder even more victims. It was only after Donald Trump Jr. exposed the fake news headline in a tweet that the BBC was embarrassed into changing it. But when it comes to Israel's conflict with the Palestinians, these incidents are just the tip of the iceberg in the media's effort to transform lies into truth. For decades, there has been a systematic attempt to cast the Palestinians as peacemakers and Israel as obstructionists to peace. Fake news reports never mention the multiple peace offers that Israel has made or accepted over the years. In 1937, in 1947, in 1967, in 2000, in 2008, in 2014, and in so many years in between, or that the Palestinians time after time rejected every single offer of peace. Fake news always ignores the poison that has been taught, preached, and broadcast to a generation of young Palestinians since the Oslo Accords were signed 25 years ago. Fake news refuses to expose the Palestinian glorification of terrorists, the naming of public squares after mass murderers, and the ghoulish practice of the Palestinian Authority paying a lifetime salary to terrorists who murder Jews. Now that members of Congress, led by Senator Lindsey Graham, are actually trying to do something about this ghoulish practice by passing the Taylor Force Act, the purveyors of fake news don't quit. Just 3 days ago, this was the fake news headline of a Reuters story. Quote, Israel frets over Congress push to slash Palestinian aid over terror payments. Frets? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm the ambassador of Israel to the United States. So my job is to speak for Israel in the United States. And I can assure you that Israel is not the slightest bit concerned that the Taylor Force Act will pass. Israel will be concerned if the Taylor Force Act didn't pass. Israel believes that the United States should end economic assistance to any government that pays people to kill Jews, period. Ladies and gentlemen, while all fake news is bad, perhaps the most consequential fake news over the last few years was the fake news fest that accompanied the Iranian nuclear deal. With rare exceptions, the media became willing dupes in a propaganda campaign designed to convince Americans that this nuclear deal actually blocks Iran's path to the bomb. A narrative was spun that claimed that a diplomatic agreement would help the moderates in Iran confront the hardliners and transform Iran into a responsible member of the international community. The previous administration built a so-called echo chamber that fed selective information to hand-picked experts who were then quoted in the fake news media as authoritative, independent voices supporting the deal. To sell this fake news, the administration relied on an ignorant and pliable press. As one former administration official would later boast, the reporters, quote, literally know nothing. Well, 2 years after all the Kool-Aid was guzzled, the results are in, and they are bad, very bad. Iran's regime is more extreme than ever. Iran's ambitions are more belligerent than ever. And Iran's dreams of creating a corridor of terror from Tehran to the Mediterranean are closer to being realized than ever. Iran already effectively controls Iraq and Lebanon. It now seeks to connect the two with a bridge through Syria. While many are focused on the immediate goal of defeating ISIS in Syria, Iran is doing everything to position itself to exploit that victory. Prime Minister Netanyahu has made clear that ceasefire or no ceasefire, Israel will not sit idly by while Iran sets up permanent sea, land, and air bases in Syria. Israel will continue to enforce its red lines, preventing Hezbollah from obtaining precision weapons and preventing Iran and Hezbollah from establishing a front against Israel in Syria. But what of the nuclear deal itself? Isn't that working? Wouldn't things be much worse off if that deal had not been made? That is exactly what was argued last week by the deal's supporters who celebrated the 2-year anniversary of the deal. All the usual suspects were wheeled out to champion the merits of the deal and to claim that it's working. But ladies and gentlemen, what was true 2 years ago is just as true today. This deal does not block Iran's path to the bomb. It paves it. All Iran has to do is wait. In a few short years, the restrictions the nuclear deal puts in place will all be automatically removed. Iran's regime will be free to enrich uranium to its heart's delight, putting it on the brink of developing an entire nuclear arsenal. In the meantime, Iran continues to work on developing more advanced centrifuges and on expanding the range of its ballistic missiles. As sanctions continue to be removed, Iran's economy grows stronger, and with it, Iran's capacity to finance repression at home and aggression abroad. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are concerned about North Korea having nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles, you ain't seen nothing yet. Imagine Iran, the greatest sponsor of terror in the world, a country that vows to annihilate Israel and which has been waging war against the United States for nearly 40 years. Imagine Iran armed with nuclear weapons and intercontinental ballistic missiles. That is the impending disaster that this deal has set in motion. And that is the impending disaster that the fake news media still fails to report today. The Trump administration has been very clear that Iran must never be allowed to develop nuclear weapons. President Trump has called the Iranian nuclear deal the worst deal in history. Israel hopes that the Trump administration will decide not to kick this can down the road, and that we will forge a common policy that will do what is necessary today to prevent disaster tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, dealing with fake news would be bad enough, but Israel also has to deal with fake history. 2 weeks ago, UNESCO voted that the Cave of the Patriarchs was a Palestinian heritage site. You heard that right. The place where Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob are buried has been declared a Palestinian heritage site. That's funny. I could have sworn that when Jacob was blessed after wrestling with the angel, he was given the name Israel, not Palestine. What a complete and utter joke. That the Palestinian leadership supports this theater of the absurd is not a surprise. After all, if falsifying history were an Olympic event, the Palestinians would easily win the gold. Arafat told President Clinton there never was a temple on the Temple Mount. Abu Mazen goes to the United Nations and denies any Jewish connection to Jerusalem. Palestinian leaders even claim that Jesus himself was a Palestinian. I'm not making that up. But while Palestinian lies are no surprise, self-respecting governments shouldn't encourage those lies or stand on the sidelines. My friends, the pyramids are not Greek. The Great Wall of China is not Japanese. And the Cave of the Patriarchs is not a Palestinian heritage site. Besides, Abraham paid good money for that cave 3,800 years ago. 400 silver shekels to be exact. You can read all about it in the book of Genesis, chapter 23. Maybe some of those clowns at UNESCO should consider turning off reruns of the Game of Thrones and picking up a Bible every once in a while. Ladies and gentlemen, Palestinian leaders and their fellow travelers falsify history because they know that even the smallest kernel of truth will collapse the entire edifice of lies they have painstakingly built to justify their ongoing war against Israel. To them, the Jewish people are colonialist occupiers.
All right, everybody, we're going live here out in Mesa where we have a plane down there. We just lost the chopper shot. Let's see if we could reestablish that connection. All right, everyone, welcome on Facebook Live as well. You're taking Skyfox aerials here. This is from the fire department. They says, we have a plane down here at the Longbow Golf Course, which is off record between Higley and Tucker near McDowell Road. I'm working on a staging location for media. At this point, we've confirmed, unfortunately, 1 dead, and we are also in the process of confirming whether or not there were more individuals on the plane. Once again, folks, we are live here for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream of this unfortunate incident here of a plane crash at the golf course. This is near Falcon Field in Mesa, where this fatal plane crash took place. 1 person right now confirmed dead. So thoughts are with families and friends of this pilot here. Very, very tragic event that took place this afternoon in Mesa. You're watching the Fox 10 News Downstream. All right, in the top right corner of your screen, a Fox 10 viewer sent us this picture of the flames coming from that plane there just moments after it crashed. And that's from Jasmine Beals. So take a look at that destruction there and the flames totally engulfed that airplane there. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, and thanks to our viewer there of Jasmine Beals there, our Fox 10 viewer giving us that picture. You can see more officials there on the golf course as they're making their way to the wreckage. Our thoughts are with the family and friends of that pilot. Obviously, investigation will be ongoing here, but a very, very tragic accident happening in Mesa here at the Longbow Golf Course as a plane went down in the middle of that fairway. As we're going to widen out here of Sky Fox, and you'll see the wreckage there. You can see all the personnel there on the fairway as well. As they have several cars there, ambulances, fire truck. Nothing, though, remains of that plane. We'll try to get you guys the very latest info that we can. But just a very, very hard sight. So many of you saying that there in the News Now stream. And for those of you just joining us here on the News Now stream, we are covering Skyfox up in the air of this deadly plane crash in Mesa at the Longbow Golf Course. This is near an airfield in Mesa. One person, a pilot, has died. We don't know if there was others. We're going to wait to hear from officials as well. We do have a team going to the golf course as well, and this will be on your late news as well. Fox 10 News at 6, 9, and 10. Always get the very latest details on fox10phoenix.com, and stay right here to our Facebook page as well for continuous updates. And we are continuing to stream for you live on the Fox 10 News Now stream. The Mesa Fire Department officials saying today that a person unfortunately confirmed dead following this plane crash. According to information released by fire officials, the plane crash happened on Longbow Golf Course off Wrecker between Higley and Tucker. All right, we just have a breaking news alert to tell you about this story now. The death toll has risen from 1 to 2, unfortunately. So the death toll has risen. 2 people now confirmed dead. And you can see their plane is not even there anymore. It's totally engulfed in flames, and now we just see that imprint in the middle of that fairway. Now we know that 2 people confirmed dead at the Longbow Golf Course in Mesa, Arizona. Our thoughts are with those victims' family members and friends during this very difficult time on this Monday evening. So if you're just joining us here on the News Now stream, we had to update, unfortunately, the death toll from 1. Now it is 2 people. Deadly plane crash here in Mesa, Arizona. Welcome, everyone, to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We always do appreciate when you join us live here for these breaking news alerts, and unfortunately, it's a very sad story that we have for you this evening. Skyfox high up above in Mesa, where a plane went down earlier. 2 people now been confirmed dead. This is at the Longbow Golf Course in Mesa, Arizona. Let us know where you guys are watching from as we do stream worldwide. We thank all our viewers always for joining us sometimes during these hard breaking news stories like this one with this deadly plane crash in Mesa. 2 confirmed dead. You're watching live. Thank you to everybody watching worldwide with us here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Unfortunately, 2 people confirmed dead of this deadly plane crash in Mesa, Arizona. Longbow Golf Course, where it went down right there in the middle of that fairway. You can see officials there. They're going to be there all evening long, and obviously an investigation is happening right now, but you just see that black mark there. Very, very, very hard to see, and sad news this evening. Sad news. We are here for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Sky Fox up in the air with this deadly plane crash. 2 people confirmed dead. Longbow Golf Course in Mesa. You see the officials there on the golf course, on the fairway, as they continue their investigation. And according to preliminary information released by an FAA spokesperson, the aircraft involved was a Landcare Evolution that reported having mechanical trouble and was not able to reach an airport. The plane crashed on the fairway of the golf course about a half mile away from the approach end of Falcon Field's runway 22 left. The FAA, along with the NTSB, will reportedly investigate the incident. Right, everybody, and you can see our Sky Fox is now leaving. For more updates, always head over to fox10phoenix.com. All right, folks, and we do have breaking news just to tell you about right now. Republican Senators Mike Lee and Jerry Moran have announced opposition to the GOP health care bill, effectively stalling the legislation. All right, and we are going to show you, just wrapping up moments ago, Vice President Mike Pence's keynote address at the Christians United for Israel Summit.
Hello, CUFI. Thank you, Pastor John Hagee, Ambassador Dermer, distinguished members of Congress, honored guests, my fellow believers and friends. It is humbling for me to be before you today to join you at the 12th annual summit of the largest pro-Israel organization in the United States of America, Christians United for Israel. It's great to be back with so many friends. And to all of you, I bring greetings from another friend. I just left him a few moments ago. He is a leader, a believer, and a tireless friend of the Jewish state of Israel, the 45th President of the United States, President Donald Trump. Now, thanks to the support of so many in this room and your prayers, last November, President Trump won a historic victory. More counties than any president since Ronald Reagan, 30 of 50 states no Republican had carried in a generation. The truth is, President Donald Trump turned the blue wall red, and you made it happen. You know, as the good book says, if you owe debts, pay debts. If honor, then honor. If respect, then respect. And I'm really here on the President's behalf and on our entire team's behalf to pay a debt of gratitude to all of you who helped elect a president who is fighting every single day to defend faith, restore freedom, and strengthen America's unbreakable bond with our most cherished ally, Israel. You know, just last month, President Trump made a historic visit to Israel. And I know all of you were watching from afar. One of the very first countries our president visited since he took office, standing in Jerusalem in that ancient and holy city. Our president declared for all the world to hear that under his leadership, the United States of America will always stand with Israel. In Jerusalem, our president said that the bond between America and Israel, in his words, is woven together in the hearts of our people. And Christians United for Israel proves this statement true every single day, all across this country. You know, it was only 11 years ago that my friend Pastor John Hagee had the courage and vision to unite American Christians to rally around those ancient words, for Zion's sake, I will not keep silent. And Pastor John Hagee, I thank you for your leadership on behalf of this nation and the Jewish state of Israel. And today, through Christians United for Israel, more than 3.3 million believers have raised their voices, have not been silent in support of Israel. And you can be heard in every city and town across America and in every office on Capitol Hill. And rest assured, the man down the street at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue hears you too. You know, for my part, Karen and I have always treasured our relationship with Christians United for Israel. I had the honor to speak to this great group when I was a member of Congress. I worked hand in hand with CUFI when I was governor of the state of Indiana. With the support and prayers of men and women gathered in this room, I'm proud to say in my last year as governor, it was my great privilege to sign one of the strongest anti-BDS laws in America to ensure that our state never does business with those who seek to inflict financial damage on Israel. Because boycott, divestment, and sanctions have no place in my home state and no place in America. You know, it's humbling to stand before you today for another reason, because it was just 1 year ago this past weekend that the phone rang at the governor's residence. And there was a familiar voice on the other line. And I remember when that call came and when the invitation came to join this national ticket, I couldn't help but think of that ancient verse. Who am I? And who is my family that you've brought me this far? So tonight, let me just take a moment to thank all of you, men and women of CUFI, all those you represent around America. Thank you for your friendship, your support, and your prayers every step of the way on the journey my little family has taken throughout my career. It's hard for me to express before you friends of so many years the humility and gratitude I feel today to stand before you as the 48th Vice President of the United States of America. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. My friends, to look at Israel is to see that the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob keeps his promises, keeps the promises he makes to his people and to each one of us. Ezekiel prophesied, and I quote, "Behold, I will cause breath to enter into you, and you shall live." And the state of Israel and her people bear witness to God's faithfulness as well as their own. How unlikely was Israel's birth? How more unlikely has been her survival? And how confounding against the odds has been her thriving? Since the moment of their independence, the Jewish people have awed the world with their strength of will and their strength of character. Indeed, anyone with eyes to see and ears to hear must acknowledge that Israel is a living testimony to the power of hope over hate, and so will she always be. The Jewish people have turned the desert into a garden, sickness into health, scarcity into plenty, despair into hope, and slander into blessings, rebuking all who condemn them, not for what they do wrong, but for what they do right. And under President Donald Trump, if the world knows nothing else, the world will know this: America stands with Israel, now and always. President Trump and I stand with Israel for the same reason every freedom-loving American stands with Israel. Because her cause is our cause. Her values are our values, and her fight is our fight. And President Trump is actually a lifelong friend of Israel. I've seen his passion firsthand in the president's deep affection for Israel. The morning after the election, I was actually in the room when Prime Minister Netanyahu called to congratulate the president on his great victory. I heard President Trump express his unwavering support for Israel and the Jewish people that morning, support he reiterated when he welcomed the Prime Minister to the White House. And just last month, the world saw our president's commitment to Israel during that visit to Jerusalem, when President Donald Trump declared that America's, quote, deep and lasting friendship with Israel will only, in his words, grow deeper and stronger as we work together in the days ahead. For my part, like all of you, my passion for Israel springs from my Christian faith. The songs of the land and the people of Israel were the anthems of my youth. As for me and my house, we pray for the peace of Jerusalem and all who call her home. It's really the greatest privilege of my life to serve as vice president to a president who cares so deeply for our most cherished ally. And let me say with confidence to all who are gathered here and to all of the watching world, President Trump and I stand without apology for Israel today. We will stand without apology for Israel tomorrow. And President Donald Trump and I will stand with Israel always. Of that you may be assured. You just need to look at the actions our president has taken since he took office. Like when he named Governor Nikki Haley to be America's ambassador to the United Nations. At the president's direction, Ambassador Haley has been standing up for America, and she's been standing up for Israel. And as Ambassador Haley said just a short while ago, in her words, quote, "The days of Israel bashing at the United Nations are over." The President also named David Friedman to represent our country in Israel as her ambassador. David is an unabashed advocate for a stronger America-Israel relationship, and our friendship is already stronger with him in our embassy in Israel. And to the men and women of Christians United for Israel, this president hears you. This president stands with you. And I promise you that the day will come when President Donald Trump moves the American embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. It is not a question of if, it is only when. President Trump is also personally committed to helping the parties resolve the long-standing Israeli-Palestinian conflict. In addition to his own visit to Israel, the President has dispatched several of his top advisors to help guide negotiations. But our President, I can assure you, knows any peace requires an end to the incitement of hatred, an end to any support whatsoever of terrorism, and above all else, a lasting peace requires true and complete Palestinian willingness to accept and recognize the Jewish state of Israel. And while there will undoubtedly have to be compromises, let me assure all of you gathered here today, President Donald Trump will never compromise the safety and security of the Jewish state of Israel, not now, not ever. Since the moment of its birth, there's hardly been a day when Israelis have lived without war, or the fear of war, or the grim reality of terror. We were reminded of this just last Friday when 3 gunmen ambushed a group of Israeli police officers in the very heart of Jerusalem. 2 brave officers were murdered in this barbaric act of terrorism. We mourn with those who mourn and grieve with those who grieve. We grieve with the families of these fallen heroes of Israel. And the prayers of our president, our family, and all who cherish Israel are with these heroic law enforcement officers and their families. And so is our resolve. President Trump has made it clear. America stands shoulder to shoulder with Israel as together we confront those enemies who threaten our people, our freedom, and our very way of life. America and Israel are united, together as friends and allies in the West. Just a few weeks ago in Warsaw, Poland, home to so much Jewish history and so much Jewish heartache, our president defined our struggle with moral clarity, courage, and vision, more than any president since Ronald Reagan. When President Trump declared, in his words, "The West will never, ever be broken. Our values will prevail, our people will thrive, and our civilization will triumph." We will triumph because our courage and conviction cannot be matched. And for that matter, neither can our strength. Today, America's support for Israel's security is at record levels. And America now has a president who's fighting every day to rebuild our military. And under President Donald Trump, I'll promise you, we're going to rebuild this military. We're going to restore the arsenal of democracy. And we're once again going to give our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Coast Guard the resources and training they need and deserve to accomplish their mission and come home safe. In President Trump, America once again has a leader who will stand with our allies and stand up to our enemies. And this president calls our enemies by their name. And at this very moment, I'm proud to report the armed forces of the United States of America are taking the fight to ISIS terrorists on our terms and on their soil. And under this commander-in-chief, we will continue to fight ISIS until we wipe them off the face of the earth. And under President Trump, America will continue to stand strong. Continue to stand strong in the face of the leading state sponsor of terrorism. President Trump has put Iran on notice. America will no longer tolerate Iran's efforts to destabilize the region and jeopardize Israel's security. And let me be clear on this point. Under President Donald Trump, the United States of America will not allow Iran to develop a usable nuclear weapon. This is our solemn promise to the American people, to the people of Israel, and to the world. So we stand with Israel. We stand with Israel today and every day because the American people, throughout our history, have always cherished Israel. We stand with Israel because our bond was knit millennia ago in the finery of faith. And we stand with Israel because millions of Americans throughout the generations of this country have embraced that ancient truth and admonition that he will bless those who bless her, and he will curse those who curse her. Indeed, though Israel was built by human hands, it is impossible not to sense that just beneath its history lies the hand of heaven. You know, over the mantle of our home since the year I was first elected to Congress are framed words that have long inspired my family. We had them over the fireplace in our home in a small town in southern Indiana. We had them over the fireplace at the governor's residence in Indianapolis. And now they hang over the mantle of the home of the Vice President of the United States. They're words of confidence and of faith. They're words to which my family has prepared to, as generations of Americans have done so throughout our history, and the people of Israel, through all their storied history, have clung. They come from the book of Jeremiah, and it simply reads, "For I know the plans I have for you, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." These words are as true today for all people of faith as they were in millennia past. And so I encourage you to embrace them. I urge the men and women of Christians United for Israel to cling to that hope and that promise. And I urge you to do particularly what you've done exceedingly well these many years, to continue to bow the head, to bend the knee, and to pray. Pray for our most cherished ally. Pray for the peace of Jerusalem, and pray that God will continue to bless America. And when you pray, pray with confidence, because our God is a faithful God. He will guide us. He will guard us as we go forth and do His work. And so I thank you for the honor of joining you once again in this new capacity. And I close tonight saying simply from my heart, as I look out on this shining crowd and I see the support that you represent all across this country for our most cherished ally, that I have faith. I have faith that with God's help, and with the men and women gathered here, with all those who cherish Israel, and with President Donald Trump in the White House, the best days for Israel and for America together are yet to come. Thank you. God bless you. God bless the Jewish state of Israel, and God bless the United States of America.
All right, everybody, we're going to take you, happening right now, the House Appropriations Committee, fiscal year 2018 Transportation HUD Appropriations.
Anybody's best interest, served our needs for home ownership and employment, hard to fathom. But it's a good program. It's one of our most successful programs. It's widely supported in communities across America, uses multiple sources typically, brings forth funding from lots of partners. It's critical gap funding, home is, or seed money is to look at it. That brings in investments, local governments and the private sector. So it has a huge multiplier effect, these home funds. Will increase the number of projects we can complete each year. The demand is high, and I'm talking now about rural and urban and suburban areas. Home has been useful in all kinds of housing environments. So this amendment would help make up for the sequestration cuts to this vital program, would create construction jobs in our communities, and most important, it would put safe and decent housing in reach for more of our constituents. So I urge support of the amendment.
Further discussion, I'll back to Ms. Lee for a minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to remind you that we have a housing crisis in our country. And tonight we're really not facing this head on. This budget, we're not really addressing the homeless population. We're not addressing those who are in dire need of affordable housing. We're really eroding Americans' aspirations to achieve the American dream through home ownership. And we're not even talking about this tonight. We're talking about just basic survival. And it's really very tragic that we don't look at people who have very minimal resources and believe that they have a right to decent and affordable housing. Finally, let me just say, in the home program, these funds raise another $4 for development. So it's, again, another program which leverages private dollars to help with affordable housing initiatives. And I hope we can get some bipartisan support for those who are just barely hanging on, who could end up in the ranks of the homeless if we don't support this amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Questions on the Lee amendment? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Opinion of the chair, the nays have it. Sufficient number, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Aye. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amedee. Mr. Amedee, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, yes. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark, aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Mr. Culberson. Mr. Culberson, no. Mr. Loro. Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Dent. Mr. Dent, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Mr. Fortenberry. Mr. Fortenberry, no. Mr. Frelinghuysen. Mr. Frelinghuysen, no. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger, no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves, no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Ms. Herrera-Butler. Ms. Herrera-Butler, no. Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Jenkins, no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Captor. Ms. Captor, aye. Mr. Kilmer. Aye. Mr. Kilmer, aye. Ms. Lee. Aye. Ms. Lee, aye. Mrs. Lowy. Aye. Mrs. Lowy, aye. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Meng. Ms. Meng, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Mr. Palazzo. Mr. Palazzo, no. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Price. Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mrs. Roby. Mrs. Roby, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rooney. Mr. Rooney, no. Ms. Roybal Allard. Ms. Roybal Allard, aye. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger, aye. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Serrano. Mr. Serrano, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, no. Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor, no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Mr. Visklosky. Mr. Visklosky, aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Yoder. Mr. Yoder, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no.
Are there members who wish to record their votes or change their votes? Seeing no one, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 21, the nays are 30. The amendment's not agreed to. Mr. Cartwright, I believe, was up, or Ms. Captor? You're recognized.
Thank
Mr.
you,
Cartwright.
Mr. Chairman. On the topic of homelessness, my amendment provides level funding.
Would you like the clerk to read?
I ask the clerk to read and ask
The
you.
clerk has read and
The amendment offered.
The clerk, Ms. Capter will proceed. The clerk has read. Thank you.
All right, this amendment concerns level funding, $40 million, for the HUD VASH vouchers so that more of our nation's veterans who face homelessness can get the urgent housing assistance they need. The chairman's current mark renews only the existing vouchers on the books. My amendment would fund approximately 5,000 new vouchers for eligible veterans. Think about the districts that you represent. The HUD Veterans Affairs Supportive Housing Program combines housing rental assistance for homeless veterans with case management and clinical services provided by the Department of Veterans Affairs. Now is not the time to start cutting back on these services for our veterans, particularly as the Vietnam War generation retires and you know the rising suicide rate among that group. In the coming years, the HUD-VASH program will be needed more than ever. In 2016, an estimated 13,067 veterans were still without shelter on any given night. That number is appalling. Our veterans who risk their lives and limbs for us deserve better. We promise them that. Furthermore, the alarming spread of the opioid epidemic is destined to increase veteran homelessness. Recent studies show that the prevalence of homelessness among veterans suffering from opioid addiction is 10 times greater than the overall general veterans population. Therefore, the funding for more housing assistance is vital to our continued fight against this disgraceful plague among our warrior patriots. Despite the President's numerous stump speeches about improving services for veterans who he rightfully said are being absolutely mistreated, the Republican majority on the committee has an opportunity here to not let the HUD-VASH program wither. I urge the Republicans as well as Democrats on our committee to follow through on the President's campaign promises to help veterans and properly fund this program. Don't the men and women who risk their lives for our nation's freedom deserve a proper roof over their heads and a warm bed to sleep in? With that, I strongly urge full support and a yes vote on this amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Capter. Mr. Diaz-Balart.
Mr. Chairman, this bill does not allow the men and women who have served our country to wither. The bill provides $18.7 billion for the renewal of Section 8 vouchers, a $355 million increase. And within that amount, the bill provides that no less than $584 million shall be to renew VASH vouchers. Again, this bill is committed, and this committee is committed to our veterans. This funding level, by the way, we know is adequate to renew leases for all veterans currently served by HUD, and expected to remain within the program. Also, by the way, through turnover and higher leasing rates, we expect thousands of additional veterans to receive assistance. So this bill takes care of our veterans. Now, the reason I cannot support this amendment, again, first, we're dealing with it, and secondly, is because, again, this amendment would cause the bill to exceed our allocation if it was adopted. And it would prevent this good bill, which protects our veterans, to go forward to the floor. Therefore, I would respectfully ask for a no vote.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Price is recognized. Thank you, Mr. Diaz-Balart.
Mr. Chairman, I urge support of Ms. Capter's amendment. We do need to be we need to be very clear about this. However, Mr. Diaz-Balart, in bringing this bill together, did fund the renewal of the existing vouchers. That's true, and he's due credit for that. The question is, though, the demand is still outstripping the supply. On any given night, you have tens of thousands of veterans still homeless, a lot of them on the street. In 2017, we provided enough money to give 5,500 additional veterans vouchers, and HUD estimates that with the Capter amendment, they could do that again in the next fiscal year. So it's an outstanding need. It's not enough just to renew the vouchers that are out there. We need to respond to the need, anticipate the need, And there's no more worthy program in the entire HUD portfolio than this one. So let's honor those who've served our country. Let's make sure they have a roof over their head. Let's support Ms. Capter's amendment.
Further discussion? If not, Ms. Wasserman Schultz is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of Ms. Capter's important amendment. And while we've seen great strides in combating veterans' homelessness, there remain far too many veterans without housing or a place to call home. We have almost 40,000 veterans who are currently homeless, and another 1.4 million are considered at risk of homelessness due to poverty, lack of support networks, and dismal living conditions in overcrowded or substandard housing. Yet we've seen the incredible success of the HUD Veterans Affairs Supportive Housing Program and similar partnerships between these two agencies. Since 2010, more than 360,000 veterans and their families have been permanently housed, rapidly rehoused, or prevented from becoming homeless through such programs. Pairing housing vouchers from HUD with case management and clinical services from the VA has been instrumental. Instead of simply renewing vouchers for current recipients, it is our duty to continue to expand this program for other veterans facing homelessness. This amendment will provide vouchers for another 5,000 veterans that so desperately need our support. As members of Congress, our responsibilities and commitment to the 21 million veterans across this nation extend beyond passing a strong VA appropriations bill. We must do everything we can to ensure our veterans receive the support and care they both deserve and need. And, you know, I know that it's a standard line for the chairman to say that, you know, this exceeds our allocations, so the bill wouldn't proceed to the floor. If we pass the amendment and the leadership wants to have the bill come to the floor, it'll go to the floor. We don't really have an allocation. We haven't voted on allocations. These are made-up numbers. We don't even have a budget. So essentially, this is a decision that the leadership is making not to take care of these homeless veterans. Thank you. I yield back the balance.
Gentlewoman for comments. Ms. Capter to close.
Yes, let me.
A minute, please.
I think this has been a very useful discussion, and let me remind the chairman of the subcommittee that, yes, he has provided for the renewal of existing vouchers. However, we have over 13,000 veterans who will not be accommodated. That's a number that we can actually meet. And I have a feeling that if we really try to do this as these bills move forward, looking at the allocations among various subcommittees, we can find the funds to do this well. And in addition to serving those who have been helped, serve the 13,067 veterans that were without shelter as of last year. We do need more assistance for our veterans. We've been at war for over a decade and a half. The toll is high and is going to get higher. This bill does not meet that demand, and I believe it important enough to bring up in the form of an amendment, and I will yield back my time and ask for a vote on that, and we will bring this up again as we move to the
I thank the gentlewoman. The question is on the gentlewoman's amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Sufficient hands. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, yes. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark, aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Mr. Culberson. Mr. Culberson, no. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Dent. Mr. Dent, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. No. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Mr. Fortenberry. Mr. Fortenberry, no. Mr. Frelinghuysen. No. Mr. Frelinghuysen, no. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger, no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves, no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Ms. Herrera-Butler. Ms. Herrera-Butler, no. Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Jenkins, no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Kilmer. Aye. Mr. Kilmer, aye. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Mrs. Lowy. Aye. Mrs. Lowy, aye. Ms. McCullum. Aye. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Meng. Aye. Ms. Meng, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Mr. Palazzo. Mr. Palazzo, no. Ms. Pingree. Aye. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Price. Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mrs. Roby. Mrs. Roby, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rooney. Mr. Rooney, no. Miss Roybal Allard. Miss Roybal Allard, aye. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger, aye. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Serrano. Aye. Mr. Serrano, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, no. Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor, no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Mr. Visklosky. Mr. Visklosky, aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Yoder. Mr. Yoder, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no.
Are there members who wish to record their vote or change their vote? Seeing no one else, clerk will tally. Let's vote. The ayes are 21, the nays are 30. The amendment's not agreed to. Ms. Lowy.
I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 2.
An amendment offered by Mrs. Lowy.
It's considered read. The gentlewoman's recognized.
My amendment would increase funds for lead hazard control and healthy homes, bringing funding to $145 million and $30 million respectively. Housing is the foundation for a healthy and productive life. Without a safe base, including a home free of hazards and toxins, futures are stunted and lives are irreversibly changed. By significantly cutting lead hazard control, which identifies and removes lead-based pain hazards in homes and healthy homes, which allows lead abatement specialists to remediate an entire home of toxins, including lead, mold, and radon, this bill is putting the health and future productivity of Americans at risk. These successful programs have resulted in lower poisoning rates and better educational and behavioral outcomes for children. It is necessary for our future to fund these programs appropriately. As Flint, Michigan's lead crisis tragically demonstrated, the most disadvantaged neighborhoods are usually hit the hardest. Even before the crisis in Flint, children in certain neighborhoods had elevated lead levels in their blood. The Freddie Gray tragedy in Baltimore, where more than 93,000 children have been added to Maryland's lead registries over the last 20 years, has shined a light on the detrimental impacts of lead poisoning. Each dollar invested in lead pain hazard control yields a return of up to $221. Adequately funding lead hazard control and healthy homes would be one of the most cost-effective ways to provide better health and education outcomes for our children, reduce the chances they will live in poverty. We have come too far. Now is not the time to make reductions. Thank you, and I know I will get support for this very important piece of legislation at this hour.
Thank you, Ms. Lowy. Chairman Diaz-Balart.
Let me, Mr. Chairman, first thank the gentlelady. She has been a strong advocate for this issue, and I've learned a lot from her. Now, we have $130 million in the bill, and so let me explain that. $100 million in grant for
All right, everyone. Coming up next on the Fox 10 News Now stream, Mary Kate. She's going to be with you for the next 2 hours, taking a live look here at the weather across Arizona.
All right, everybody, hello and welcome to the Fox News Now stream, taking you to the 6th Annual Family Leadership Summit in Iowa, where Kellyanne Conway was speaking. Let's take you now to this event.
They hadn't even piloted yet. And so they were bringing us and the fixer-upper in at the exact same time and wanted to launch us right around the same time. And I remember her question. She said, but the attorneys have one question they want for the record. Are you guys anti-gay? Because we supported Amendment 1 that said that marriage is between a man and a woman. You want to know something about that question, though? I experienced something when she asked that question that I hadn't experienced to that level before. It was fear. I felt a man-pleasing spirit coming all over me. You know why? Because now I had a promise of a platform that HG was saying, we're going to put you in millions of homes. And David and I are thinking, man, we're going to use this to make disciples of the nation. We're going to use this to create, help bring revival to this nation because we need it. If God gets our name out there, that's what we're going to do. And I didn't want to lose this platform. And I felt this small little voice say, uh-oh, you better be careful how you answer this. If you don't answer this the right way, you're going to lose this platform. By God's grace, I said a snap little prayer, and God gave me something to say. I said, no, we're not anti-anything. We're pro-Jesus, which means we're pro-Bible. And through the course of that conversation, I got a chance to share with her that God's blessings are found within God's boundaries. And if you remove His boundaries, then His blessings are replaced with burdens. And if you really care about people, then you'll talk about the boundaries that they need to live inside of so they can experience the blessing that I want them to experience. 3-2. But it's true, right? That's what we need. That's principle right there. You know what she said? She said, oh, good. You know what? Most of us at the production company, your agents who happen to be the Kardashians' agents that we fired.
We did not know that when we hired them.
But your agents and HGTV, a lot of us believe like you guys do, but we're just not vocal about it. You know why they're not vocal about it? Because they're scared to death. They're scared to death. Okay, well, we got off the phone. I wiped my brow. I said, thank you, Lord. That was awesome. You saved the show. 2 weeks went by. We didn't get a phone call, text, tweet, nothing from HGTV, our agents, or our production company. And I honestly thought we were getting dumped. And that was new territory for me. I had never been dumped a day before in my life. I had to go to him for advice. I'm like, how's this work, dude? He's like, well, the third time I got dumped, it was... You know what we did? We got down on our knees and we prayed. And you know what our prayer was? God, please save our show. God, save our show. We got up from that prayer. I said, dude, let's send HG an email explaining who we are. And we'll try to save the show. He's like, good idea. So he wrote the email. 30 minutes later, sent it to me. I read it, and it was the best email I had ever read. You want to know what it said? It said, essentially this, HGTV, these are our beliefs, and we're never going to back off of them. Don't clap yet. But I really appreciate you. She's so sweet. I want to give her a hug. That puts 4-2.
No, that one doesn't
That
count.
does count.
That
I
does not
stopped
count.
it.
It doesn't
I
count.
stopped it.
I'm not counting it.
I stopped it. All that matters to us is that we get more claps than Jim Garlow. That's all that matters.
No, he's amazing.
So anyway, the basis of the email said, these are our beliefs, we'll never turn from them, but when we represent your network in public, we will be quiet about those beliefs. He wrote it.
You told me to write it.
Listen, we were both operating out of a man-pleasing spirit in that moment. Do you know why? Because we were focusing on the platform that we wanted instead of the person who put it there in the first place. And when that happens, I'm telling you what, when you begin to focus on that thing that God put into your hand, and most of the time it's a good thing that He put there, and you're not willing to let go of it, you become enslaved to that thing. We were now enslaved to the fact that we could have this platform, and we were now blind, and we were doing it all for the Lord. I'm not going to talk about the issues because I'm doing it for the Lord. There's a bigger call. No, you speak about it. You're enslaved. Pastor, you're enslaved to your congregation. Now let it go. You can let it go. You can say marriage is between a man and a woman. Go ahead. When you do that, here's the beauty of that. Here's the beauty of that. When you're willing to let that go, okay? that you will begin to operate spiritually again and no longer strategically. See, as we focused on that platform and not the person who put it there in the first place, we begin to operate strategically in the mind and no longer spiritually in the heart. And we were walking around, how can we save our show? How can we save our show? We're going to do it for the gospel. And all the while, we were blind. But you know what? We decided to send that email to a spiritual mentor of ours before we sent it to HGTV. Now, we didn't send it to our dad. We're not that spiritual. So we sent it to this pastor friend of ours, and within 3 minutes, he sent an email back and said, how dare you boys write an email like this? You've forgotten who you are. Do you not know that God probably raised you both up for a time such as this to tear down the stronghold that's ransacking this nation?
Amen. Amen.
And you know what we discovered from that? That boldness apart from brokenness makes a bully. God had to break us. We got down and repented of our man-pleasing spirit. God had to break us first. We had no idea that he was going to put us in a position to be bold in front of a watching world. We didn't know that was coming. But what he had to do was first break us and show us that the secret to courage is first recognizing your inner coward and then allowing the Holy Spirit to unleash your inner lion.
Because it's going to require boldness for us to stand on principle wherever God places us. 2 weeks later, after this moment where God was getting us because he knew where he was ultimately going to take us, HG calls out of the blue and says, are you going to sign with us or what? We said, absolutely, we're going to sign with you. So here we signed. They named the show Flip It Forward. We start flipping houses. Cameras are following us around everywhere. We're in the middle of a 10-week film set. And it was just amazing here in the spring of 2014. And then HG calls us out of the blue and says, hey, guys, listen, we've got good news. We just announced your names at the upfronts in New York City. We're running commercials already. This is going to be a big show. We've got Disney World and all these others that are calling in saying, hey, we're interested in the show. So he said, but at the end of our conversation, there was a group that reached out to us named GLAD. And they said, don't you know who these brothers are? And they referenced this Right Wing Watch article. Well, HG had already read it, and I loved their response. They simply said, no, that's just the narrative that's been created about these brothers. So by that time, we'd been with them for 18 months. And
you know, GLAD stands for Gays and Lesbians Against Anyone Who Lives Around Des Moines. Just FYI. It's for you guys. So here, now, GLAD's starting to put pressure on HG to let us go. Well, over the next week, we're still filming, and they're getting bombarded from this group going back and forth. And HG then calls us in week 5 and says, guys, we've been going back and forth with GLAD, but don't worry about a thing. We're sticking with your show. You guys are going to be stars on this network. The next morning, we get a text from some friends across the country, and they said, what's going on with HG? Did you see their Facebook page? I said, no. I mean, the night before, we're going to be stars. Well, all of a sudden, I go to their Facebook page. We're reviewing the Benham Brothers show, and hundreds of the most disgusting comments about David and Jason and our family, our wives, our children. It's the new face of inclusion and tolerance, equality, and love. And here, they're saying the most disgusting things. I'm like, what's going on? Well, GLAD didn't like the response, and they're also in cahoots with Right Wing, so they popped a brand new article the night before about the Benham Brothers. And it was smear and lies and deceit and all of these things. And then they mobilized the base and go after HG. And HG thought that the sky was falling, and they called us. And right out of the gate, they said, guys, we're canceling the show. After I got my brother out of the fetal position and pulled his thumb out of his mouth, first words that came to our minds, thank you, thanks for this opportunity. God is going to take care of us, Romans 8:28. And we know that all things work together for good to those that love God and are called according to his purpose. Amen. But then we finished with this. You got bullied into this. There is an agenda that is beating Christians and conservatives into a corner, that is vilifying and dehumanizing our principles, the very principles that made this nation great. And we absolutely are not going to go down quietly. We will charge this and fight this Goliath. And the story of David and Goliath came alive for us.
From that day, for the next 2 months, we went on 200 one-on-one interviews. We were on with all the biggest of the bigs. They were fighting over the rights to have our show first and wanted to. I didn't even know that Hannity and O'Reilly hated each other. I mean, that was No, it's their producers. Whatever. I don't know how that works. All I knew is that one won't have us on the show anymore because we took the other during this time. Now, here's the thing. That story of David and Goliath, you think about that. Young David, was anointed to be king as a young man. And yet when his dad told him to go to the battle lines to bring his brothers some food, here he is. He's walking down there knowing in his mind, one day I'm going to be king. One day this army's going to serve me. And then when he shows up to the battle line and he sees Goliath, this giant, taunting the armies of the living God, David could have said something like this. If he were thinking like David and I were back, I just realized you're David, but you're not anywhere close to that other David. Whatever. No. Man, why did I even bring that up? But if he was thinking anywhere like what we were thinking, focusing on that platform that God had promised him, he'd have said something like this. Hey, one day when I'm king, I'm going to take Goliath out. One day when I'm king, I'm going to lead this army against this army. But David didn't say that. He was first willing to let go of that thing that God had promised to him. He was willing to let go. He was willing to die to that dream. And therefore, he was willing to stand out there on that field of battle and face his fear. And you want to know, when you face your fear, God promises that he's going to take over the fight. And what you will discover is that your greatest blessing is only found on the other side of your greatest fear. And your boldness will precede the miraculous. It's time for us to stand boldly in this country for our principles, because these are the principles they're the bedrock of civil society. They're the bedrock of a flourishing family and a functioning business. These principles, but we are going to have to stand boldly. And Dr. Elton Trueblood's quote that by the year 2000, Christians will be a conscious minority surrounded by an arrogant, militant paganism was a prophetic quote that has come true. And so we ask ourselves, how now shall we live? How are we going to live? Well, listen to how Peter and John did it when they were surrounded by an arrogant, militant paganism. And they were beaten and scourged and thrown in jail. Listen to how they prayed in Acts 4:29. And now, Lord, take note of their threats and grant that your servants may speak your word with great boldness. In the name of Jesus, amen. God bless you guys. Thanks for having us. They're not clapping for you. That's for me.
What a privilege to follow the Benham brothers. What a privilege. Last year, 2016, history was made in Iowa when our former governor, Terry Branstad, declared a proclamation for a 99-county Bible reading marathon. And all 99 counties completed the task. This year, the plan is to do the same. We want to thank Governor Kim Reynolds for her 99-county Bible reading marathon proclamation for 2017. 30 counties have already completed their reading, and 40 more will be reading yet this summer. As of today, there actually are 30 counties that still need county captains. The goal is to finish all counties by September 27th, which is the annual See You at the Pole event. So blessings and much thanks to Jenny Caligieri for leading this effort. To all our regional captains, our county captains, and to each Bible reader. There's a lot of you here today. Thank you so much for leading, praying, and participating, and claiming the freedom and privilege we have in reading His Word together, without notice of denominations, ethnicity groups, individuals, but the bride of Christ. We must continue to exercise this freedom and read His Word together. It's to teach our future generations about the commitment to God's Word and the need for us to be well-versed and obedient to the teachings of Scripture. Proverbs 30 verse 5 says, "Every word of God proves true. He is a shield to all who come to Him for protection." Now, with that in mind, I'm very excited to introduce our next speaker today. As a pastor's daughter, pastors hold a special place in my heart. Our speaker is the pastor of Skyline Wesleyan Church in San Diego, California, and is an incredible author of many books. We, as followers of Jesus, are bombarded with social and political issues every day. From social justice to sexual identity, we are looking for answers today. Today's burning questions. What should we say when we are confronted with these confounding issues? And how can we use the Bible as a resource when navigating these cultural minefields? His latest book, Well-Versed, Biblical Answers to Today's Tough Issues, provides the ultimate Christian-based guide for answers that will equip us to completely and confidently respond with the truth our nation so desperately needs. Please join me in welcoming Pastor Jim Garlow.
Before I pastored in San Diego, I pastored in Dallas-Fort Worth. Had the privilege of knowing well Flip Benham, one of my closest buddies, and the father of David and Jason. I've known them since age 12. Flip is one of the most courageous, bold prophets of God that I have ever met. And that's how you count for producing David and Jason with their convictions. I've known them for a long time, and they're extremely competitive. And you heard Jason say a moment ago, concerned that they get more applause than Jim Garlow. You heard that just a moment ago. Now, they're somewhere in the back hallways making their way back in, and they're going to be hearing this. So I want you to, on the count of three, give an incredible applause and cheering. And they'll be wondering, what did Garlow say? He got an applause like that. I want to eat their lunch. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. It was pretty strong, but kind of short. But take that, David and Jason. Well, you're Bible people, so I want to give you a Bible quiz. I'm going to give you some names, 10 names, and you keep track of how many of them you recognize from the Scripture. 10 names from the Bible. Keep track on your fingers how many of you recognize. Shammua, Shaphat, Igal, Palti, Gadil. How are we doing so far? Gadi, Amil, Sether, Nab, and Gul. So how many of you got all 10? Raise your hands. Oh my, oh my. I thought we were in the Bible Belt. What went wrong here? The reason you don't know them is you shouldn't know them. They're in Numbers 13 and 14. The reason we shouldn't know them, those are the 10 spies that came back with a crummy report. The reason you spend no time on them is because they're wimps. But how many of you know the name Joshua and Caleb? How many of you know somebody named Joshua and Caleb? I have a son named Joshua. And why do we name our kids Joshua and Caleb? And we don't name them Shammua, Shaphat, Igal, Palti, and Gadil. It's because we want our kids named after people like David and Jason Benham. We don't want to name them after the wimps. Now that means that only 2 out of 12 were willing to make a stand. And what I'm calling for, I speak as a pastor. I'm speaking to a lot of pastors. I'm speaking to people who have pastors. And what I want to challenge us to be willing to do is to be willing to be 2 of the 10, if that's what it takes, 2 of the 12, if that's what it actually takes, in order to stand for truth. We are in a minority. Let's face that. But this is not a time for us to worry about those who accuse us of being on the wrong side of history. We want to be on the right side of eternity. And so consequently, we take stands for boldness that might be unpopular at the time, but there's a reason why we do, because truth is at stake. Let me pose a question. It's not a pleasant question. How is it possible? We have churches that are 25, 30,000 in attendance. One of the churches in America has 70,000 in attendance. We have Christian colleges that have over 100,000 students. We have Christian publishers that are exploding in size. We have Christian radio and television networks that have a net worth of well over billions of dollars. And yet the nation is going to hell. How is that possible? How can you possibly explain the numbers I have just said? We have never had so many Mega churches, massive churches. It used to be mega churches anything over 1,500 or 2,000. That's no big deal now. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. How is it possible this is happening in our midst? And the nation is going to hell. I ask pastors at pastors' conferences, how many of you pastor a community that is more righteous than it was 25 years ago? I have never had a pastor ever raise their hand. How is that possible? I was at a conference, and it was 300 pastors at this conference, and it was mainly larger churches, almost all larger churches. And they said the first day, there were 300 pastors in this room, and there are about 5 pastors per church, so not very many churches represented, but 50, 60 churches represented or so at that. I said, but our cumulative attendance on a Sunday morning is 1.2 million just among us. The next day at the conference, the convener says, how do you like the conference? I said, well, I'm really enjoying it. It's great. But I said, I have a question for you. How is it we can account for such huge numbers and such dinky influence on the culture? Now, that's what I want to bring to you. What happened July the 2nd, 1954? The day that changed America, the Johnson Amendment. Most people didn't know what the Johnson Amendment was until Donald Trump started making an issue of his campaign. He's talked about it a great deal since becoming president. But the day that pastors went silent in America, 29 categories of 501 categories, 501c categories, that's a delineation from the IRS, 29 different categories, but only one was declared they cannot speak out on issues. And this ambiguity created a cultural myth of the separation of church and state, which, as you know, does not appear in the Constitution, does not appear in the Declaration of Independence. It's borrowed from a phrase, wall of separation, as you know, because you're an astute audience, written by Thomas Jefferson, January the 1st of 1802, and it was twisted on its head to mean exactly the opposite of what he meant in the 1947 Everson case before the Supreme Court. Our church had the privilege of partnering with a pastor. He became an associate pastor in our church. We sent him to Washington, D.C. We bought a condo across the street from the Supreme Court because there were weekly worship services held in the Capitol building from 1800 to 1869. They were stopped for 145 years. And so our church sent a pastor there. We partnered with him, a man named Dan Cummins, and we started weekly worship services again in the U.S. Capitol as of 3 years ago. And we named it the Jefferson Gathering. We named it the Jefferson Gathering in honor of the one who's accused of being a deist so much. But the fact is, he put his Bible under his arm, rode down Pennsylvania Avenue on his horse every Sunday to go to weekly worship services in the U.S. Capitol. This is one who was a contributor to the formation of our nation, who understood the legitimate separation of church and state in his own writing, but saw no violation of them attending a weekly worship services right in the U.S. Capitol building. But this myth, separation of church and state, has grown into this enormous construct in people's minds, both pastors and pews, and the result is a silent pulpit. And if America is to be destroyed, the blood is on the hand of Bible-believing pastors who will not speak out on the issues. Here's the language. It sounds so noble. Well, Jim, I don't speak out on, quote, political, there's that buzzword, political things. I just preach Jesus. Now, how noble does that sound? Well, I preach Jesus too. I'll be flying home to San Diego tonight. I'll be preaching Jesus tomorrow. I'll be giving an invitation to receive Christ, as I do every Sunday. But we also preach what Jesus preached, which was the kingdom of God. I say to people who say, oh, I only preach Jesus. I say, wait a minute. Are you telling me that if you'd have been a preacher before the Civil War, you wouldn't speak out about slavery? I had a pastor of a very large church say to me in a condescending fashion not too long ago, we're not political. I says, well, guess what? I'm not either. He looked at me kind of shocked. I said, what I am is biblical. My problem is I don't want you to be more political. I wish you were more biblical. I wish you'd address what the Scripture teaches about these things. I said, let me ask you this. If I were a slave in the South in 1850 and my slave owner was going to go to church, which church would I want him to go to? Yours or mine? If I was a baby in the womb of a 17-year-old girl who lived next to Planned Parenthood, where would I want her to go to church next Sunday? Your church or my church? You're silent on biblical issues. Your problem is you are not biblical enough. I'm from a relatively small denomination, the Wesleyan denomination. We have our roots in abolition, in that we were the only denomination formed as a radical abolitionist group for the purpose of freeing the slaves from the South and to the North. Our early churches were built a day's journey apart, intentionally to be a part of the Underground Railroad. And when that was over, the women's rights issue, women couldn't vote. They were treated as property, as collateral. And so the Wesleyan pastors rose up. The first Women's Right to Vote conference was held in a Wesleyan church, 1848, in Seneca Falls, New York. And I say to my friends, were those early Wesleyan pastors, were they wrong? Should they have been silent about slavery? We'd still have it. Should they be silent about how women should be treated? They still would be treated like property. My wife, I've had the privilege of going with my wife many times to Israel. She's been 60 times to Israel. Stand up, Rosemary. My wife's with me, Rosemary Schindler-Garlow. We just got back from Israel a few days ago, and the last thing we do as we're finishing out that last day is we stop by the graves of the Maccabees. Judah Maccabees, the bold fighter for truth, when the Greek culture was snuffing out religious liberty, political liberty as well. And they rose up, these 5 brothers in this nondescript town at that time, Modi'in, Israel, and they rose up and they took upon the greatest force of their culture. And my prayer is that a Maccabean anointing will fall on America's pastors and that something will change and alter. Because we have 4 forms of government. We have personal government, that's personal responsibility. We have family government. We have the government of the church. And then we have civil government. And pastors are very happy to speak about the first 3. But they won't touch the 4th because they say it's political. No, it's governmental, but it's biblical. It isn't like, golly gee, God forgot about that whole government thing. No, God, in His graciousness, in His love for us, in His passion for us, wants not only our homes and our churches to be right, He wants our communities to function properly. He cares about our community life. God loves us so much, He cares about our national life, and He laid out the principles scripturally for the way we're to function. But we as pastors have allowed the enemy to squeeze us in the corner. Let me give an illustration. If I would have said 50 years ago, tearing up a baby in the womb is a bad thing, everybody would have said, well, of course it is. Say it today, oh, pastor, you're being too political. If I would have said 30 years ago that the act of homosexuality is an abomination before God, they said, of course it is. Say it today, oh, pastor, you're being too political. If I would have said 10 years ago, marriage is a man and a woman, of course. Say it today, oh, you're kind of being too political. If I would have said 8 years ago that the national debt is obscene, it's a moral issue, it's a biblical theological issue, this thing called the debt that we're experiencing now, $20 trillion. Oh, today, pastor, you're being too political. If I would have said 5 years ago, we should support Israel. Yeah, say it today, well, pastor, you're being a little bit too political. What's the problem? People don't recognize biblical preaching anymore. I have a friend, she lost a lot of weight, she became a runner, and people started saying to her, you're too gaunt, you're too thin. She didn't know how to respond at first. She'd lost a lot of weight, and now she was healthy. And finally she started saying to them, you know what? You don't recognize healthy anymore. Now the application of that is people don't recognize authentic biblical preaching anymore. I'm not calling pastors to be politically active. I'm calling them to be biblical applicationalists and have the courage to apply what the Scripture says about these issues. A loving pastor will apply the Word. A loving pastor will be a biblical applicationist. A loving pastor will want his community, will want his nation to know, what does God say about these topics? I wrote a book a year ago actually, called Well Versed, Biblical Answers to Today's Tough Issues. And it covers, what does the Bible say about minimum wage, about Social Security, about taxation, the taxation schedule, about national debt, about welfare, about the judiciary, racism, judicial and prison reform, capitalism, socialism, abortion, marriage, homosexuality, gender identity, media, environment and climate change, immigration, refugees, hate crimes, social justice. I don't believe in social justice. I believe in biblical justice. Civil disobedience. We addressed all these topics, the biblical underpinnings to 30 different so-called political topics, governmental issues. The reason we have a mess in our nation today is the absence of the Word of God applied to national life. We could reduce we could reduce human suffering. We could reduce poverty in moments if biblical application was made to the structures of our culture and our society. By the way, my book's available back there, well-versed. Let me just tell you, I don't want you to buy one copy. I want you to buy it by the case. And I'm saying that because I'm going to forego all my profit. It's been out for a year. It's sold a lot of books. I haven't made one penny on it, and I don't intend to make a penny on it because I'm wanting to sell it at essentially my cost, what I'm able to get it for. Now, if you buy one book, I'm going to make it difficult to make you pay a high rate. But if you'll buy a case or a bunch of them, and you can pull out, there's a sheet there in your packet, and it gives you the prices on there. We break it down so it's literally at my cost. As you buy more, you get it for a very inexpensive rate. I think it brings it all the way down, like instead of $15, it brings it down like $5 or something. You can look at there, and it's got the information. Let me cite what George Barna said back in 2013. George Barna is going to be speaking later. He's the most quoted living person in America, in the world, the most quoted living Christian in the world. I said to him last night, you may be the most quoted living person, but I'm the one who quotes you the most. And George Barna in 2013, he and I serve on the board of United in Purpose, which is one of the sponsors of this event. And I was with him in 2013 in one of our board meetings, and I saw the look on his face. He said, I haven't released this yet. I'm about to release it, but here's what I discovered from my research. Now listen to this. 90% of pastors believe that the Bible speaks to the political and moral issues of our day, the political and social issues of the day. I'm rounding off the numbers. 90%. But when asked later in the survey, will you speak out on those issues? 90% of pastors said, no, I will not speak out on those issues that the Bible speaks out on. In the next year, 2014, the Pew Research Poll released some encouraging news, and that was the people in the pew. There was a dramatic shift in the last few years, a dramatic shift where more people wanted their pastors to speak out on these issues than those who did not. And then going back in the next year, 2015, back to George Barna once again, he identified 22 topics that people want to hear about. They want their pastor to teach them what the Bible says about these issues. The intriguing part of the end of the survey was this. We're silent, they said, lay people in the pew. We're silent on these issues, not because we're afraid of what they might call us, intolerant or whatever. We're silent on the issues because we do not know what to say. It was when I saw those words that I determined to write out what the Bible says about 30 different political topics, and thus my book called Well Versed. Now let me take one example. I have discovered, let me give one example, the hotbed issue globally. I mean, my wife and I just got back from Budapest, and there we met with many different members of Parliament from all over Europe at the Budapest Demographic Forum and the World Congress on Families. And the pressure that the United States, enough Obama people are left in the system, the pressure from the United States putting on other countries to force them to accept new definitions, whether it be transgender, gender identity, or the issue of homosexuality, or the definition of marriage. We were in Paris at the World Congress on Families, or the Congress on Marriage, a couple years ago. And I heard a phrase I'd never heard before. The African delegate said, "You are sexually colonializing us." What does that mean? They said, you in the West colonialized us once before, and now you're sexually colonializing, forcing us, withdrawing aid and even military support, forcing us to accept your definition of gender, homosexuality, and the definition of marriage. Now, this is one issue that's gone global. And it got two guys you just heard fired off of a show. So what are the issues there? Now, let me walk through why. Why is marriage such a big deal? Let's go to one thing scripturally. In the beginning, we're told that we're created in the image of God. We're made in the imago Dei, image of God. Now, let me ask you a question. Is God male or female? God is neither male nor female. In fact, the writers in the Old Testament struggle to define God, and so sometimes they will use classic masculine imagery of his strength. Sometimes, like in Deuteronomy, Isaiah, and Psalms, they'll actually write terminology that depicts God with the historic feminine characteristics, such things as nurture and tenderness. They'll actually speak of the breast of God feeding a newborn baby, or the womb of God. Because God is neither male nor female. We're made in the image of God, But no male by himself depicts the full spectrum of the full image of God. No female by herself depicts the full spectrum of the full image of God. Now let's look specifically at the creation account. And instead of just looking at the English words, let's look at the Hebrew, ancient Hebrew text behind it. Now the traditional view is that God made Adam and took a rib, and now he has Eve. Now that may be the way it occurred, but I think the Hebrew text takes us to something of unbelievably rich spiritual import. Watch this. In the language, it seems to indicate this. When God created humanity, he created not Adam the male, and if you look at the footnotes, if you have, for example, an NIV Bible, it will bear this out. He created Adam, small a, Adam. Adam means humankind. So God created, now watch this. You're going to see why marriage is so close to his heart. God created Adam, humanity. He looked at what he created, and it's the first time he said, this isn't good. The technical meaning of what he said next was that they're as one. As one meaning one that means no capacity for relationship. He's created Adam, humanity. Don't picture male and female yet in the text. He created, if you go over to Genesis 5, this is depicted even much more clearly. He says he calls them Adam. Them Adam. Now why is that? It's Adam. They were Adam, humanity. At that point, he says it's not good. There is one. They don't have the capacity for a relationship. And so he, at that point, removes the feminine characteristics and leaves the masculine characteristics. And now we have male and female, the complementary halves of humanity. This explains the incredible attraction of male and female. It explains why they physiologically, spiritually, emotionally, psychologically fit together. It's when they come together in covenantal marriage that they're a representation of the full image of God. Now, we have male and we have male and we have female. We have Adam, we have Eve. Now we have two entities, the halves of humanity. The word that's used in the Hebrew is ish and isha. Man, woman. Ish, isha. There's one, now walk with me here. We're going to go kind of deep in the weeds for a moment. There's one letter in ish, a Hebrew letter, that is not in isha. That letter is Y or Yod. There's one letter in isha that's not in ish. That letter we would call it H or Hey. Yod, Hey. Yod, Hey. You put male and female together, Ish and Isha, you have Yod, Hey. That's the name for God. That's the foundation name that appears 6,800 times in the Hebrew text. Yod, Hey, Vav, Hey. It's the name Yahweh. Now we have God. When you have two men, you don't have that. When you have two women, you don't have that. It's when male and female come together, the complementary halves of humanity come together, they now formulate the full image of God. In what way are they made in the image of God? What did God do? Among things, he created. Now they start creating. They procreate. They're walking in the image of God. That's the book of Genesis, where the Bible starts with the marriage of a male and a female, and it ends with the wedding in Revelation of a bride and a groom. Time doesn't permit me to go chase it all the way to Revelation, and we follow through in the same thing. But the bottom line is this: if I were Satan, I would want to destroy on the earth the image of God. This is why marriage is such a hotbed issue. It's more than just the issue of homosexuality. It's much more than that. It's much more cosmic. It's big, it's enormous. They want to destroy the very image of God upon the planet. This is a demonic happening in our midst. And we could go one area after another of so-called political issues, each one of these having incredibly important biblical underpinnings. If we just knew them, we could reduce human suffering. We could reduce poverty in this nation if we had pastors. There are 320,000 pastors in America. Of the 320,000, 220,000 were left-wing liberal, don't believe the Bible, put them aside. Got 100,000 left. I was asked a question, speaking at Santa Barbara on one occasion, how many of the 100,000 stand for biblical issues? I said, well, I hope 15,000. I wish we had 30,000. Don't think we do. I just wish we had 15,000. Don't know if we do. And then I realized, wait a minute. George Barna's right here on the same panel. He's the expert, I'm not. I turned to George and I said, George, how many of the churches that you know of are standing rock solid, biblical applicationalists, making known what the Scripture says about all issues, including the governmental realm? And he said to me, based upon our research, the number of churches that have a bona fide biblical worldview numbers somewhere between 6,000 and 10,000. We're not even just at a tithe of those who actually claim to believe the Bible. So what are we needing today? First of all, let me be so incredibly candid to say, if you are attending a church where the pastor is not willing to speak out on these issues, find one who will. I've been married to Rosemary for a little over 3 years. I was a widower before that. My wife died of cancer, and we were in a 6-year battle. I was married to her for 42 years. We were in a 6-year battle with cancer. And early on, I learned a principle. If your oncologist takes away hope, get a new oncologist. And the application for what I'm talking about today as it relates to finding a pastor who will stand on the issues, because what's at stake is the very future of our nation. Because God has the answers. The answers are found in His Word. I recognize that preaching boldly on these issues will not make a person the most popular one. But people have got to decide whether I'm going to be popular now or 10 years after I'm dead, they'll say he was right on those issues. Martin Niemöller stood before Adolf Hitler before World War II. And Hitler said in that famous exchange, "You guys take care of the church, I will take care of the state." Now, where have we ever heard lines like that before? And he said, "Now, I will be your Führer leader." And Martin Niemöller, pastor in Berlin, pointed his finger at Hitler and said, "You will not be my Führer, God is my Führer." In that moment, pastors physically and ideologically moved away from him, leaving him alone. But that takes me back to my first question. I named 10 people from the Bible that none of you knew their names because they were wimps. They would not stand. They were the Neville Chamberlains of their day. And I'm calling us in this critical hour for us to be Winston Churchills, whether you're a pastor or whether you're a layperson. Dietrich Bonhoeffer. I was speaking in a conference in the South, and I was speaking in Hodge Chapel, Samford University, Beeson Divinity School. And they have all these figures from church history on the walls and statues and in the niches. And this one bust was behind me, conspicuously looking. And I was speaking to about 300 pastors. I said, "How did he get there?" We saw the others, Martin Luther, John Wesley, Charles Spurgeon, all the others. How did this guy get here? Why is he there? Dietrich Bonhoeffer. How did he get there? It's because he had the biggest church in Berlin. Oh, no, he didn't. It's because he had the bestseller. Oh, no, he didn't. Not during lifetime. It's because his radio and TV ministry was incredible. Oh, no, he didn't. He didn't have that. He's up there because they hung him, presumably with a piano wire, on April the 9th, 1945, because he would not compromise his values. And I said to that group of pastors, it is time to stop telling stories and preaching sermons with illustrations about Dietrich Bonhoeffer. It's time for us to be Dietrich Bonhoeffer. Let us be those kinds of pastors. Dennis Suchecki is a member of my church, and he used to be a Marine. I know once a Marine, always a Marine, but he's elderly. And he said to me one time, he says, "I'm so disappointed in my career." I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "I was a Marine after Korea, but before Vietnam." I said, "Well, what's wrong with that?" He says, "I never got a chance to fight. I never got a chance to prove how great I was as a soldier." Well, I've got news for you. You weren't born between wars. You were born in the midst of one, and you and I have the chance to prove who we are. Let's go do it. Thank you. Good being with you.
Hasn't it been a great summit so far? I think if we stopped right now, we could say we had a pretty good day. And we are going to stop right now, but it's going to be for a real quick break. And by real quick, I mean stand up in your seat, stretch, move around a little bit, about 10 minutes. Kellyanne Conway's in the building. She'll be up here at 11. You don't want to miss her interview. And so I'm going to ask you, if you really need to use the restroom, you can do that. But if not, just kind of stand up, greet your neighbors, say hi, talk about how you're going to enter this fight like Pastor Garlow just talked about, and we'll see you back here at 11.
All right, everybody, giving you a live look of the Capitol building right now while they are on their quick break. Kellyanne Conway coming up next.
But understanding that there's a whole team around him. Matter of fact, when Kellyanne was appointed to be the campaign manager of Trump for president on August 12, 2016, 82 days till the election, I thought, game on, because she is really, really good. She is firm in her belief. She's passionate in her speech, and I've always found it best not to be on the wrong side of Kellyanne. Please give a warm Iowa welcome to the senior counselor to the President of the United States, Kellyanne Conway.
That's really great. Thank you. Wow, thank you so much. 9.5-point victory, Iowa.
9.5-point victory, Iowa, huh? I told you when we visited about this that these guys love you. So do you like Kellyanne? But what I know, it's been a whirlwind. The past year, 16 months, 18 months, you have been in the thick of it. So before we ask any other question, I want to know this. How are you?
Oh, well, thank you, Bob. Thank you to Family Leader and the other co-sponsors and all of you, not just for being here today and welcoming me, but also just for how committed you are, engaged on the front lines of this ongoing battle. I'm great. I'm blessed. I feel incredibly honored and privileged to serve the country and to serve this president and vice president. Bob, it's nothing short of a privilege. I'm a good example, as are millions and millions of Americans, of reaching an American dream unexpectedly. I was raised by a single mom, and we had pictures of the Last Supper and Jesus on the wall, not Reagan or Kennedy, frankly. We just didn't. I don't remember a single political conversation ever in my household, which consisted of my mother, her mother, and two of my mother's unmarried sisters. So these 4 adult women raised me. And to go from that to the White House as senior counselor to the president is pretty remarkable. But I want history to always reflect a couple of things. I get a lot of credit as the campaign manager, and that's a blessing in and of itself. But we had a really great team around us, and some of them are not household names, but all of them worked together very cohesively and very smartly for us to get this done. I also think that there's just no substitute for great candidates who can connect naturally with people and who come as messengers with a very optimistic and relevant message, uplifting message where people felt included, and delivered in a way that I think that Trump and Pence taking the message directly to people coming to states like Iowa again and again and again was so critically important, because rather than run $1 billion worth of TV ads and talk to you through your living room rather than just look you in the eye, was very effective. See, I like to talk about myself. I got right back to the campaign. But no, in terms of me, I feel very blessed. I mean, I have a great life, 4 wonderful children and a husband, and a job, an opportunity, I think, to impact real people. And I would look at the folks at the rallies, and they reminded me of the people I grew up with in South Jersey. And this president made a commitment to them, to be there for them. And I think you see the stock market has reacted, job creation is up, ISIS is on the run. He's had 3 foreign trips in less than 2 months, another 24 or more bilateral meetings at the White House. Progress is being made, and it's just our job every day to focus on the news and cut out the noise. And that's something I try to do very often. But, you know, if I wasn't a person of faith, I think it'd be a more difficult job.
Well, let me talk about family for just a second. Because my family and my former teachers are quite shocked that I'm actually making it in the real world, so to speak, okay? I don't know what would happen if they saw me walk. What does your family think that you're walking in the White House on a daily basis?
Oh, they think it's great.
I'm sure they do, but...
Well, for my children, I have 4 children. I'll say that we're getting close to 100% of them enthusiastic that we've moved to Washington. You know, when you're a pollster, if you get 75% agreement on an issue, it's remarkable. But as a mother, you need closer to 100%. So we're getting there. They think it's wonderful, and they realize, I think my 4 children, they're 12, 9, and 7, Bob. So they are each of them is of an age where they can appreciate and accept the opportunities that they have to maybe come to the Easter egg roll or watch the fireworks on July 4th on Independence Day from the White House lawn. And they realize that helps, that's the rarefied air, that not everyone in this country has that type of privilege at the moment. I'm glad they see it that way. But look, if the lunch isn't packed correctly, if the permission slip isn't signed, if the sports equipment isn't cleaned and ready to go, then that falls on your shoulders. So it's very humbling in that way. I mean, I think I'm just better at everything I do because, the greatest professional privilege of my life will be working in the White House in this administration. But the greatest privilege in my life by far is being mother to those 4 children.
Amen.
And that, you know, will always come first.
Amen. "2016 was a remarkable year, and it's not missed on anybody. But somebody was going to break through the glass ceiling. It was either going to be Hillary Clinton, the first female president, or what's not missed on me, it was going to be the first female campaign manager to lead a winning presidential campaign. So, first of all, congratulations. I've known you long enough. I've always respected your talents, your ability, how articulate you are, and you've never, ever used a gender card. And you won't today either. But something's got to go through your head to say, I'm the first female to lead. What goes through your head knowing I'm the first?
It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I've never, thank you for saying we don't play the gender card. I really want history to reflect that I had been around for decades, you know, toiling in the vineyards.
3 decades.
Well, sort of, yes, many decades. And no, in work. And I had been in polling for decades. And I had been in polling, started at the age of 21 and then was a lawyer and then went right back into polling. So I had been doing this for a long time, and I was successful and happy in my work. But it took Donald J. Trump to elevate me to that position. No one else had done that. And I go by what people do, not by what they say, ultimately. And this is a man who's been, I think, a wonderful and gracious and generous boss to women his entire career. It was just a very natural thing for him to surround himself with strong women whose opinions he respects. And he did that in New York real estate in the 1970s and 80s when very few people would take a chance on women at those high levels. He obviously is surrounded, he's got a wife and 2 adult daughters who are very intelligent and very strong. And he had done it at the Trump Corporation, the Trump campaign, the Trump cabinet, the Trump administration. It's very natural for him. But I do hope, and I fully expect that we'll have a female president one day. I will tell your daughters and granddaughters that the job is still open for first female president. I don't know that I would encourage any of my 3 daughters to do it, because I think in addition to having to have the fire in your belly, you have to swallow a lot of bile in your throat. And it's not the most comfortable and the most savory, I think, engagement or profession for many people, male or female. But clearly the country is ready for a female president, just not that one at that time.
have you been surprised? Because I see the left, I'm going to use a generic term, but I see the left always wanting to champion women, 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 until a conservative woman achieves. And I know how some of them have treated you. Have you been surprised at some of the comments towards you?
Well, I don't need accolades and gold stars, but I think we all deserve respect.
Amen.
And that's what's so surprising. I guess the word is disappointing. You're asking me, was I surprised? I tend to be an optimistic, sunny person, and I guess it's disappointing that if you can't say congratulations, then don't say anything at all. And look, I understand that we're a nation of charged opinions and partisan rancor, but I do find most of the vitriol comes from people who don't know me and who are very brave on social media. But I have good relationships, which means they're not brave at all. I have great relationships with some of the female Democratic senators, for example, and members of Congress. Certainly, I have a lot of friends on the other side of the aisle. We respect each other, and we respect the fact that we live in a nation where we all, particularly women, can disagree. It's enshrined in our laws, it's encouraged in our culture, and we do that respectfully. So I guess I would worry for the country that all that noise and venom and rancor just seeps into our consciousness constantly. And I guess I'm surprised how easily it is to bait people if you want to. I just, it's unbelievable how if I say something on a television program or if the president says something, the reaction is so disconnected from what was just said. If you want to disagree on policy, if you disagree on tax reform or health care reform or immigration, or you're for abortion and I'm not, then say that. Disagree that way. That's what America is. But so much of the criticism of me is so gender-based. I saw some of it this morning. I would use it as examples, but this is a family audience. But so much of it is gender-based, obviously. And, I mean, I remember, by the way, I'm old enough to remember when comedians were funny. I kind of miss those days.
Yeah.
And, for them to, I'm not even going to say what they say because then it gives them a platform that they otherwise would not have. But I pray for the country and I pray for my critics. Again, if they're going to criticize policy, that's terrific. But criticizing, how I look or what I wear or how I speak, it's really remarkable, and it totally undercuts, modern feminism saying that they're for women. I think a lot of it turned when I showed up at the March for Life, and I was overtly a pro-life counselor to the president. A lot of the coverage changed then. But again, we're a nation that if you believe in abortion for sex-selective purposes, if you believe in abortion after a heartbeat is detected or after nonpartisan scientists say a baby can feel pain, if you believe in abortion in the 8th and 9th month, if you believe in taxpayer-funded abortion, if you believe in abortion anytime, anyone, anywhere. We just had a candidate who believed all of that, and she lost. And you're welcome to believe it, but I don't believe it. And that should be respected as well.
Amen. Amen. This is a two-part question. I know you're a person of faith. You've talked about just recently in your answers here. Can you give us insight into your faith journey, and then why would a person of faith want to engage the institution of government?
Great questions.
Thank you.
So,
I'm here all day.
I was raised Catholic by a single mom, and I think when my father left when I was very young, it worried her specifically. She read all the statistics about stepfather, being raised by a single mom, and I think for me, because we had so much faith in the household, and yes, I'm a proponent of course, of the family structure, but my family was unconventional. But I remember, going to Catholic school my whole life, kindergarten through 12th, and even college, that I remember coming home early in June of my second grade year, and I had just made First Holy Communion, and I was upset, and I'm not a big crier, but I was crying. And my one aunt said, "Why are you crying?" And I said, "We got this assignment to do, a tiny little piece of paper, we have an assignment to draw Father's Day, a Father's Day thing." And the only other kid in the class that didn't have a father, I think the father had passed away in one of the wars, probably Vietnam. Anyway, it was very rare where I grew up. And I said, you know, I don't know what to write, I don't know what to draw, I don't know what to. And between the nun's guidance, you know, she wanted me to draw, she encouraged me to draw God the Father. So I did that on one side, and then the other side, my aunt said, well, you've got, and she mentioned all my uncles and godfathers and male figures in my life. She said, you better get busy, and she got me a big piece of oak tag, and mine ended up being the largest of all. And I feel like the combination of, you know, growing up feeling that there's something bigger than you, and being a person of faith, not feeling sorry for yourself, that you're different, recognizing that that's a strength, not a weakness, and also always believing that God has a plan and a way for each of us. It's incorporated as part of my education. I don't talk that much about it for any other reason other than one of my favorite gospels is talking about how if you're fasting or you're sacrificing, make sure that you comb your hair and you wash your face. In other words, don't look like you're sacrificing. Don't look like you are in distress or fasting. So I remember that as a way to try to be humble. And I think, you know, one of the things about this particular job and these blessings of the last year, Bob, is that with gravity and responsibility should come a certain degree of humility. And I'm very humbled by this moment in our nation's history, by the awesomeness of where I work, but I'm humbled in a way that I feel so many millions of Americans are counting on this president and vice president, and by extension those of us who work closely with them, to get it right and to solve the problems or to start tackling them in a way that improves people's lives. My portfolio includes matters of faith. It also includes the opioid crisis. It includes, and even there, I feel like as a person of faith, we can't just work on interdiction and prevention, but treatment and recovery, and to destigmatize what is becoming the scourge of our times, where no state has been spared and no demographic group has been untouched by opioid use and substance use disorder, in a way where, because I am somebody who seeks and shows mercy and forgiveness and always believes that God shows mercy and forgiveness, that capacity would help me approach an issue like that, instead of me feeling that I'm better than these people, feeling like I'm a peer of them, that they are my peers and they are my brothers and sisters, and if we can help somehow, that we should. That's also answers to the second part of your question, which is why go in government? You should only go into public service if you literally think you can make a difference, not figuratively, not as a slogan, but literally think it's the best place for you at that moment. It's nothing I sought or expected, but it's a blessing that's been put upon me. And I feel that in my portfolio, if I'm working on, for example, healthcare reform, tax reform, also the opioid crisis, say military spouse employment, which of course would be a big issue here, and I've met with both of your senators on any number of these issues, for example, that we want to make sure that the military spouses who are unemployed, underemployed, can connect their talent with opportunity in a way that's meaningful for them and their families. And you can do that through public service. Again, you can't do that. If I sat at the White House all day and read about myself, I'm not doing my job. If I sit at the White House and I feel, when President Trump said, the forgotten man or forgotten woman, he didn't mean forgotten in your communities, forgotten in your churches or your synagogues. He meant forgotten by the swamp, the system, the special interest. And that's why we're there. And I think if you're a person of faith, it helps you to stay grounded and to remember why you're there. I am incredibly moved by the many, to sew all this up in one, by the many, many people who approach me in person or write or email or text or call the White House switchboard, and they get right through. Just to say, and why not? It's your phone, it's your house. And they just say, thank you so much. Thank you for inspiring. Thanks for being a role model to my daughters or granddaughters. Thanks for being there and sacrificing, because I know my family is sacrificed. Look, I work for President Trump. I know half the country or part of the country may not have liked that or wasn't expecting the election result, wasn't prepared for it. But I don't think my 7-year-old daughter deserves to have all that slop put on her shoulders. So I appreciate, in fact, I know she doesn't, I appreciate the people who say, we know your family's sacrificing as well, and we pray for you. So all of that weaved together really bolsters the soul and allows you to realize that public service can be a great calling if the moment and the person and the duty all match up. And at the moment they do.
Everyone in this audience has their own faith journey. Now, they're not going to go back to the White House, you are. But how, I mean, I talked to Dr. Dobson the day after the election. And Dr. Dobson said this, he said, Bob, I don't think I've ever seen God's hand of intervention so obvious than I did that night of the election. How important was the faith vote in 2016?
It was essential. President Trump, by some accounts, won at 80-16. I was just reading an old Washington Post article from the election. That actually matches, if not exceeds, what President George W. Bush, or it approximates what he got in his re-election in 2004. So to be a non-incumbent and get that kind of percentage, obviously he did better than the candidates did in 2008 and 2012. And part of it was his opponent, but part of it was his message. I mean, for Donald Trump, who was a Manhattan male billionaire who for most of his life was pro-choice, to give the most impassioned defense of life I've ever heard from a presidential debate podium on October 19th in Las Vegas was nothing short of remarkable. He took what was 2 decades worth of research in the pro-life space and took the case right to Hillary Clinton and said, no, excuse me, you're extreme. You're extreme, and here's why. And she really didn't have a good answer, to be frank with you. She did not have a good answer to that question. And for the president to have been so open, going down to Liberty University, and then also sitting down with Pat Robertson, meeting with people of faith, coming here to Iowa and speaking with family leader and others, Bob. But, and look what happened this week. I happened to be in the Oval Office I happened to be there for a different meeting when the faith leaders came in. Some of them came in. They had been meeting, I think, with the vice president and others that day. They came in to take a picture. They laid hands on the president and prayed with him, and it was mocked. It was mocked. People had to mock it. And I find that to be so unfortunate, but I hope for you it has you deep in your faith, and you pray for the mockers, believe me. And so it was important electorally, but I think more significantly, it remains important. People of faith should look at what's happened just in a few short months. Mexico City policy on day 2 or 3 of his presidency, and an executive order on funding Planned Parenthood as well. Obviously, some of his moves on health care reform, tax reform, because I think that people of faith get stereotyped that they only care about 1 or 2 things, and we know you care about all of the above. I mean, repealing and replacing Obamacare in a way that helps the people who were left out of the system, and there are millions, stabilizing these markets, giving confidence to these insurers that have left, including here in Iowa, and 19 of the 23 co-ops have failed. That's not just keeping a campaign promise. It's a moral imperative. It's a moral imperative to help those that we hear, the Obamacare victims, to come to the White House and tell us their stories, to help them. So he is keeping faith with people of faith. And that extends to so many different issues. But, you know, I have to say thank you to those who came and battled on the front lines. It was a very rancorous election. And of course, he's for the Johnson Amendment as well, and talks about that. Signed a religious liberty executive order, had a rose garden ceremony around that. So, and really, he's just getting started. So, the one thing I'll remind you about President Trump is on November 9th in those wee hours after he won, and yes, the phone call came from Uba Abedin to my cell phone, and yes, Secretary Clinton congratulated and conceded the election. I heard it. And I said to Vice President-elect Pence, make sure you hear that on the phone. Here's the phone. Have fun with the phone. But yes, concede, I know some people are still not able to accept the election results. That would be nice. But anyhow, on that night, what did President Trump say? He went out there in his own words and said, I will be the president of all Americans, including those who did not support me. And I just hope that those who didn't support him can find their way to support him as their president as well.
You've mentioned a couple times where we all saw the picture where people were laying on hands, President Trump this past week, and then we saw it on some of the news channels where that was mocked. You talked about this being a charged environment. Social media, people can be as brave as they think they can be and say something without any accountability or consequences. To be transparent and honest, we live in a divided nation. How do we bring healing and civility to this nation? Meaning, you can disagree with me all you want, but can we at least be agreeable while we disagree? Can we at least respect each other's right versus I have to hate? How do we bring civility and healing back to this nation?
Well, we must. First, practice it, because seeing is the first step toward believing. Be the bigger person, which I think is exhausting sometimes, but do it. I have to say, for me, I'm a lot like Donald Trump in that he always calls himself a counterpuncher. I really, throughout my life, have never tried to draw first blood, but you know, when attacked, you can turn the other cheek, or you can also just kind of put people in their place sometimes. But I think also focusing on policy and not politics. Politics is a means. It is the means. It is not the end. It is not the objective. Politics, you know, the ability to vote and participate in the electoral process, whether you're knocking on doors or making phone calls or writing a letter to the editor or attending forums, that's just a means. The end is the policy. And so if we can reorient this back to policy, because so much of the coverage is not, you know, as the person in the West Wing who does not say fake news, enemy of the people, opposition party, I don't say that. I could, but I don't, and I hope I won't. But some days I wonder. But I do argue about, my beef is, my grievance is not biased coverage, it's incomplete coverage. Biased coverage people can see for themselves. You can see that for yourselves when you want to see it. But it's incomplete coverage. It's that I think part of becoming civil is making sure people are connected with the relevant information that they need and they deserve. So if you haven't heard about yesterday's announcement, the largest crackdown in U.S. history between the DOJ and the HHS on Medicare fraud, Medicaid fraud, in over-prescribing opioids, where 400 physicians and nurses and pharmacists and practitioners were exposed $1.3 billion. I mean, it's a huge issue, but if you haven't heard that until I said it, it's because people aren't telling you the news. They're giving you the noise. If you're veterans or you know people who are veterans and you don't know the 4 or 5 major measures that have happened in the last couple of weeks alone, where you can access private care if you can't access it in a timely, quality fashion through the VA. There's an Accountability and Whistleblower Protection Act now. There's a 24/7 White House hotline for our veterans. If you don't know that, then you're not getting the news, you're getting the noise, and we're never going to be a civil society if it's all just attack, attack, attack. And look, folks, I know with the issue, facts matter, policy, not politics, policy, not personalities, principles, these time-honored guiding principles. And I think finding places of agreement. I have asked the Democrats, can we work together? I'm open. Give me a call. Hey, call me. I'm open. Can we work together on opioid abuse? Can we work together on infrastructure? Is that really a partisan issue, the fact that our air traffic system was built when we had 100,000 passengers each year and we now have close to 1 billion? Is that really a partisan issue? Military spouse employment is partisan. You know, human rights around the globe partisan. So we're open for business. Your mind and your heart are open for conversations. And I think one thing that you can do is to have a 7-second, 70-second, and 7-minute version for anybody who will listen of why you believe what you believe, why you are a conservative, or why you're a Christian conservative, or why you're, however you want to term it. Why? Why do you believe that? Because the fastest way to get more people on board or more people to show respect and then to listen with a less clouded ear is by saying what you believe. Why? Because they'll look at you and they'll say, Bob, I like you, And you're like me. They'll say, I like you, and you're like me. Our kids are in the same school. I see you in the community, in the places of worship. We live in the same area. We have friends in common. They'll say, you're like me. And that's the best way to truly expand the movement, expand the conversation. Because we do have to find it, but it's a two-way street, too. I mean, look, I was raised, I'm 50 years old, so I was raised at a time when you respect the office of the president and its current occupant, dead stop, unconditionally, end of story. And we don't see that. You don't see that everywhere. The words that are used to describe the office of the president and the vice president are really, I think, unfortunate. And if we could show that, if we can join with the school systems to show that, if in our own communities we show that, I do think good things will come out of it. But in the meantime, I would really ask those, and I see there are some in the room who I would ask them very politely to help us get the message out, to connect. If people aren't going to acknowledge their responsibility to tell, give people the facts and cover everything, at least acknowledge the role to connect individuals with information they need and that they deserve, because good things are happening for people, and I want to make sure that they have that information. I have faith in the wisdom of people. I know that they're going to see the job production, the regulatory rollback, the healthcare reform, the tax reform, the small business entrepreneurship, unleashing the energy investments. There's real excitement, and I have to tell you, as somebody who doesn't like the gender card, I'm just super duper proud to be in a state where your first female governor is a Republican and the first female ever to represent Washington from Iowa is also a Republican.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen by accident. So yes, people will vote for women if they, not because they share their gender, but because they share their vision and they share their position on issues and they share their values. That's what's important.
Well said. I think what you just summed up then is civility, and we talk about that a lot. Find common ground with somebody, because we do share common ground, and then put principle over politics. And I think you summed that up very well. When you and I talked earlier last week or whenever it was, and you said, well, how much time do I have on stage? And I told you how much time you had on stage, and you said, well, great, that's like me clearing my throat. And
one day I'll be paid by the word. I can't wait.
I do have a final question, though, for you.
Uh-oh.
No, there's no uh-ohs here. I told you there'd be no gotcha questions. The final question I have is, how can this audience, how can we as the family leader pray for you, pray for the president, pray for this White House, pray for this country? You also see, I mean, the president was just, he's been traveling a lot internationally. How do we pray for this world? I mean, what would you say this is what we need prayer for right now?
Well, thank you for covering us in prayer. And the us is all of us who work in this administration, the president, the vice president, their families. But really pray for a nation. Pray for a nation to be more humble, more grateful, more positive, more prosperous, more safe, and more, I would say, more fearful of God and less suspicious of each other. That's what I would say. I think that we misplace our suspicions and we misplace our fears and we misplace our anger. It's a dangerous world. There are many people who don't like this country just because we give girls and women rights, just because we believe that we're based on principles of freedom and democracy and inalienable rights given by God, and that our laws protect equality and we practice fairness. So pray for the protection of our nation and pray for more peace and understanding. But recognize, too, that at the same time, we will disagree. And that's part of the health of a nation at this point in time. But pray that the disagreement remains civil. The gentleman who shot Congressman Scalise, who is still laying in a hospital bed a month later, he didn't hate baseball or sunny days in June. He hated Republicans. And he had been on social media. Nobody wants to talk about it much anymore, but we should think about that. He is to blame for what he did. but we should think about how hot the rhetoric gets sometimes and how free people are with the adjectives and the descriptions and the hate. What is all this hate? I think take a deep breath and encourage other people to get some fresh air. What is everybody doing on the computer all day anyway? Get some fresh air. Look up once in a while.
Get a job.
Get dressed and get some fresh air once in a while. So thank you for your prayers and your love for that, really for me and my family, but truly for the President, the Vice President, their wives, their families, and most importantly, this great nation.
Now, I'm glad you brought fear of God. When I visited with President Trump, then Donald Trump, the last time I had after he was the presumptive nominee in his office, I won't talk about the entire conversation, but one of the things we talked about was the fear of God is the beginning of all wisdom. And I'm glad you brought that up. We're not going to have everybody come up and lay hands on you because they're Secret Service, and we don't want to have anything happen. But I'd like to have you stand. I'm going to pray for Kellyanne right now, and then we're going to thank her for showing up in Iowa. Dear Lord, we just thank you. We thank you for the opportunity and the privilege to live in a land that is free. A land that recognizes that our rights come from God, not from government and not from any person. Lord, we pray that we would humble ourselves, that we would go to our knees, and that we would look towards you, that we would constantly be in prayers. The Scripture says that we pray without ceasing. Lord, that we truly would seek your face, look through your eyes, be your hands, be your feet. We pray for this administration, President Trump, Vice President Pence, Kellyanne, the entire team around, Lord. We pray that they would seek you as they look to lead the greatest country in the world. And Lord, we pray that we would turn from anything that separates us from you, and that we'd give it all up to you, and we lay it all down at the foot of the cross. And Lord, then we're going to claim your word that you will hear our prayer. You will forgive our sin, and you'll heal this land and bring a revival in our time, an unprecedented revival from coast to coast, where we are restored to that beacon in the night, that shining city on a hill. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, Kellyanne Conway.
Thank you. Tell Darla thank you.
I will. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Isn't it a privilege to live in a place where we can hear directly from our leaders peacefully? I want to thank you for that. I want to thank everyone here for their attentiveness. And I want to transition to our next speaker, Dr. Jeff Myers, who probably doesn't need an introduction in this room, but I have the privilege of giving an introduction anyway. Dr. Myers is the president of Summit Ministries. In the last 20 years, he's become one of America's most respected authorities on youth leadership development. Focused on the family, founder James Dobson referred to him as a very gifted and inspirational young leader. And one of the ways he has influenced leadership in this country is through writing great books. And one of those books is available today, 2 weeks before it's available anywhere else. So I hope if you haven't already, you'll go out and get his book, The Secret Battle of Ideas About God. Dr. Myers is going to share a little bit more about that, and I hope you'll carefully consider what he has, because what we believe about God influences everything else we do in life. So listen carefully and give me a warm welcome for Dr. Jeff Myers.
Thank you. Good morning. It's an honor to be back in Iowa, and I'm honored also to be able to be the new president of Summit Ministries. Many of you know Dr. David Noble, the founder.
Okay, everybody, taking you to the next top story here in the show. Getting a live look of the Capitol building right now. Taking you to an event from the Department of Defense, where they held the commissioning ceremony over the weekend. Let's hear what they had to say.
To historic Pearl Harbor and the commissioning of United States ship John Finn. I'm Commander Courtney Minitry, the ship's executive officer. It is my privilege to be your master of ceremonies today. Before our ceremony begins, please silence your cell phones. We are here today to celebrate the commissioning of USS John Finn. The ship before you was christened in Pascagoula, Mississippi on May 2nd, 2015. Notably, she was delivered to the Navy on the 75th anniversary of the attack on Pearl Harbor on December 7th, 2016. Today, she is complete, and this crew is proud to serve on the newest destroyer in the United States Navy. Our crew is dedicated to carrying out the courageous legacy handed down to us by her namesake, the warrior of Kaneohe, Lieutenant John Finn. To quote then Chief Aviation Ordnanceman John Finn's Medal of Honor citation, he promptly secured a man a .50 caliber machine gun mounted on an instruction stand and a completely exposed section of the parking ramp, which was under heavy enemy machine gun strafing fire. Although painfully wounded many times, he continued to man this gun and to return the enemy's fire vigorously and with telling effect throughout the enemy strafing and bombing attacks, without complete disregard for his own personal safety. In that same spirit, this ship will sail the oceans, often alone, and will stand vigilant against those who would threaten democracy and freedom. This crew is honored to serve in the ship which bears his name. Our ceremony today is a time-honored tradition which began with the commissioning of our first warship in 1775. Since then, thousands of ships have undergone the transformation from silent hull to fully alive warship. Our commissioning crew, hereafter known as plank owners, are in formation among you and ready to bring our ship alive. In just a few moments, the United States Pacific Fleet Band will render honors to Admiral Harry Harris. Ship's company, attend, put! Would the guests please rise and remain standing for the arrival of our official party, honors, presentation of colors, and the invocation. Ladies and gentlemen, our platform guests, Lieutenant Commander Alan Fleming, Chaplain Corps, United States Navy. Commander Scott Williams, United States Navy, DDG 51 Class Program Manager's Representative, Supervisor of Shipbuilding, Gulf Coast. Captain Joe Ring, United States Navy, Deputy Commander, Destroyer Squadron 3-1. Captain William Kearns, United States Navy, retired, Chairman, USS John Finn Commissioning Committee. Captain Casey Moten, United States Navy, DDG 51 Class Program Manager. Rear Admiral Brad Hicks, United States Navy, retired, Vice President, Lockheed Martin, Rotary and Mission Systems. Mr. Joe Finn, son of Lieutenant John Finn. Mr. Brian Cusius, Executive Vice President and President, Ingalls Shipbuilding. Rear Admiral William Galinas, United States Navy, Program Executive Officer, Ships. The Honorable Ikaika Anderson, Councilman, District 3, Honolulu City Council. Mr. Thomas D., performing the duties of Undersecretary of the Navy. Admiral Scott Swift, United States Navy, Commander, United States Pacific Fleet. Ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Laura Elizabeth Stavridis, our ship's sponsor, is escorted today by Command Master Chief Thomas Conway. Ladies and gentlemen, Admiral Harry Harris, United States Navy, Commander, United States Pacific Command, is escorted today by Commander Michael Wagner, United States Navy, John Finn's prospective commanding officer. Ladies and gentlemen, Admiral Harry Harris, platform, hand, salute. Platform, ready, 2. Advance the colors. Platform, hand, salute. Retire the colors. Platform, ready, 2. Ladies and gentlemen, Chaplain Fleming will deliver the invocation.
Good morning. Let us pray. God, we thank you for this day, and we thank you for the gift of life. And we are humbled by the beauty and the majesty of your creation, which surrounds us here today. And God, we're also humbled by the example of courage, tenacity, and devotion to duty displayed in the actions of John Finn on December 7, 1941, and indeed throughout his long and meaningful life. God, it is my prayer that the men and women who breathe life into this mighty warship will be inspired by the life and service of John Finn. Through power and determination, let this ship and its crew ever be an instrument of peace. May there be no foe who can resist their might as they do the righteous bidding of our nation. Let them be proud of who they are as the crew of the USS John Finn, and may their love of country strengthen their devotion to duty, however arduous that may be. Father, we are honored to invoke your presence for this special occasion. May your presence forever keep this ship and all who hold it dear. And now, God, I ask this in the name of our Creator. Amen.
Will the guests please be seated? Ship's company, parade, rest. Ladies and gentlemen, Councilman Ikaika Anderson, 3rd District, Honolulu City Council.
Aloha, kakahiaka kako. Good morning. It is a great privilege and honor to join all of you here today, representing not just the people of Windward Oahu, but all of the people that comprise the city and county of Honolulu, on this day to celebrate the commissioning of the USS John Finn. I know that we can all agree that there is no more appropriate venue to honor the man behind this ship's namesake than here at Pearl Harbor. For many of us who grew up here in Hawaii, and long before the era of the internet, we would often hear stories, some bordering on incredulity, about December 7th, 1941, when lives and history were forever changed. There was a story of the submarine that was captured off of Bellows Beach, which is roughly a mile from my house. The wayward enemy pilot that was caught on the privately owned Hawaiian island of Ni'ihau, and the young man who took on a squadron of enemy planes with only a machine gun. Knowing the real history behind many of these childhood stories, we can appreciate and show the proper respect for the events that took place and the individuals involved. In particular, being here to memorialize that brave young man, John Finn, a self-described career Navy man whose actions and unflinching willingness to put his duty to his country and fellow man above that of his own security embodied the very definition of an American hero. Prior to preparing for this morning, I knew of John Finn as one of Nā Koa o Kaneohe, or the warriors of Kaneohe, depicted in a painting manning a machine gun as he defended Kaneohe Bay while Japanese planes fired at him from above on December 7th. I later learned that Lieutenant Finn was the uncle of my good friend, Lieutenant Caleb Nation, himself a career Navy man, and that Mr. Finn had earned the Medal of Honor. I watched a video interview of Lieutenant Finn in which he shares the events of that December 7th morning, when his otherwise leisurely Sunday was broken by the sound of low-flying aircraft. Continuing on, he notes his first concern, once he realized the planes were enemy fighters, was that someone had taken his job, manning the machine guns. That was his job, and by God, he was not going to let someone else do it. Such a brief and matter-of-fact way in which John Finn describes his actions as an aviation chief ordnanceman that earned him our nation's highest award speaks volumes about his character and his nature. The commissioning of the USS John Finn is a fitting tribute to one of our Koa o Kaneohe. May she embark on a long career protecting our nation and defending liberty and freedom on this earth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Anderson. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Brian Cusius, Executive Vice President and President, Ingalls Shipbuilding.
Well, thank you. Distinguished guests, my fellow shipbuilders, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. Well, I'm honored to be here today in Pearl Harbor, representing the thousands of hardworking men and women who built John Finn and 28 of her sister Arleigh Burke-class destroyers that precede her into the fleet. As I look upon John Finn, I marvel at what a phenomenal asset this ship is to our nation and to the United States Navy. Truly one of the most powerful advanced warships in the world. It is also a privilege to be part of bringing this great ship to life, to serve our country, and to honor the namesake. The ship we commissioned today honors Navy Lieutenant John Finn, who received the Medal of Honor for his historic actions on December 7th, 1941, during the attack on Pearl Harbor. The first Medal of Honor recipient in World War II, Finn retired after 30 years in the Navy and lived to 100 years old. It's with great gratitude and respect that we honor him today with the commissioning of this ship. We'd like to think that there's a little John Finn spirit and devotion in every one of our shipbuilders who put their hearts and souls into every ship we build. And DDG 113 is no exception. Thousands of dedicated shipbuilders, riggers and fitters, welders, engineers, planners, and many others poured tens of thousands of hours transforming raw steel and equipment into the ship our Navy commissions today. Our mission at Ingalls is clear. Build the best ships, period. For the Marine Corps, for the Navy, and for the Coast Guard, I would say for America. Our shipbuilders are indeed a national asset who support the defense of our nation and freedom across the globe. Our national heroes, the men and women who will sail on this great ship in protection of our country and our freedom, have earned and deserve nothing less than America's best. Several of these outstanding shipbuilders are with us today. I would ask that the Ingalls shipbuilders who are here today, please stand and be recognized. Thank you, shipbuilders. Commander Wagner, you and your team may know us as the builders of your ship, but you should also know that we're among your biggest supporters, and we deeply appreciate your sacrifice and your service to our country. On behalf of 12,000 employees at Ingalls, congratulations to Commander Wagner, his officer, and his crew members. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be with you today for this historic event. May God bless America, this ship, and all who serve in her. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cushas. Ladies and gentlemen, Rear Admiral William Galinas, United States Navy, Program Executive Officer, Ships.
Thank you, XO. Admiral Mrs. Stavridis, Admiral Greenert, Admiral Harris, Admiral Swift, Secretary D, fellow flag and general officers, Captain Wagner, and the crew of the soon-to-be USS John Finn, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Captain Kearns, just another special shout out to you and your commissioning team. What a fantastic week, and I thank you for making this week special, not only for all of us, but especially for the ship's company. Thanks very much. I'd also like to acknowledge the extraordinary hospitality of the people of Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. And we're fortunate today to have Councilman Anderson with us. You have supported our Navy so well in so many ways over the years, but the support really shines brightly in events like this. Thank you very much. And finally, a very special mahalo to Commander John Matruse, Chief Ray Emery, and the families of the Pearl Harbor survivors who are with us here today, honoring our namesake and their shipmate, John Finn. We are honored by your presence and profoundly inspired by your example. Thank you. Thanks. It is great to be back to delivering DDG 51 class ships to the fleet. The last DDG 51 class ship delivered was the Michael Murphy, home ported here in Pearl Harbor and tied up not far from here at Bravo Piers. She was commissioned in October 2012, just under 5 years ago. And I tell you folks, there are more of these ships to come. Arguably, our most successful surface ship construction program, John Finn is the 63rd of 64 delivered DDG 51 class ships to the Navy, with 8 more in construction and even more under contract. It was over 8 years ago when the Navy restarted the DDG 51 production line. Today, as the Navy's Program Executive Officer for Ships, I am privileged and very humbled to represent the thousands of men and women, a collective Navy industry team that has labored tirelessly to deliver on that commitment. The restart of these destroyers, with John Finn being the very first, are the first Aegis destroyers to to be constructed with the integrated air missile defense radar, providing that much-needed ballistic missile defense capability to the fleet. The much-improved combat capability of John Finn makes this ship, hands down, the most capable warship in the world. And we are on a path right now to further upgrade the combat capability of this ship class, working with industry today on the next generation of the Arleigh Burke destroyers. The sustained success of this program is a living testament to the vision, the perseverance, and the leadership of Rear Admiral Wayne E. Meyer, the father of Aegis. Anna Mae, thank you for your presence here today. It means so much to all of us. Thank you for being here. This morning, through one of our most time-honored traditions of the United States Naval Service, we come together to welcome our newest destroyer, the soon-to-be USS John Finn, into the world's greatest Navy. In doing so, I'd like to take just a moment as we gather here in the shadow of DDG 113 and the USS Arizona Memorial to remember and acknowledge the people whose unique relationship has brought us to this point in time, and to reflect upon the values, our values, that we share. For this ship bears a name that is synonymous with extraordinary heroism, distinguished service, and devotion above and beyond the call of duty. And this was clearly displayed on that Sunday in December of 1941. Our ship's namesake, Lieutenant John Finn, a sailor's sailor, who not only through his actions on that fateful December day, but more importantly, the way he lived his life, personified our Navy's time-honored values, our values of honor, courage, and commitment. The honor of his actions, combined with the mental and physical courage to stand down an enemy against insurmountable odds. His profound commitment, especially his commitment to his sailors, a lesson he instilled in the men that he led and inspired throughout his life of service. These values are part of Lieutenant John Finn's legacy and provide an example for all of us to emulate. Then there's the phenomenal team that designed and built this ship. It is their work that has been so critical to the success that we celebrate today. It is a team that collectively exhibits those same values of honor, courage, and commitment, turning loads of steel plates and electronic components into the magnificent warship we have today. It is my distinct honor to recognize this team and acknowledge just a few key members. From the Navy, my Executive Director, Ms. Billiana Anderson, the ship's program manager, Captain Casey Moten, and his superb staff, including his production team led by Commander Dave Murray and Greg Pearson. The Navy team, working shoulder to shoulder with the shipbuilder on the waterfront, is the supervisor of shipbuilding Gulf Coast, led by Captain Brian Lawrence, represented today by his waterfront production team, Commander Scott Williams, and his deputy, Steve Lee, and their production team, Lieutenant Commander Brennan Blanchfield, and Senior Chief Tim Merrill. Folks, thanks for a job well done. I also want to quickly acknowledge our industry partners. From Ingalls Shipbuilding, led by Brian Cushas, Kerry Wilkerson, and George Nungesser, and Lockheed Martin, Brad Hicks, these individuals represent the thousands of men and women in the shipyard in Pascagoula and across our system and equipment suppliers literally across the country who have worked tirelessly over the past 4 years to bring this great ship to life, ensuring that she is built with the strength, the power, and the warfighting capabilities that will outmatch any adversary. Like the ship's namesake, this tremendous team has shown us the superb deeds that can be accomplished through unity of purpose and an abiding commitment to execution excellence, honor, courage, and commitment. I could not be more proud of their contributions or the superb ship that they have built for our Navy. Well done, folks. To our ship sponsor, Ms. Laura Stavridis, thank you for your lifetime of selfless service. As a Navy wife, a mother, a teacher, a life of service that continues here today. As the sponsor of this great warship, through your unique contributions, you have imbued this ship with your spirit, the spirit of a true American patriot, with honor, courage, and commitment. Your example will guide and inspire her over calm waters and tumultuous seas throughout her service length. Laura, many, many thanks. And today, most importantly, to the crew. Captain Wagner, you and your crew stand ready to command control over the seas and project American power in defense of freedom and liberty worldwide. This team has built you a great ship. Mrs. Stavridis has instilled her with an indomitable and gracious spirit. You and your crew must now bring the courage, the warfighting expertise, and the culture of excellence that will turn this ship into the most capable weapon systems in the world. I know you have worked tirelessly to form not only a crew, but a true team, a band of brothers and sisters. As you prepare to meet the unknown challenges ahead, please know that you sail forward with the hopes and prayers of a grateful nation. You are ready, and you will make a difference. John Finn, stand and fight with honor, courage, and commitment. Thank you.
Thank you, Admiral Galinas. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Thomas D., performing the duties of Undersecretary of the Navy.
Councilman Anderson, thank you for hosting us and all the people of the state of Hawaii and this beautiful island in the Pacific. What better place to celebrate this commissioning than right here? Admiral Harris, Admiral Swift, Mrs. Stavridis, and Admiral Stavridis, and to the many admirals, general officers, senior civilians here with us today. Mr. Joe Finn, and all of the family and friends of Chief Aviation Ordnanceman John Finn. And to the many distinguished guests from our Navy, from industry, from the historic and hallowed port of Pearl Harbor, and to the crew of our Navy's newest warship, the USS John Finn. I'm honored to be here representing the Secretary of the Navy as we celebrate the christening of our 63rd Arleigh Burke-class destroyer. The ship before you will sail the world's oceans